Good morning. We are live here at St. Charles Lanes for the Gary Helferstay Memorial Scholarship Fund bowling tournament. We are live here behind lanes 27 and 28. We do have cameras throughout the house at different lanes, which we will be bouncing back and forth between throughout the day. We do have some great commentators that will be coming in and out of the booth throughout the day. We have some feature commentators, which will be Mr. Steve Orff and his partner Chris Bailey.
Pace yourselves accordingly.
I'm going to wait for these announcements to be over.
You have 7 bowlers on your pair. Make sure you're up when it's your turn to bowl.
Okay. We ended up with 106 bowlers total. We had 112 signed up originally. We were full, but we had some no-call, no-shows.
Last thing, anybody that has lane equipment, bowling equipment, next to the bar window, Amy has asked you to please remove it. All bags in front of the bar window need to be removed.
Okay, so for the entries, we had some no calls, no shows, but we were able to fill some spots with people that were on the waiting list, so we do appreciate that. They committed and showed up to the bowling alley, and which was great. So we were able to fill spots to 106, so I am super excited about that. The most entries we've ever had for this tournament, and I cannot thank people enough. We ended up with, I think, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 14 youth bowlers. Zeke David came up with a great idea to start a separate prize fund for the youth bowlers themselves. So his company, St. Charles Boat and Motor, and they partnered with Welsh Heating and Cooling, and they started their own prize fund for the youth bowlers. So I think that is awesome. They're paying the top 4 youth bowlers their own prize fund. So I think that's a nice little added bonus for them to be able to have their own little tournament going on, especially because this is for the youth bowlers themselves, and I think that gives them a little bit nice incentive. But anyway, I am not going to be talking during this because I have a bazillion other things to do. So I am going to introduce the the main commentators for this tournament, and that is Mr. Steve Orff and his partner Chris Bailey. Steve Orff knows everything there is to know about the history of St. Louis bowling. He also knew Gary very well. He worked with him at H&G Sales. He bowled with him, and Chris Bailey is a very good friend of his, so I would like to bring them into the booth so that it can commentate and talk about bowling all day. So I hope you guys enjoy this, and I would like to also thank Tom O'Mara for putting all of this together last minute and doing this in his own good faith and time, and I can't thank him enough for doing this. Thank you.
Okay.
Go. Thank you.
All right, we're now going live. This is Steve Orff here in the booth with Chris Bailey. This is the 8th annual Gary Helferstay Memorial Scholarship Tournament, St. Charles Lanes. Don't know exactly what Jen said in the introduction, but we're bowling on a pattern that is going to be very challenging. It's called the Eiffel Tower. It is a 2.3-to-1 ratio, and a lot of oil on the lanes, and to start off, there's going to be very little room, mistake room, especially to the right. If you give it away, it's definitely going to be challenging. And I'm just very happy with the field. I believe we have 106 in the field, and that's awesome. I worked with Gary for many years. Gary was just a great young man. He passed away back in 2016. And it's just awesome to keep his memory alive and for a good cause, raise some money for junior bowlers. So our feature pair right now is 27 and 28. I think during the live stream, if anybody gets a nice little string going, we'll have the capability of rotating, looking at other pairs as well. So hopefully soon we'll be giving lane assignments so we can tell you. This would be a great benefit if we had everybody wearing name shirts, but we don't. So bear with us till we get a little more info as far as who each player is on each pair.
Yes, Steve, I caught a little bit about what Jen said in the introduction. She said that you pretty much knew everything about the world of St. Louis bowling and that you were extremely entertaining. So look forward to you being able to carry through on those promises from Jen. And she did send me the spreadsheet with the roster of bowlers, so I'm trying to get to that now so we can actually have that.
So what I will tell you, I'm not the most active bowler anymore, but just from knowing what I was able to look at with the lane pattern and watching a little bit of warm-ups, like I said, you're not going to have a whole lot of room to miss your target to the right. To start off, you're better off definitely keeping it tight, not giving it away. This tournament it's pretty cool because you've got a bunch of generations here too. You've got Pete Weber, Rudy Kasimakis, John Marcella, got guys in their 50s and 60s, and they've got junior bowlers here as well that are competing. And obviously, if they are able to cash, money goes on their smart card for their education. So going to have just a wide variety as far as field goes. Like I said, from youth bowlers to guys that are still bowling on the senior PBA tour. So
yeah, and everything Steve's saying about the out of bounds is spot on. I mean, we were watching a little bit during warm-ups, and I saw at least 3 or 4 people who 3 off the right or left, depending on which side they're playing. A lot of very odd leaves. People barely hitting the head pin. People barely hitting the 3-pin. So until this breaks down a little bit, until some wear gets into the track areas, a nice shot there by Jeremy. It's going to be definitely a little challenging, and certainly you see some of these guys struggling to get their ball to really finish, especially with this long oil pattern. I believe it's 48 feet.
Yeah, Jeremy Keneally, I believe he just graduated from McKendree, and he actually made Team USA, I believe, 2 years ago. And if you watch Jeremy, that'd definitely be the plan to start. He's got a ball with surface, and he's keeping it pretty tight, keeping it somewhere between 12, 15, and again, you're just not going to have any real miss room to the right to start. Now, one thing I will say, when you're bowling on a pattern like this, if you're right-handed, to start the day off, you may not have anything. The lanes are going to be really challenging. One great benefit of being right-handed on a tough lane condition like this is there's going to be transition. So eventually a hook spot is going to develop. These first couple games, you just got to try to fight it and get through, without, you got to avoid the disaster, I guess you'd say, because the first couple games, at least for right-handers, are going to be by far the toughest. Left-handers, just being straight on something as challenging as this, they're not going to have nearly the transition. So if you're left-handed, if you don't have a good look to start, you're pretty much in trouble the rest of the day because your side just isn't going to break down.
Yeah, this will be something you'll know really well. What this kind of reminds me of is go back to the days of the Jeff Rickles teams up at the USBC, where those guys would get out there and, during practice, they had absolutely no desire to knock down pins, hit whatever. It was just all about trying to burn in the track, and the first few frames were just survival. And after a few frames, when those guys had created the room that they were looking for, a little bit of something, then they were able to attack and go for scores. And The problem here is, of course, that was a coordinated effort, and this is an individual tournament, so there's not a whole lot of hey guys, let's get together and burn our spots out. But you're absolutely right. Until this breaks down a little bit, until there's some transition, it's going to be shot making is going to be at a premiere here.
Yeah, the first couple of games are survival. Like I said,
Exactly.
you just want to avoid the disaster. On lane 29 is Cameron Doyle. Cameron, obviously, if you know bowling, great bowler. You see again, even someone with his rev rate, you miss right. There's definitely going to be some OB. Hollywood Simpkins right there on lane 28. I believe it's Donnie, one of the local premier junior bowlers. He's got a bright career ahead of him. Sure, a lot of colleges are going to want to get their hands on him. He's an excellent young bowler. Again, you see just missed a little bit right. And there she goes. Nick Crummell on lane 30. A couple years ago, Nick had probably the greatest year in the history of the USBC. I think he won 2 Eagles, was in contention for 4, if I'm not mistaken. And PBA bowler, just another great player. Again, he leaves a 2-pin. You're probably pretty fortunate if you miss a hair right to leave a 2-pin. It's something very, very makeable.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the 2 shots that Cameron and Hollywood threw there, both of them leaving essentially, the old picket fence there. And, when you talk about trying to survive, and part of that is converting spares. But, the challenge of your spares is, you're not leaving single pins, you're leaving multiple pin combinations, which then makes it that much more difficult. Plus, if you're on a spare at the time or something, a double, you take a big hit on your pin count. So, good job by both of them converting the spares, but obviously shows the struggle of getting to the pocket right now.
Now we'll see Jeremy again. He's coming up on here on lane 28. Like I said, he's bowled on a lot of tough stuff. So he started out with he's got the first 3. He's going to play the lane the way it needs to be played. Kind of, like I said, keep it really tight, not give it away. Got a ball with surface, and that's what you're going to see. I mean, most of the righties and probably lefties are using surface. So, again, there's going to be transition. At some point, the lanes are going to start hooking, at least for the righties. For those of you out there in bowling land that hate urethane for whatever reason, why you hate urethane, don't think you have a need to see it here today.
Shooting a 10-pin maybe, but that's about it.
Yeah, pattern's long. No need to be having urethane out of your bag, in my opinion. All right, there's Jeremy again. Slow, not giving it away, keeping it between 15 and 12. That's where you got to play right now.
Yeah, and you just said something I was going to hit on, which is slow. Speed control is another aspect of today that's going to be key. I mean, I know velocity is something that has been a big part of people's games here in the last few years. Today's not the day to be throwing at 17, 18, 19 miles an hour. A little bit of touch is going to be a big part of this day.
Yeah, so let's be honest. If he normally bowls good all the time, this is something that 60-some-odd-year-old Pete Weber should probably feel fairly comfortable on, because Pete doesn't throw super hard. He's deadly accurate, and he's used to bowling on lane conditions where you can't miss right, and he'll have a little bit of hold. So yeah, I would imagine Pete might have a decent look to start, where a lot of the younger guys are, like you said, that are used to throwing at 18 miles an hour, they're going to have a little bit of trouble off the bat. This isn't in their wheelhouse. So.
And amazingly, Pete has always been able to find a way to throw strikes. Nobody probably better ever on that U.S. Open pattern, which is one of the most challenging patterns that bowlers face. There were years that Pete was able to do stuff that just seemed like nobody else could do. Just a testament to the talent he has.
On lane 28, young man just threw a strike, and you don't hear this very much anymore, but your miss room, if you got any miss room at all, it's left if you're a right-hander. Your miss room is, you better keep it tight, you better pull it.
Yeah, I was looking a little bit down the lanes, and to give you an idea of the length and just the challenge of getting balls to hit today. Down on lane 24, somebody left a 5-10. Not something you necessarily see a whole lot in today's game anymore. But today it's 5-10s, 5-7s, 8-10s, things like that. Probably won't be that far out of the question.
Well, this pattern's 2.3 to 1, which if you know anything about bowling, that's even though you're thinking, oh, it's 2 times more oil in the middle than there is to the right, that it's still going to play extremely flat, which is very difficult. You have to hit where you're looking no matter what.
And 2.3 to 1 doesn't tell you how much is down on the lane. There's a lot of oil in the lane on the outsides. There may be a little bit more in the middle, but
I'll have to ask Dan Beeman what the normal house shot ratio is, but I bet it's probably 20 or 30 to 1.
yeah.
So
Not a condition that a couple of old, out of shape, out of practice guys like you and I would be out here playing on if we didn't want to embarrass ourselves.
I think I got to average about $1.70 on this.
You have to put the bumpers up.
Maybe $1.70. So, talking a little bit about Gary, going back to the whole purpose of the tournament. Gary, I worked with Gary Helferstay on and off for probably 7 or 8 years, and Gary's just a really good person, and his parents are here today. Gary did a lot of his junior bowling. He grew up in North County here in St. Louis, so the old Dick Weber lanes that was owned by the Weber family up in Florissant, Missouri. That's where Gary cut his teeth, did most of his junior bowling. And he was just a super dominant junior bowler. His best friend was a kid named Rich Laboret, who was a lefty, and they were both just really dynamic, talented junior bowlers. They were arch rivals, but they were best friends. They grew up in, like I said, North County, and Gary moved up to men's leagues, and right off the bat, was a force here in St. Louis. One of the few guys, or one of the first guys I would bet. I think Gary had 100 sanctioned 300 games, probably before his 30th birthday, on or around. And as Jen described, this tournament's called the Tough Guy. I think it's kind of a twofold reason. Tough guy, she wants a tough lane condition. She didn't want a house shot. But Gary's persona was he was a tough guy, right? He always talked crap, and if I had $1 every time I heard Gary say he was going to beat the out of somebody, Gary was all talk and probably one of the biggest teddy bears. He was all he talked the big game, but just a gentle person, and we all miss him. He's been gone since 2016. And I'm really, honestly, the city of St. Louis in general doesn't show up to support tournaments on hard lane conditions, to be honest. So for the field to be full, or to have 106 bowlers here.
Plus there was a waiting list.
Yeah, on a condition that everybody knew was, let's be honest, if you're off your game, you could be pretty embarrassed after, today.
You're talking about Cameron, who just left the standard 1/8 conversion. You see all the time, of course. But no, and I think you're right, Steve. I mean, obviously, look, it's still competitive bowling. Everybody who's out here wants to do well, wants to win, wants to make some money, and there's brackets and everything else that are going on. But the cause is a big part of why everybody's here. As you said, Gary was a mainstay in the St. Louis bowling community. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's one of the few, if not the only, people who was ever inducted into the St. Louis Bowling Hall of Fame before he was 40.
Yeah,
they waived that.
We'll touch on that. That's right, and the irony with that, the rule through St. Louis Bowling Hall of Fame, you have to be 40 years old to be eligible. And when Gary was like maybe 30, maybe even younger than that, whoever was running the local association at the time let him on the ballot. I mean, he'd already achieved so much; it was a slam dunk. And he got voted in, and a lot of the people didn't like that. A lot of the older cronies, I guess, Yeah. Hey, why are you letting this kid in? And they changed the rule immediately after. So Gary got in. Like I said, he might have been in his late 20s, and now hindsight 2020, it's a blessing that who would know that
he was able to do it while he was still alive.
Gary never made it to his 40th birthday.
Exactly. But again, the cause. I mean, I think. One, keeping Gary's name alive and around the bowling community. Obviously, I know there's a number of people here who were extremely close friends with Gary. I know Eddie Bird's here, Chris Taylor's here. These guys were all extremely close with Gary. But then the other part of the cause, too. I mean, we're raising money for a scholarship program that's in Gary's name, which, as you said, Gary started out bowling junior leagues and started out as a youth and helps keep some of the younger players that are today, gives them a chance to make a little bit of money toward their education, make a little money if they decide they want to continue to compete competitively in bowling in college, or whatever the case may be. But so got sort of a double benefit here of the tournament.
Yeah, and I go to the Hall of Fame banquet every year. Jen shows up and gives out scholarship money, and like you said, you're keeping Gary's name. Obviously, Gary made an impact on our bowling community, and a lot of people pass every year, but Gary's name's going to be alive for a long time. This tournament's going to keep going for quite a while in Gary's memory. And speaking of that, the scholarship money, it's awesome. Chris, when we were kids, we couldn't bowl for money.
Right.
And couldn't even bowl a ninth and no tap. If you did, you lost your amateur status, so you couldn't bowl junior tournaments anymore. So the fact that these kids can bowl and compete against, quite frankly, professionals, have a chance to make some money, and then put it towards their education, that's something that I know it's not new. It's been around for a while, but when we were kids, that wasn't an opportunity that we had. And St. Louis, this region now has 4 really good collegiate bowling programs. So now it's almost expected. When we grew up, it was if you graduated high school, it wasn't a slam dunk you were going to go to college.
Right.
And it's 50-50. Most guys, some joined the military. Probably less than half went to college. Most people had, got a job right away. Now it's almost expected that, high school, that's not, the end of your education. Most people it's expected to go to college after that. So, hey, it's expensive too. So it's nice to have a little bit of money to help pay for that.
Right. Well, not to bog down on our own personal stories, but I probably not a whole lot of people here who know who I am, but those who do know that I'm an attorney now. But I didn't go to college right after high school. Waited a year and a half before I started and went to Merrimack because it was cheap and a good way to get some credits in while paying it myself. So, and obviously for these kids today, I mean, anybody who's either like you and I who have kids that are college age or just a little bit after college, you know how expensive it is. I mean, so whether it's $500, $1,000 here or there, anything these guys can make to pay a book or something along those lines means a lot. So tournaments like this are really a big part of that.
Talk a little bit about the house. The center we're in today is St. Charles Lanes, obviously in St. Charles, Missouri. This house has a lot of history. Those of you who may know the name Randy Lightfoot, right next door to this bowling center is a Dairy Queen that his father Carl opened up, I want to say back in the early 70s. And it was the very first Dairy Queen, I believe, in the state of Missouri. And Randy grew up in the house right behind the Dairy Queen, right behind this bowling center is a house where Randy grew up. And so obviously Randy did a ton of bowling here. And I don't know if they were the original owners, but Kevin Tevins and his family owned the bowling center. And back around, I'm going to say late 80s or so, when Dick and Juanita sold their stake at Dick Weber Lanes up at Florissant, they actually purchased and were partners with the Tevins family. So this was Dick Weber's St. Charles Lanes.
Correct.
For a while, and then Randy Lightfoot ended up buying the center later on, and Randy owned the center for a while. Never had a tour stop here, I don't believe, but had several PBA regional tournaments in this house. Had some senior PBA events back in like the 90s. I remember coming here once. I think John Hersina won a tournament here, but they never had a tour stop here. But back around maybe the early 2000s, this is actually the home of the Lindenwood Lions now, which is they've turned into one of the nation's top collegiate bowling programs. Right down the street from the bowling center is Lindenwood University. And Randy was the head coach. He owned the bowling center and was the head coach for the bowling program for many years. And like I said, you can almost throw a rock, hit the Lindenwood campus. So a lot of the bowlers in the field today, a lot of the top players are Lindenwood alumni, guys like Shea Bittenbender. As they come through, we'll be able to identify them. But so yeah, this is the home of the Lindenwood Lions, and like I said, the university's super close.
Yeah, and Lindenwood has been one of the better programs for, like, as you said, a number of years. And you talked about the colleges in the area right now that are going. And McKendree's had a really good program for a number of years now. Missouri Baptist has been really strong here of late. You mentioned Ford.
The Russos, Matt and Lauren Russo, took over the Maryville program.
Maryville, okay.
And now all of a sudden they've become a force to be reckoned with too. So probably aren't too many cities that have 4 really good collegiate bowling programs all within probably 30 miles of each other.
Yeah.
So this is a good place for, and keeping local homegrown talent close. Some kids want to get away from their mom and dad when they go to college, but if you're a bowler and you got a little scholarship money, there's 4 really good options here. Like I said, within about 30 miles of the St. Louis Arch downtown. So
yeah,
you can see on 2930 off to the side. I know it's not a pair straight on, but like I said, Nick Crummel and Cameron, you can just tell how challenging lanes are. You don't have any room right, but you can't jerk it a ton either. You see Nick just went through the face and left the split.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Been watching, and really the guy who right now it appears, just from what we can see in front of us or around us, the guy who seems to have the best look right now is Jeremy. I mean, Jeremy, he had a little rough patch in the sixth, left the 3-6-10 and chopped it, but other than that, he's been in the pocket with every shot. He seems to have a really good look, and as we said earlier, he's kind of slow and just fitting it right into the pocket as opposed to trying to create room or whatever. He's just got a really, really nice look, it seems.
Well, and most people know this, but if you bowl collegiately now, it's much different than when we were kids. I mean, now you bowl on nothing but hard patterns.
Right.
So for Jeremy, going to McKendree, bowling there for 4 years, I mean, he's used to this. The standard league bowler,
not so much.
Yeah, this is not something you see at all. But for someone like Jeremy, yeah, he's going to feel super comfortable bowling on this because, they practice every day on stuff that's super hard. And so I'm not saying he has an advantage. His advantage is he's used to bowling on something where he's got to hit where he's looking every time.
Right. You bowled a little bit in college, didn't you, Steve?
Yeah, back when I bowled college, you bowled on a house shot that was super easy and, you put up huge scores. Or you went to a campus house where the lanes hadn't been oiled in 6 months, and it was the Peterson. There was, no middle ground. 3/4 of the stuff we bowled on was house shot dead easy, and the other 25% of the time they were virtually impossible. But, today, now, collegiate bowling is totally different. Everything's hard.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Steve and I are basically about 5 weeks apart. So if I say something from Steve's era, it's also from mine. But I mean, you had some really top-notch programs back in those days. Nebraska was one. West Texas, Wichita, even back then was one of the top programs, and you had some pretty people who were involved. And Bill Straub was involved with Nebraska, and Gord Vatican was involved back then. And college coaching, the influences you had. I'm sure your college coach probably had a big influence on you, right, Steve?
Absolutely. That was Mr. Chris Bailey. Probably the only coach in collegiate bowling history that had his team fined or actually lost games because of the conduct of our collegiate head coach. They couldn't, for bad behavior, they couldn't punish the individual bowler, so they took wins away from us, right, Chris?
Still won the conference, didn't we?
Yeah, back then when we bowled college, you actually had a league.
Yeah.
I know they don't do that anymore. Now it's just tournament competition. Back then we had to travel, around the Midwest. We'd bowl other teams in our conference. So during the bowling season, we'd hop in the car and drive all over the place. And you had weekly leagues on weekends where you bowl every team in your conference. There's like 8 teams. And like I said, most of the time they were really easy.
Not always.
Yeah, or they were impossible. And there's Jeremy. Like I said, he's playing the lanes right.
Jeremy's got a great look. Yeah, obviously Steve laughs. I was the nominal coach in name only because at the time I had my card, and so I couldn't bowl college, and they needed somebody to technically sort of chaperone them and
Buy the beer.
Yeah, exactly. Which was probably a really bad call on Umsel's part, but I mean, just from watching it, just like you're watching today, and you can kind of tell what's good, what's bad. I mean, some of the houses you guys bowled in back then, I mean, they were complete jail. For people who are familiar with tournaments like the Peterson or things like that, I mean, a couple of those houses would have been almost comparable to it. Central Missouri State back then was an absolute dungeon. I think literally it was a dungeon, if I remember correctly. But it was fun.
Yeah, when you show up and there's cockroaches in the gutter, you probably know that the lanes haven't been maintained very well.
It's the 8-lane house in the basement of a bookstore or something along those lines. It's always interesting. The oil machine comes out of a bucket and a spray gun.
Donnie's, I'm going to be honest, just kind of looking, and I'm not the most competitive bowler anymore, but knowing that the talent on the pair to the right here, 29-30, Nick and Cameron are just super accomplished bowlers, and I think 29 and 30 is going to be, that pair just looks really touchy, and if you watch, there's a couple of players on 27-28, Donnie and Jeremy. I'm not saying they're easy because they're not easy, but they've got a look. They've got a look that I don't know if it's there yet on 29 and 30. They got a little bit of room left, and they got a little bit of room right if you don't get it right of about 10 or 11 on 27-28. And they, here's the thing: when you're bowling good, like those two are throwing the ball really well, they can make it look easy, and it's not.
No. And that's the mark of a great bowler, right? We were talking about Pete earlier at some of the U.S. Opens. I mean, there were tournaments that Pete would bowl where he'd lap the field, and you're talking about some of the best bowlers in the world, and you would look and say, well, how is this guy doing what he's doing? His game for that condition, whatever, that shot just matched up so perfectly, and Pete was able to get his equipment to do things that other people just simply couldn't do. And again, that's just a sign of a great bowler. I mean, and yeah, watching Jeremy on 27, I think your read is correct. It looked to me like he probably got that one a little bit inside of where he wanted, found a little bit of hold, just dead wired in the pocket. And, again, he's got a really, really good look.
Yeah, he's a bowling. He just loves it too. He's at our shop all the time. I think he worked part time at our pro shop, and he's always practicing. He grew up in South County area. I know he bowls in Imperial a lot. Just loves to bowl. Like I said, made Team USA. I believe it was last year. My niece made it that year as well. I know they were on the Team USA together.
Spencer Robarge from the area was on that team, wasn't he?
I believe so. Yep.
Again, just goes to show that St. Louis, the Missouri area bowling scene is still really, really good, which probably attributable to why those college programs are doing so well.
Honestly, Chris, it's good you brought that up. We still provide, some pretty good players are developed here, but for the most part, because of these 4 collegiate programs, a lot of the talent that's here now
comes from outside the area.
Is not right. It is. I mean, Shea Bittenbender, I'll argue. I think Shea's arguably the best bowler in the state of Missouri, if you ask me.
Tim Barrett's another really good bowler who bowled college here but wasn't from the area.
No, Tim actually is from here.
Is he from here?
Tim grew up in South City, but Shea's from Pennsylvania. Like I said, Cameron, if you're going to make a list of the top 10 players in town, Cameron's from, I believe, Tennessee. Nick Crumble's actually from Chicago. But my point is, because of McKendree, because of Lindenwood, and the Russos, they're here. They're both bowling professionally for a living, and I believe they're from Minnesota. But my point is, the college programs are bringing a lot of the talent into town, and a lot of the people like St. Louis. They like the area. They end up making this their home, and
the O'Keefes seemed to cast a pretty broad net when it came to recruiting. Maybe didn't hit the St. Louis area that hard, but we're doing it more on a national level.
Cameron's wife, I believe, went to McKendree, was on a national championship team too. And I mean, these colleges, including Lindenwood and McKendree, They get people from all over the world to come.
Right.
I mean, from South America. Like Tim Barron's wife, I believe.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, Laura's from, I believe, Colombia. All right, so I got to ask a question. Are we good on both? Or
We're here,
right.
but we're going to be switching.
All right, so you just let us know when we're switching cameras, because yeah.
About 6 hoops of ripping out. Then we should be able to go live with that.
So will it be on our monitor here then when you switch to a different pair? All right, very good. All right, we're rookies, as you can tell. We're just in the booth here. Both of us are kind of virgins doing this and just making sure. We're going to have the ability at times to flip to other areas of the bowling center if anyone's putting up a nice score. And right now we obviously haven't done that yet, but trying to get our bearings straight. Chris and I don't want to push any buttons and blowing up the building or anything.
I will not be touching any of the equipment
Yeah,
here.
we're not tech guys. We're not bowlers either.
Yeah,
Well, we were at one time, but
at one time.
yeah, like as I touched on earlier, I'm one of these old school guys. If you're listening and I offend you, so what? I don't care.
Steven.
The hatred towards urethane and all that. I grew up in an era, nobody cared what you used. I mean, if someone, during the short oil days, I threw plastic all the time. I couldn't throw urethane or hook too much. And I don't remember people wanting to murder me because I was using a plastic ball, which drags oil down, worse than urethane ever did. So, the animosity towards urethane to me is quite frankly ridiculous. People use it because the patterns are too short. You got to create, hold.
Yeah.
You're sacrificing hitting power, an extreme amount of hitting power by using urethane. And you don't need it today because there's plenty of oil down lane.
Steve is a little bit more outspoken than I am. I'm the more reasonable one here in the booth. Actually, looking around at the scores sort of confirms what we had thought earlier. Seeing some plus scores, looking down 31-32, there's a 2-0 game. Looks like somebody's going to finish at 220, but there's also a $150, 29-30. It doesn't look like anybody's going to be. No, one bowler looks like it's going to get to plus there. Unfortunately, that's the one we don't have a name for. 25-6. Kevin Schrum had $1.70. It looks like somebody's going to make 200 on that pair. So, yeah, very much exactly what we were thinking with this oil pattern. Definitely challenging the bowlers, especially early on until it transitions a little bit. Survival. Right now 180, 190 is not a horrible score. If you can get 200, you're doing really well compared to the field.
Yeah, and I haven't really seen a ton of lefties, at least not right in front of us yet. And like I said, so I don't know. I know Opie's a former champion in this event, by the way. He's on about $1.70.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned earlier, and I'll be the controversial one, if you're left-handed and you're bowling on a house shot, good luck to you. You got the world by the you-know-what.
Yeah.
You got a huge advantage because your side doesn't break down. When you're bowling on something hard like this, you're in trouble.
Yeah. As you said, you don't have name shirts on everybody here, so forgive us if those are people we don't know, but somebody here in 27-8 shot 236, which is a really nice game. Jeremy, unfortunately, just left a pocket 710. It's going to leave him about 230 for the game, which... All right, well, if you think you lost us there for a moment, we were getting explained technology to us. We've apparently now switched the camera down to 1920, 21, 22, so we've got a little different view for you. Fortunately, Steve and I are going to have to watch that one a little bit on a monitor because we're old, and that's a little far for us to actually be able to look. But again, consistent with what we've seen, you can see from the score sheets,
Yeah, going back.
not a lot of high scores. I
Going,
mean, a couple.
going
couple
back to the
duos
last
there.
shot we saw, that's, when you bowl on stuff that's hard, and Chris and I both did when we were younger, we had our PBA cards at one time, and one thing I'll say, when you're bowling on something really hard, which this is really hard, you have to learn how to bowl with opens, I guess is the way to if you show up and you got 50 in the fourth frame or 60 in the fifth frame, you just got to be mentally strong enough to just keep going, and everybody says grind. You got to find a way to pull a $160 out of that game, $170, and not give up. And what happened when we just saw Jeremy, leave us 7-10, that's pretty deflating when you
Sure.
when you're bowling a great game, you're bowling on something that's very difficult. You got to make a good shot at the pocket. You got 260 out there, and you leave a half pocket 7-10. You're saying, geez, why couldn't I have just left either the 7 or the 10 and shot 240? But again, that's part of bowling at a high level. Jeremy bowled on nothing but hard stuff for the last handful of years. He's going to shake that off, go to the next pair, hope he's got a decent look, and you just got to put it in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
That's a crap break, though. I mean, the kid bowled a great game.
It is, and I know your soapbox is is urethane versus the resin. I'll kind of, this segues a little bit into one of mine, which is, and it's not so much on an individual tournament like this, because you're your own worst enemy if you let things bother you. But I'm not a big fan of the brackets. I know there are brackets that are going on today, and of course, those people who bowl know what I'm talking about. It's the, where you're bowling it matches against other individuals for the extra money that's involved in the tournament. But I see that a lot in doubles tournaments or team tournaments and things like that. And, you see where somebody has a bad game or maybe has a good game but doesn't get through a lot of their brackets because, they get bad matchups. And then psychologically they kind of shut down because, they put a lot of money into the bracket and now they've lost that because, they got beat a whole bunch. And, this tournament's not the marathon that some would be. 6 games is a nice blend of, it's not 3, but it's not 10 or 12. But you can't get discouraged by what happens in the first game. It's a long day. Again, it's a grind. Looking around, I've seen a couple just in the last 2 minutes here, a couple 3 counts, a couple 4 counts. Things are going to happen. And you said, Jeremy has a shot at 260 and leaves the pocket 7-10. He might want those 30 pins certainly later on today, but you didn't get them, and you just got to be able to put that behind you and move on. Sometimes I think the bracket play can have a psychological effect that I'm just not a big fan of.
Yeah, you bowl a bad first game, you let it bother you because you're worried about all the money you just lost in brackets.
Exactly.
All right, so now we're flipping to different pairs, and Ryan Stubblefield, he's a Lindenwood alum, really good bowler, and one that was produced here in St. Louis.
Which
Pick
pair
the
are we on,
bucket.
Steve, just so I know?
All right, the one that the upper right of your monitor there.
Okay, so we had John Marcella there, I think that is, isn't it? No, it's not John.
That's Noah Gallagher, I believe, the lefty.
I was just going to say, we haven't seen a lot of left-handers, so I was kind of curious to see.
All right, so doesn't look like they're quite in the 10th frame yet, so they're running a little behind. They might have 7 on their pair.
They do.
Noah Gallagher, the lefty, he bowls a lot out of Imperial. I know he puts up a bunch of big scores. Now, he's a young man, throws it real hard, has a lot of revs. Probably hasn't bowled a ton on stuff other than house shots. So, so someone that has a lot of ball speed like him, this is something he's going to have to probably tame it, bring it back, tame it down, throw it slower.
It's going to be a little challenge.
Yeah.
For those who are trying to follow individuals, it looks like, based on what we've seen, it looks like the bowlers are moving every other pair. So the folks who were on 25 and 6 on our earlier feed are now on 29 and 30. So
yeah, skipping one pair to the right, it looks like.
One pair to the right, exactly.
So I'll go back. I'm the urethane guy. I'll go back and touch on that. Look, here's the thing. Times have changed. I understand completely, the people that don't like urethane. I get it. This is just a pattern. You don't need it. I mean,
no, you'd never use it here.
No, urethane has, but urethane has its place, and where urethane has its place is if you're a professional bowler a professional bowler or a high-end bowler and you're bowling on a pattern and the number starts with a 3, that means the back ends are going to be smoking. And,
Yeah.
there's a place for it in certain environments. My argument's always been put enough oil on the lane. You don't need it. There's no reason to throw it. It's outdated. It's inferior equipment. People use it for control, and it's not free hook like resin. And, people that whine and complain about people using it, I don't get it. Like I said, just show up and bowl.
Yeah,
If you bowl league and you're an older person that doesn't have any ball speed and you need a urethane ball, knock yourself out.
and the reality is, bowling was never intended to be equitable, right? I mean, you talked about before that, and I remember, during the late 80s when short oil became a big thing. Like you said, you were a high rev guy. You hooked the ball a ton, and in a lot of houses, you had to go to plastic. Whereas some other bowlers were using urethane because you simply hooked it too much, and plastic was what you had to throw.
Well, there was never an uproar about people complaining about anybody throwing plastic. And for those of you that don't know or don't believe it, if you whine or complain that urethane carries oil down a lane, it doesn't hold a candle to what plastic does. If
Right.
you're using plastic balls, they drag oil down a lane more so than urethane. So, when you're bowling on something 23 feet,
Sure.
you got to use what you got to use for control purposes. Would I have liked to have used a urethane ball? Absolutely, did better.
Yeah.
But
Not just that, but I mean, the reality is sometimes you're chasing pocket angle, right? I mean, look, there were absolutely times where, maybe I wish I threw the ball straighter or whatever to create better pocket angle. And I know you adjusted your game a lot over in recent years and started throwing the ball straighter because, one, as we got older, you didn't throw it 18, 19 miles an hour, but also you were chasing pocket angle and trying to minimize the amount of transition during league or whatever you were dealing with. And, hey, if a guy can throw urethane and get a better angle into the pocket and create better carry, that's just part of the game. I mean, some guys can make it hit from 5th and 6th arrow, and some guys don't, or just don't like the result. Very nice shot there by Kevin Schrum, picking the 4-7-10. Definitely not an easy spare for a right-handed bowler. But going back to what we were saying, if you want to throw plastic to get a better angle of the pocket, if you want to throw urethane to get a better angle of the pocket, as you said, you're sacrificing something when doing it, and you're sacrificing the equipment and the how the ball hits. But that's just part of. You also had a game where if everybody was throwing urethane because of the action you got in your ball would typically hit harder than most people. I mean, great bowlers like Mark Roth. We talked about Pete Weber. They had the success they had because they could get their ball to hit in ways that other people couldn't do. Now some people do that with the equipment.
I've actually been told, I don't know whether this is true or not, but I've been told Pete's actually throwing 13-pounders now. So don't know whether that's valid or not, but
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, obviously, Pete's a little bit older than both you and I, and I'm sure his game has had to adapt to Father Time. I mean, we all joke about Father Time's undefeated, and even in a sport like bowling, it takes a wear and tear in your body. I remember when Pete first started, and the super high backswing and all the stuff that Pete was able to do. I'm guessing that it in his 60s now that it's harder to do those things. Still one of the best ever, though.
So not on our feature pair, but right in front of us, I caught a pretty good look of Opie, Dwayne Stegemeyer, former champion of this event. He's a left-hander. He's got a real high rev rate. Good player. Bowls league in this house. Knows every pair in this house. He's doing the right thing. He's kind of playing in real soft. He leaked one left and just flagged the head pin.
Yeah.
I got a feeling the lefties are in jail today.
Yeah, and just watching down there on 31 and 2, which is the pair that the folks that were in front of us just moved down to. Jeremy opened the game with a double, and there's nothing. There's no more empty feeling than you can get than when you have to change those pairs and what those first two shots are going to be. Right?
Yeah, you don't know. Right.
You have no clue what.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling
lanes are
pretty
going to be,
good.
and
Yeah,
he's got to feel great
that
that he got out of the first two shots with a double, because now he's probably got a feel for both the right and the left lanes and whether they're.
What I just came off of.
Yeah.
And more important now than ever, it is important who you follow.
Absolutely.
If you're following really good players that are playing the right part of the lane,
Yeah.
and especially an event like this where, again, the lanes are very difficult. You don't really, there's a ton of out of bounds.
Yeah.
If you're following guys that are beating up the right part of the lane,
Yep.
especially on the right side, you're going to eventually get a hook spot, and that's when you got to clamp down and score. So right now, I'll talk a little bit on the live stream pair. Cody Aldridge just threw a strike. That guy is, I reach out to him every once in a while. I don't say this very often. I say it very infrequently. Chris has been one of my best friends for my entire life. He's probably has heard me say this 10 times or less in my life, but that kid should be bowling on the tour. Watched him bowl quite a bit growing up, bowled juniors, competed against Andrew. His game is awesome. I don't say it very often, but if I had enough money where I could say, hey, kid, go out and give it a shot, he would be one of the very few guys that I would tell you that I know in my heart he's got the game, he's got the drive. He could bowl on the big stage, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
He's got a great game.
He does have a really good game, and you watch. And again, we haven't seen everybody in the house today, but Cody's one of the few people that I've seen who actually does appear to still be throwing it fairly hard, but obviously with some success. It looks like it's hard to see the. Again, sorry, I'm old. It's hard to see the score, but it looks like he may be on 220 with going into this bill ball. So, but again, if you watch him and compare to where Jeremy, he's basically playing the exact same part of the lane. He's right in that sort of 15-ish area, not getting very far right, just sort of stuffing it right into the pocket. Just making good shots.
Very good young player, no doubt about it. Like I said, if I fell into some money, I've had conversations with him, and he's a family guy. He's like, oh, I can't do that. Local guy, both a lot of local events, but he's one of the few guys. How many guys have you heard me say, I don't say that very often.
No.
Cody's he's got a hell of a game.
Yeah, I know Spencer was somebody you said that about, here relatively recently, Spencer Robarge, but yeah, that's not something you say. Of course, you say that if I fell into money, we always talk about that sports card collection of yours. You start offloading some of that.
Maybe, at some point.
that would be the way. For those of you who don't know, Steve has probably one of the most amazing sports card collections that I've ever seen. And I'm not a huge collector. I've got a few. I've been to some shows with Steve. I've been to some card shops with Steve. I would say easily right now, if Steve wanted to open a sports card shop, he would have absolutely no problem with inventory. He would rival anybody in town. It's really impressive, and if you're a sports fan, it's a blast to actually go down there. I mean, it's not just baseball; it's all the sports: baseball, football, hockey, bowling, wrestling. Pretty much anything you can imagine. But it's a lot of fun. And a little side note: Steve called me the one day, really upset because he's got this room with all these shelves, and he had a collapse, and the shelves sort of collapsed on themselves. Not that it damaged the cards necessarily, but just he had them all arranged in a certain way, and now the entire room was in complete disarray. And I can't imagine how much time that had to take to get back in order. And here on 28th, somebody just picked the 6-pin that came almost back to the arrows chasing him down. So a little deadwood on 28.
So we're at game one is completed. We will be giving updates. We're supposed to be receiving scores as we get them.
Yep.
So again, we have two. I'll try to be polite. Two technological morons here sitting in the booth. So we now have been given a little bit of ability to flip pairs. Tom's educated us on how
We've
to
been
do
told
that.
that the only thing we have to hit is the space bar, and if we do that, we shouldn't screw anything up. So as soon as we screw something up, you know that Steve was trying to look for websites that he shouldn't be looking for.
So we might bounce around back and forth. We're probably going to use our own judgment to see which pair we select, if we're going to stay on one for a while. I saw Pete was off to the left on one of the pairs here on our...
Well, the other thing that's really
Screen.
interesting about the way this tournament, the current setup, and I think it'll be interesting as the day goes on. We have some pairs with 7, we have some pairs with 6, and that doesn't seem like it'll be a big deal. But I'll tell you what, for guys like Steve and I, if we were trying to bowl right now, it would be a huge deal, because I would not want to be on one of the pairs with 6, because you're potentially going to sit 15, 20 minutes and wait for if you're chasing a pair with 7, you're going to be sitting for a while. I mean, looking right now, 29 and 30 is in the 4th frame. The pair in front of us, which has 7, they're just starting the first. 25 and 6 hasn't. They've had 1 ball thrown to start the game. 23 and 4 hasn't had a ball thrown yet. There's going to be some pairs that are going to be way out in front, and it's going to. I said I'd just be worried I'd get stiff between games. I'm old. My body doesn't respond that well.
Well, we're still on 27 and 8, right, Tom? Green. Okay. So on 28, that's Shannon Payton, formerly Shannon Grimm. Know her father and mother very, very well. Shannon is a PWBA member. She bowls semi full-time. I think she may be a pretty much regular on the PWBA tour, and very, very good local bowler. She too went to McKendree. Just got married, I believe, about a year ago. And her husband Jameson owns, I think, the Bowler's Mart Pro Shop chain here in town. So we've got her on the live stream. She bowls on a lot of hard stuff too, so she'll know what to do, where to play them, not give it away. This is the one day when you
Tom
wish
said
everybody had a name shirt.
We have the green, but I've got. Oh wait, okay, those are the same screens.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Gotcha.
Wish everybody had a name shirt today.
It would be nice.
You don't need them for league.
Don't need them for league.
Right.
It's just league, folks.
But bowling a tournament, yeah, it'd be nice to the fellas that have, and the young ladies that have their name on the back. Helps old guys like us hard to identify who they are.
Exactly. Yeah. Just remember, folks, the league is for fun. I realize that there are still brackets, and some people take it very seriously, but the league is for fun. Tournaments are for competition. It's just league. This message brought to you by your local USBC establishment.
Yep.
Ooh. Pretty good shot at the 4-6 there. Don't see it almost slid very often. So looking ahead, it looks like we'll actually have Cody in front of us here next game on 27 and 8. He should be on 23 and 4 now, I think.
Yeah, Stubby's on his pair. Ryan's a good player too.
Yep.
On 27, Garrett Jolly. Garrett bowled at Concord Lanes a couple years ago on Friday night. Got to watch him bowl. Ended up going to Lindenwood. Really, really improved a lot the last couple of years.
Yeah.
College will do that to you when you got a bowl on super demanding lane conditions. And Garrett's turning into a real good player. Friends with him on Facebook. I know he's shooting an honor score, it seems like almost every week at Shrewsbury here lately. So Garrett's been on fire, so I'm curious to see how he's attacking him. Oh, Roy Boy, there you go. Roy Turner, friend of ours on lane 29. I think Roy had 230 the first game, did he not?
Did he really? I must have missed. I wasn't paying attention. I looked over at that pair a few times. I was curious to see how Kevin was doing.
Roy's got the right game plan. He's jamming it up 12, 13.
I got to almost.
Good morning, brothers. Just a quick reminder, we do have raffle tickets.
Yeah, that's good. Roy's made an adjustment then. Roy was somebody I was watching in practice.
Yeah, he tried to play the gutter.
He was really struggling in practice. He was
Tried to
trying
play
to
the
play some
gutter, and
spots.
when he got a 1 count and then a 3 count, he learned real quick that he probably needed to migrate a little bit left.
Gary Helferstay Memorial.
It's interesting. You talk about trying to play the gutter.
See Shannon, there you go.
Steven-
Surface, jamming it up.
Yeah,
13.
Steve and I will probably at some point in time share some stories, and I'll share one now. We're bowling one year in Indianapolis, and you talk about the who you follow and all this stuff, and we're getting ready to start our squad, and Steve's getting ready to bowl, and he's got a cross. He's got the exact same cross that Pete had, and Steve's watching Pete bowl, and he comes running back, and I traveled with Steve's brother Rich for the part of the time that I had my card pretty extensively. And Steve comes back to Rich and I, and he's like, "Oh my God, guys, I'm watching Pete. I've got the same cross. Pete's playing the gutter. He's got area. He's got room. I'm going to crush this. This is fantastic. I'm going to maul this. He's got room." And Steve goes out in the first game. He absolutely whacks him, and he's convinced this is going to be his tournament. He's making the finals. Everything's going to be great because he's following Pete. He's got room. Pete's crushing him. So Steve's wired in. And the next game, Pete comes back. He goes, "Guys, I didn't have any room." I don't know how Pete was doing it, but I don't have any room.
Well, Pete was hitting the one board every time.
Pete was hitting the one board
I hit
every
5
time.
one time, then the next one hit 7. Next one hit 3. So
I think we did okay that tournament, though. That was Woodland. That was the old Woodland Bowl.
You and Richie did good. I was minus after a 250 game to start.
Yeah, that was, I always joke about Woodland, but it was the honest to God truth. I was scuffling. I was right in sort of that range of maybe getting a check, maybe not getting a check. And I just couldn't strike. I mean, I could hit the pocket. I couldn't strike. 4-pin, 10-pin, 4-pin, 10-pin. And all of a sudden, I had this idea, and I start striking. And I come back, and they're like, I shoot like 500 the last 2, and almost made the finals. And they're like, "What'd you do?" And I said, "Okay, you're not going to believe it, but on the lanes when I was leaving the 4-pin, instead of moving to the left, I moved to the right, and on the lanes I was leaving soft 10s, I moved to the left instead of the right because the heads were hooking a little bit, so I get a little earlier hook on the weak 10s, and I'd get it a little further out of the track on the 4-pins, and all of a sudden I could strike." Completely counterintuitive, but I will say that the experience of bowling on Richie Weber lanes, counterintuitive was often the right way to go. Nobody could put out a challenging shot in the 80s and 90s more than Rich Weber, so kudos to him for that. But it made us better bowlers, I will say that.
Yeah, the guys that bowled on the tour, they said the lane conditions in the Midwest regions were tougher than they were on the national tour. And, Chris was touching on, I only had my PBA card for about a year, but Rich Weber oiled the lanes, and that was all with a spray gun, and Richie would literally, imagine if you were looking at the bowling lane, Richie would stand at the foul line facing, the settee area. His butt was to the pins, and he'd pump this spray gun about 3 or 4 times, and he would walk backward towards the pins in a zigzag or an S pattern from the left side to the right side to the left side to the right side, and then he'd stop, and his brother would come behind him with a lane dragger.
Yep, the old line of duster.
Yeah, and sometimes Richie would walk 30 feet, maybe the next lane he went 25. He had no idea, and lanes were impossible.
Yeah, the other thing that, talking about the difference between the tour and the Midwest region at the time was, most of the lanes back then were still all wood too, and the lanes themselves were not always the best kept. Some of the surfaces that were really, really bad. I mean, I remember bowling one tournament up in the Chicago area where you could almost drop a quarter between some of the boards and the heads because the heads were so fried, and it was just almost impossible to bowl on some of that stuff.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So we have lanes.
No,
1
I
through
can't
8.
now. I can hear you, but I can't hear you through the mic. Or are you just
go ahead.
go ahead.
Give it a shot. I can hear you.
You're not hearing me through there.
I don't think I'm hearing you through the mic now.
Okay. We have lanes 1 through 8 if you want to go there.
Okay.
All right, and we do have the prize list. It's such a great turnout for the Gary Helferstay Memorial. First place is going to pay $1,500 today. Second's going to be $1,000. Third is $800. Fourth is $700. Fifth is $625. And then on down the line, the lowest cash spot, 26, will get a check, and 26th is you'll get back $125. We haven't really talked about the format. This is 6 games of qualifying. As we said a few minutes ago, they're skipping 1 pair to the right. After 6 games, they will cut to the cashers, which is 26. They will bowl as an additional 3 games, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And then cut to the top 4 for your step ladder. Again, we're still on 27-8. Like I said, local Roy Turner just went high. Again, he's on a $190 pace. We're at that pace. Like I said, these first few games, you just got to grind it out. You got to try to stay close to being even, and hopefully, at least for the righties, you're going to get some transition where you got a hook spot. It hasn't developed quite yet. Lefties, like I said, they're really going to be at a disadvantage today, in my opinion, due to the lack of traffic. They're just not going to get the burn spot that the righties are eventually going to create.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned it, but after the 6 games of qualifying, as you said, there's 3 more games. Pins do carry over, so it's not a restart or anything along those lines. So, obviously, if you crush them in the first 6, that's going to carry its way through the next 3 games.
Yeah, as it should.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, it's young man on 25 with the common 14578. Again, just goes to show you can miss a little bit and can find yourself in complete jail.
All right, so here's Opie on 29, slow hooking it, lefty. Like I said, he's won this event before.
Yeah, he's way too deep.
He's on 2-teen, but you can see, missed a little left, and it's just tons of out of bounds. I think Opie had right at $170 something first game. He's on 2-0, and again, you got to keep grinding. Again, the left side, though, they're just not going to get the transition that the righties are going to have, so he's never going to get a hook spot, nor will any of the other lefties. So
yeah,
it's going to be very challenging for the lefties to. They're just going to have to bowl great and hit where they're looking. They're not going to get any burn.
No, he's trying to find something. Like you said, he caught a turkey, but you look at his sheet, it's 6 spare, 6 spare, turkey 6, and now 7. He's either throwing a strike or he's, not in really good shape. Oh, tough. Thought he had that. So, Steve, we've been talking a lot about the bowling, but obviously a big sports weekend this weekend with a couple of NFL playoff games today, a couple more tomorrow, and then the college football playoff finale on Monday. Who do you like in those? You're a big sports guy, and I know you do a lot of fantasy baseball, or fantasy football stuff. Who you got?
I don't gamble.
No, I know you don't do
listen
that.
to the radio, everybody talks about spreads and that. I don't know. I think the Chiefs are going to win for sure against the Texans. The other matchup,
big game seems to be Buffalo,
yeah,
Baltimore.
That's a tough one. I think they're in Buffalo.
Yeah, battle of the MVP candidates.
And I tend to gravitate towards the home team, but something about Derrick Henry, I don't know. I put a gun to my head. I think I'd go with the Ravens.
Lamar Jackson's been really good this year. I don't think people necessarily realize how good he was playing as a quarterback. Everybody thinks about him running the ball, but this year he's thrown 3 or 4 interceptions the entire year, about 35 touchdowns.
I think he's due. And then on the other side,
Detroit
the Lions and the Rams.
and Washington.
I like the Rams.
Is it Lions-Rams?
Yeah. No, the Rams play the Eagles.
Yeah.
I think they're going to find a way to shut down Saquon, and we'll see what happens.
And then you got Lions and Washington.
Yep. All right, let's see what Shannon does here. She's got the right idea, She's throwing it soft, keeping it pretty tight. What you got to do.
Yeah. Opie struck on 30 again, but continuously leaving 6 and 7 counts is going to make spare conversions really challenging.
Well,
found out. Plus, he had a turkey and he's only got the one open, but he's already back down to 190 because of the pin count.
Yeah, we'll have Noah Gallagher coming soon. Again, lefty with tons of power, a lot of ball speed. He'll be here, I believe, on the next
Well,
pair.
I'm on 25.
Yeah, he'll be coming over soon.
She should be on 25 and 6 now.
Yeah, he's got a charcoal ball. He's throwing something super roughed up, so I'm curious to see what kind of look he has. got a totally different game plan than what Opie is. Opie's, like I said, throwing it soft, which I mean, I agree. I think he's doing the right thing. He just has no room,
Yeah.
no forgiveness. That young man's got a pretty good look right there. He's got a nice little 5-bagger.
Yeah. I think that fourth frame, I think, was a Greek church, if I remember correctly. He clearly found something.
Well, he went four count, 5 count.
Found something on the right lane because or the left lane because he had a 4 count and a 5 count, and then followed it with a couple strikes. So,
all right, let's see what Kevin can do here.
see down on 32 there. I believe, just looking at the name, that might be Hollywood's younger sister bowling down there.
Yes.
Which, again, this was a tournament that was open to anyone, junior bowlers included. The prize money would go onto their smart cards. So we do have some junior players that are competing today as well, which again for them I think is really good experience. I mean, maybe it doesn't feel like it at the time if you're not scoring well, but getting a chance to play on some of the tougher conditions as opposed to always bowling on league play or league house conditions is it's good to challenge yourself occasionally.
Well, the way bowling works, and that hurts.
Ooh.
Sorry, that was on a double.
Yeah, it was a good shot
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
Does Hollywood bowl for Pattonville?
he might.
I think he does. So, for those who don't know, my kids went to Pattonville, and I had a good friend of mine's son who was bowling for Pattonville up until the last couple of years, and I remember going to watch them bowl, and he does look familiar, so he might be a Pattonville bowler.
Well, the way
or may have been. I don't know if he's still in high school.
As far as bowling development, I've seen it with my niece and nephew. When you're a young bowler, you're a junior bowler, you're bowling high school leagues. Those are all on house conditions. So
Yes.
you're going to put up enormous scores. If you're into bowling, you can get to a point where you're probably averaging 230, 240, feeling good about yourself. And then when you go off to college, it's a different universe where they never get to bowl in anything that's anywhere remotely close to a house shot. So for some of the youth bowlers, this is a little obviously different environment, scoring environment. However, if you do go bowl Team USA, Junior Gold, that is always challenging, which I know the Simpkins probably have both already went and participated in Junior Gold. They put out very challenging lane conditions out there as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't ever get exposed to it, but the more you get, can compete on it, the better off it's going to be.
Generally speaking, you don't see it until you go to college. But even like I said, when I was younger, I went to college. Most of the college conditions were easy.
Yeah,
it was either easy or it was like a joke, Peterson quality, like you touched on earlier.
Sure,
so you didn't really learn.
The other thing that the St. Louis community's always had, which has been great for youth bowling, is when we were growing up, it was the archways. I think now are they the gateways, or the tournaments where the bowlers get to sort of do the head-to-head competition, the longer duration tournaments. The qualifying, come back on Sunday, compete, have the step ladder finals. I think in terms of developing your game, developing your competitive game, I think when you can get in those environments, I think those are fantastic. I mean, the junior archways back in our days developed so many. Look at the number of guys who ended up on the tour who had competed in junior archways. Back in the 70s and 80s, and of course back then, you had the gateways in Kansas City that were taking place over there. The Sutars, the Merkins, Paul Wolfs. And most of those guys and gals would come in and compete in St. Louis when we had our tournaments. A lot of us went over and competed in Kansas City when they had their tournaments. It got you ready to compete on higher levels, at a much younger age than places that didn't have that opportunity. So,
Especially bowling match play is a big advantage. And
exactly.
It's been a while, but back in the 70s and 80s, I mean, there wasn't a city in the country that produced more people that bowled on the national tour than St. Louis. And as Chris touched on, we were fortunate to bowl the junior archery program, which, helped produce Pete Weber and Leroy Barnhop and Randy Lightfoot and Steve Wunderlich, and you can go on and on. Ronnie Williams, Rowdy Morrow, guys that went on to win on the national tour. a lot of guys that compete on the national tour didn't necessarily win, but guys like Steve Gilliam, Boise Huber, you can go on and on. Just it was St. Louis used to be
Your brother, you know, Rich, you know, guys who necessarily weren't PBA guys, but guys like, you know, Father John Brocklin was a top, you know, area bowler for a number of years. Came out of the junior archway program.
That was a nice game by Kevin, by the way. Just dug out a 205, caught a little 5-bagger there at the end.
Yeah.
As Kevin came up and talked to us before we started, not his A game. I mean, he knew that, hey, this isn't something. He's bowling because of Gary, his friendship with Gary Helferstay, but said, well, I know I'm going to struggle. I'm not going to have a lot of room. But he just ground out found a way to dig out 2-0.
Nothing wrong with 2-0. 2-0 is a really nice score.
And Roy's got to be feeling, what did I do today? He chopped a 610, and then he follows it up. He's got a chance for a double, and Stone's an 8-pin.
Yeah.
But you just got to stay. And then he almost leaves a 4-9. Fortunately, he tripped them both out. As I mentioned earlier, Opie, who'll be up here in a minute right after Roy on lane 30. Opie's won this tournament before. There's only one 2-time champion. He'll be coming our way here shortly. That's Jeremy Hunt from Cape Girardeau. Jeremy's a 2-time champion.
I believe Shea won this 1 year, didn't he?
Shea's won it 1 year. Tim Hyman's won it. Kim Bolaby, the touring player, left-hander, won it. I will say this tournament, I think this is the 8th one. I like to see the balance. Like two of the champions were lefties and 5 were righties. So that's a pretty nice, fair, ratio as far as the history of this event.
Yeah,
the lefties have had a chance and have won a couple of times as well.
And along those lines, I just noticed we've got one coming up on right now on 23 and 4, so they'll be in front of us next game. But the first two-hander I've seen today. Haven't seen a lot of two-handers.
You see more of the youth bowlers coming through.
Owen Sadler, younger bowler, down on 23 and 4, the two-hander. But again, I think that's one of those where, power is great, but I think speed control today might be a little bit more of a premium.
That's another thing I talked about earlier. If you want to get on a soapbox, I don't care what equipment you throw. I don't care if you throw urethane. It doesn't matter. You got to use what you think is going to give you your best chance to score. I'm an old guy, 56 years old. I know a lot of people are haters on two-handers. I don't understand that either. I mean, to me, I'm impressed. I don't care how you get the ball down the lane.
I would probably break my neck if I tried to do it.
I did try to do it, and you do it to generate more speed.
Sure.
I'll tell you what, man, I threw it about 12 miles an hour. All right, we got some standings here.
Thank you.
I have to get my glasses because I'm so old I can't read.
Well, I can start, and it's pretty consistent with what we've been saying. I mean, the scores are not crazy high. After one game, Chris Williams is leading at plus 36. So 236 out of 106 bowlers, I believe it is. 106 bowlers. 236 was the highest game bowled in game one. Amanda Warwick is in second with 233. You mentioned Roy Turner. And Scott Spooner are tied at 232, plus 32. Jeremy Keneally and Jared Laus.
Related to Heidi by chance?
Tied at plus 31. Jeremy Zimmerly at plus 26. Eric Sadler at plus 25. Ben Asher and Cody Ulrich and Kerry McCrae are all tied at 9th at plus 24, and that rounds out the top 10. That goes down to
Eric
11.
Sachs has shot 223 the first game. Yeah. Eric is a Lindenwood alum and a lefty, so good to see. Hopefully he's got a look.
Yep.
Some of the name bowlers, let's see, Shea opened up with 207, it looks like.
Rudy Kazamakis had 200 even. Pete had 199.
Timmy Hyman, buck 99. He's
Tim Barrett, 196.
Champion. Derek Matson, 197. Shannon Payton, 197. Timmy Barrett, 196. So
Noah Gallagher, 184.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There's a young man who'll come by here. Mason Heiligman is a local young man, very, very good young two-hander. Won the St. Louis Junior Bowler of the Year a couple years in a row. He's got a really good game. He'll be coming down here soon. He had a buck 87. So yeah, the lanes are very challenging, very challenging.
But it also goes, back to what you were saying earlier about the grind, right? You know, 236 it was the high score out of 106 bowlers. 180 isn't a terrible game. It keeps you sort of in the hunt, puts you in the top 50 right now. Exactly 180 was 50th after one game. So, you know, do you want to start out 50 pins behind the field? No, but it doesn't put you in an impossible position. And again, 200 out of 106 bowlers, there were only 29 people who made 200 or better. So, grind, folks.
Well, and off to the far right, Jeremy had a really nice first game, had 2-0 left. It looks like went up and left an 8-10 on lane 31. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, because the lanes are pretty slick, carry's not going to be necessarily optimum either because the back ends aren't screaming.
Yeah, he opened with that double and you know, had a couple. Looks like he caught a couple of splits here and there. He's going to finish with a $180 this game. So,
what's up, Roy? How are you?
buddy?
Good to see you.
Been 110 years since I've seen you.
so yeah. But going back to what you were saying, I mean, you know, Jeremy was one of the ones we read off. Shot 230. You know, followed it with a $180. So he's going to be plus, you know, 10, 12. Roy Turner was somebody in 230 the first game, shot a $180. So he's going to be plus about 16. It looks like. You know, I'm sure there's somebody out here who's stringing together a couple of decent scores, but I'm not sure anybody's going to really run away with this from the field today.
Well, with today's equipment being so good, you know, it doesn't matter how difficult you make a lane. There's going to be a handful of guys that put up pretty good numbers. When we're done, as hard as these lanes are, there's probably going to be a handful of guys averaging 225 to 230.
Yeah. Well,
because they're, you know.
I just commented about not seeing any two-handers, and we happen to have one right in front of us. Ryan Reichert just went up, left a 2-pin, although he did miss the head pin on that. Got a messenger to come back out and take that away. Working on a $190 pace right now. Trying to look at the standings, see how he did the first game.
That was a really good shot there by Garrett. His last shot on that lane, he actually, believe it or not, missed the head pin on the left. So,
wow.
He made a gigantic move in. And here's the thing, you know, you miss the head pin on the left. It isn't like he can run up and try to open it up and fire it right, because
not at all.
You got to keep it within your boundary. Or you're going to hit the OB. So it was a nice little comeback.
Nice adjustment. Yeah, so Ryan Reichert had 177 the first game, so right within that sort of grind range that I was talking about.
And you got to avoid the $140.
Exactly.
$130, $140, and you're scrambling. Hopefully Shannon can catch a double here. If you've watched, you know, it's kind of the Achilles heel with women, to be honest. It's sad, but, you know, just like in any sport, you know, the power between, you know, the male and the female.
Nice shot.
Yeah, it's Shannon's going to hit where she's looking probably about as good as most of the people here in the field.
Right.
We've seen her, you know, leave a couple of flat tens,
but she's in great shape. I mean, 197 to start. She's working on, you know, 2-teen right now, and she's on a double, so she's in a position to, you know, sort of take a really good place after 2 games if she can continue on this game.
Her dad got inducted in the St. Louis Bowling Hall of Fame a couple of years ago. Tom Grimm went to high school with Tom. I don't even know if you knew that. He's a year older than we are. Yeah. Tom went to Bishop DeBerg in the city, and really good player. And his
another 2-hander right in front of us. Guess I should start paying attention.
Tina, and she was a good player too. Younger, Rich Savio's little sister.
That young man doesn't have a name shirt, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, come on, guys, wear a damn name shirt so you know who the hell you are.
We'll start eliminating, but based on process of elimination, I'm going to assume that's Nathan Rayborn, since the other people on that lane are
I know
Shannon.
Nathan Rayborn.
It's not? Okay.
He's a 2-hander. No, I do know him. That's
okay.
him. He's
Well, that was the kid who just bowled.
Yeah, he's friends with Shannon, yeah.
Okay. Because, yeah, I was going to say Shannon, Garrett, and Ryan were the other ones on the pair. Ryan's got a name shirt, and we know Shannon and Garrett are. So
If you're listening to the live stream and if you have a family member or friend bowling the tournament, if they don't have a name shirt on, please text them.
Exactly.
Drive them up a name shirt. Even especially Pete Weber, we don't know who the hell that guy is. He needs a name shirt.
Exactly.
So we have a clue who he is.
And remember, tournaments for name shirts, league, you don't need one.
Well, when you shoot 300, because you got 8 boards to hit, you want everybody to know who you are. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, that one hung up on that gentleman's thumb. Went a little left of target.
Chris, I'll tell you a quick story with Chris. We're both retired bowlers. We had our time when we were younger. We used to compete a lot. Bowling used to be pretty important to us. Like right now, we know the lane conditions very challenging. Chris and I are smart enough to know that if we were out here bowling, it would be a train wreck. One year, we went to Chicago to bowl the Peterson, and there was this famous tournament called the Berwyn Doubles. It paid a ton. And
That was singles.
no, it was a doubles
Was it
tournament.
doubles?
We went to go bowl, or, it was the day before we were bowling the Peterson, and we went in, and they let you practice, and we got a pair, me and my brother, Chris, Ralph Solon, Bart Castelli. We had about 10 of us. And so they turned, all we heard about, man, this place is tough. They're harder than the Peterson. Like, that's not possible.
I actually think I was smart enough not to take my equipment even in the bowling
Well,
center.
I
but
took
you-
my
you
stuff
did.
in, but they turned
Yeah.
the lanes on, let us practice for like 20 minutes. I don't think I had to pocket one time. So I said, yeah, I'm not going to waste my $100 entry or whatever the hell it was. So I sat in the back and grabbed a beer, and Chris and I were watching all the other friends of ours go out there and, quite frankly, struggled to hit the head pin.
Yes, struggle is an understatement as to how bad it was.
So that day, a new slogan. After about our 5th beer, we tapped beer and said we're the 2 smartest men in the building.
The other story for people who would remember another really good friend of ours who passed away recently and way too young, Bill Rariker. Bill was another tremendous bowler. And I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was about 7 or 8 frames before Bill hit the head pin. He'd miss it right, he'd adjust, he'd miss it left. And he finally hit it, and I think we celebrated when he finally hit the head pin.
Might have been a 3rd game. What are you talking about?
It was about 7 or 8 frames in before he finally hit the head pin. And Bill was a very, very good bowler.
Yeah, they were impossible.
They were impossible.
Yeah.
And
Shanna with a nice little 3-bagger there too, Chris.
Steve and I sat back and drank beer. And
Smartest men in the building.
Smartest men in the building. Didn't spend our money on anything other than a couple of beverages. We had to bowl the Peterson the next day, so it wasn't.
It would have been good practice for it.
It might have been really good practice.
Speaking of the Peterson, Tim Barron is in the field today. Tim won the 2012 Peterson singles champ title. Little story behind that, I deserve all the credit for that championship because about the week before, Tim backed out and said he wasn't going to bowl. And I said, you know what, buddy, just show up, get up there, I'll float your entry. Yeah, I said, I'll pay for you. I said, just get there. So he ended up, I think, going up with Chris Taylor and bunking in with him, and he ended up winning the tournament. So if I wouldn't have just said, hey, come on up, he wouldn't have bowled that year. So,
and my guess is that if you're actually watching this live stream on a Saturday morning, then you bowl enough that you probably know what we're talking about when we talk about the Peterson. But if there is anybody out there who doesn't know what we're talking about, all I can say is imagine bowling in one of the worst areas of Chicago in a building that looks like it's, in the old days, in the worst area of Chicago in a building that looks like it's going to fall apart, where when you parked your car, you had to pay a guy a few bucks to watch your car to make sure it wasn't stolen before you came back out at the end of the 8 days, or the 8 games.
sat in a lawn chair.
You sat in a lawn
on an
chair.
asphalt parking lot.
And then you went to bowl, and imagine like there were sand traps on the lanes, and you couldn't actually see the pins because there was a wall that came down, that if you were standing at the foul line, you had to bend over to actually see the pins. There were no dots, no arrows on the lanes. Half the pins were broken. Some of them had lead in them, so they weighed 4 or 5 pounds. Most of the lanes didn't put the pins down on the spots. Some of them hadn't been oiled since the Depression. And yeah, so imagine that. It was a fun tournament. It was a tournament that paid pretty well. but it was almost it almost wasn't bowling. I mean, it was throwing it down the lane and praying.
You went there to
You humbled yourself a
well,
lot.
well, you went up there knowing that you weren't going up there
Yeah.
to try to win money. It was
I mean,
a weekend in Chicago to have a good time.
Yeah, anybody could bowl, including PBA members, and if you could average about 190, most years you made $1,000
Well,
for
it's,
a relatively cheap entry.
Tim Barron bowled the tournament many times, and Tim always did good. I mean, Tim won it one year, but Tim's a great bowler. Tim's, knows how to obviously grind out and pick spares, and Tim was like a lock for. Your goal was to finish in the top 100. That got you basically about $1,000 back, and I think Tim probably was in the top 100 pretty much almost every year he bowled in.
Yeah. One of the best stories from the Peterson, Steve will remember this well. One of our good friends, Ralph Solon, who took bowling very seriously and was one of the most technically sound people you ever saw. He went up there with a little notebook. And was doing scouting reports for every lane, every pair. Remember that, Steve?
Went a week before we
He went a week
bowled.
before, and was doing scouting report because he wanted to know which lane hooked, because you'd get up on a pair and one lane hadn't been oiled, the other one had oil all the way to the head pin, kind of thing. And so Ralph decided to scout it out, and he started either the first 2 or 3 games really, really well. He was plus after 2 games, and then whatever game disaster befell him. Oh, really good break there for Shannon. What did he shoot, about 110, 120?
To this day, it is the loudest F word I've ever heard in the history of my existence.
And now you say that it was the 4th game, because the way the tournament was structured, every 2 games you took a break, and you go in to bowl. It was a 16-lane house. You would go into bowl, and they essentially would lock you in behind this iron door, and you couldn't leave while you were bowling. And so every 2 games they'd let you out. You could run out, grab something to drink, use the bathroom, whatever it was. But the whole house would clear, and you had no idea what they would do to the lanes. And if you were bowling well, they might break them down. And so Ralph gets to the 4th game. He's like plus after 3. And he shoots about 120, and the whole thing is emptying, and it's Ralph is just sitting there, and he just yells the F word as loud as you could imagine in an area that was empty, and so it's echoing. And we're all outside at the bar, snack bar, whatever, just laughing hysterically because it was Peterson.
Yep. And bringing Gary into it. I ran a Peterson squad for around 25 years. And as soon as Gary got out of juniors, Gary was a member of my Peterson squad. I really miss those days. We'd take 32 people up to Chicago. We'd all stay at the same hotel. Gary was going on my squad before him and Jen even started dating. And, that's how far back our friendship goes. And Gary had a great game for the Peterson because one thing Gary could do, Gary also had a lot of good years up there, is Gary could rear back and hum it. He could, under control, easily throw it 19, 20 miles an hour. And, I teased Gary because when Jen moved to the area and started bowling college here at Lindenwood, when I started dating, and he said, hey, can my girlfriend bowl on our squad? So obviously Jen was a member of our squad, and Jen whooped him a lot. I give Gary
Jen's got a good game for the Peterson too.
Yeah, I'd give Gary trouble. I think the only one year he probably beat her up with Peterson. She was money. So I miss those days. A lot of the guys on the squad here were some of my Peterson bowlers. Cody Aldridge, who I mentioned a minute ago, who's now on the live screen pair, was on our squad. Like I say, a lot of good memories. Haven't been up there since COVID, quite frankly. But yeah, miss those days. Certainly miss Gary, but Gary had some good years up there too, no doubt.
Yeah. I remember going over to the Peterson the one year and having a bowling ball that you drilled at Rayhorse Pro Shop where you can get your equipment, and having a bowling ball that actually cost the thumb slug was more expensive than the bowling ball.
$1.11 for the Kennedy Dynaway, right?
Kennedy Dynaway.
$1.11.
Exactly. Yeah, some bowling balls they had picked up somewhere that were like $3 or something like that.
Pennies decided to quit selling
J.C.
them.
Penney's.
My dad bought about 100 of these rubber balls, and everybody on the Peterson squad drilled them because they were just bricks. So. All right, we got some chat now.
We got the chat room going. So for the millions upon millions that are probably listening to this, feel free to chime in. We can actually now see any comments. So.
Green Machine female 10 board all the time. That's not very nice.
That's not very nice. Yeah, Dennis Easley's saying that 27, 28 looks like it's starting to hook a lot. That's. I think you're probably right, but it's probably a relative term. They were so slick to start. I just don't think anybody was getting hooked, and now that it's starting to burn away a little bit, I think you're going to start seeing people starting to get some.
Yeah, 28 is starting to fry up pretty good, but again, it's hooking in a spot. You still can't fire it to the right if you're a righty. You still can't open up and miss right.
Not at all.
You still got to keep it online, I'll say. Garrett, like I said, Garrett's a really good player. Garrett, if he picks a spare, he's going to shoot $170 something. It's a challenging pattern, and like I said, you got to survive these first few games.
Yeah, so it's going to be back-to-back 170s for Garrett, which is, again, not impossible to dig out of, but it's going to require some work coming up here the next couple.
All right, so our live stream pair now is...
looks like 19, 20, 21, and 2. So we're just on the outskirts. It looks like Pete should be on 17 and 18. So you can see the lanes, but can't really see the bowlers over there at all. But we should have him next game if he's on 21 and 2.
Do we have someone on that pair with the front 9?
On what? Where at?
Armine.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Steve. Or no,
or is that a blind?
I think that's that's the blind.
There you go.
Yeah. No, I think that's there may have been a fourth bowler the game before.
Yeah, there you go. There's nobody on that pair.
Nobody there now. It's only 6 instead of 7 on the pair.
Say, we're getting excited if a guy's got a 4-bagger.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody's got the front 9 on this right now. They're throwing the ball really, really well. And we got a couple 4-baggers here in front of us.
Yeah, but that's not on the current live stream, unfortunately.
It's not. Well, if you hit that space bar, you might be able to pull it up if you want to take that chance.
I don't know. Dare I?
He said he said the space bar. That's exactly what he told us. So,
all right, so here
folks,
we go,
we're going to hit the space bar. We're going to see what happens. Now, if there was something up on the screen, try it again.
Do it again.
No, I don't know that did anything. So,
so like I said, we're novices here. So originally we've got 2 monitors in front of us, and whatever was green was what was on the live stream. But now I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Oh, nope, it just did change. Look at that.
All right,
there
so
you
now
go.
We've got Shannon, who's got just left the
6-pin. Yep.
Right.
We'll have to watch what we're saying because it looks like we got maybe about a 3 or 4 second delay to the stream.
Okay, so maybe I ought to hit the button and go back then.
No, you're
gonna
fine.
Utterly confuse the hell out of me.
Yeah. But yeah, Shannon, she picks this, is going to finish with 230, coming off a pretty good game to start. So plus 30 after 2 is going to score really, really nice
Chris,
here.
I bet you $1 she picks it.
Yeah, exactly. How would you know that, Steve?
And part of me thinking I better hit the space bar and go back.
No, I think you're okay.
Now we can bet the viewers what the person's going to do.
Yeah. We do not promote gambling, folks. And if you have a gambling problem, feel free to call 1-800 whatever that is. Yeah, you're right, Dennis. Shannon did have a great game, and again, 230 on this is a ton.
I'm feeling a bucket on maybe lane 28, Chris.
Well, if you're going to make a mistake on your fill ball.
Yeah, so Shannon will be around 30 over. That will be, I guarantee, near the top of the leaderboard
That will
after 2
be
games.
in really good shape. So again, for the millions and millions who are watching this live, again, we want to welcome you to the Gary Helferstay Memorial Tournament from St. Charles Lanes in St. Charles, Missouri. Thank you for watching. Obviously, important tournament to a lot of us. Gary Helferstay was a good friend, a great bowler, someone who was taken from us way too soon. And maybe at some point here we'll get a chance. I know Jen sort of started this live feed off today, but I know Gary's parents are here. Maybe we can get one of them to sit down and have a little conversation with us and just talk about, how this is going. This is 8th year, Steve? 7th year?
The 8th year.
8th year. Obviously keeping Gary's name alive in the St. Louis bowling community, but also raising money toward the scholarship fund and just a tremendous cause. So appreciate those of you who actually are watching. I'm sure there are better things you could be doing on a Saturday morning, but you're here with us, and so thank you for that.
Yeah, this is Gary's favorite watering hole. He grew up, like I said, in North St. Louis area, which is maybe 15 or 20 minutes away from where we're at. But when Gary moved out and started living on his own, he moved in with a good buddy of his named Sean North, and moved into an apartment here in St. Charles. And this is, if you were out bumming around, stopped in on a Friday or Saturday night, there was a good chance you'd see Gary in the bar here drinking a few cocktails. And so it's appropriate to have the tournament here. I believe the first few years, the tournament was actually held at Concord Lanes down in South St. Louis, South County area, which is about 30 miles south from where we're at right now. But Dan Beeman, who owns both centers, he owns Concord Lanes, and now he's the proprietor here at St. Charles Lanes, has been the host for the tournament, every year, and moved it back out here. And again, like I said, I think seems more fitting that the tournament be here, just because, like I said, I know Gary, if you're, this would be an interesting conversation. If we'd have a list of who has consumed the most beers in this bowling center, Gary would probably be in the top 10 list, even though we lost him at a very young age. Gary used to like to come up here and drink a few Bud Lights, I believe, or maybe Miller Lite, I don't remember. But he liked to drink a few cocktails and hang out, and this was, like I said, his favorite watering hole. This is where he met Jen.
Yeah.
Jen, this is where Lindenwood practiced, and like I said, Gary was already done. I don't think Gary bowled collegiately. Gary was just, someone that hung out up here all the time, and that's where he met Jen when she went to Lindenwood. And obviously, if you're a Lindenwood bowler, you spend a ton of time in this house. Probably have to practice here every day. Like I said, the campus is, you could walk from Lindenwood's campus here to the bowling center. It's that close.
Probably wouldn't want to carrying 6 bowling balls or dragging 6 bowling balls, but looking at the scores, Dennis easily made the point that the lanes were starting to hook a little bit, and I think he's right. I think it's opening up a little bit. Just looking at the scores, they do seem to be improving. I mean, look at the lanes that are close to us. You see a few more 2s, in here, some 230s, 220s. A lot fewer really bad scores. I mean, now you're starting to see, 190, 175s, and those are sort of the low scores on pairs right now. A lot more scores starting to move into the pluses. Looking down at 23 and 4, there's 7 people on that pair. And it looks like 5 of them are going to shoot over 200 again. That's scores from the second game, or from the first game to the second game, certainly seem to have gone up some. So I think we're starting to see the bowlers adjusting to it.
Dare I hit the space bar again?
Yeah, you can try to get us back to 21 and 2. There are people bowling down there. Although I think a lot of the pairs are transitioning to game 3, so there's a little bit of downtime. Again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier with some pairs having 7, some pairs having 6. I think everybody's trying to stay pretty consistent with where everybody else in the tournament's at. But if you're coming off one of the pairs that had 6, I know 29, 30, 20, or 31 and 2. Those guys have been done for probably 15 minutes.
It worked, I guess, huh? My hitting the space bar worked. All right.
Yeah, you're a magician, Steve.
I am. Looks like they're ending on that game too. Some people are a few frames behind, but it looks like we're wrapping up game 2 on most pairs.
Just think the pairs with 6 are finishing a lot earlier, so they've been sitting around waiting. Be interested to see. Again, Not that we're going to see him because he's at the other end of the house now, but for someone closer to our age, like a Kevin Schrum, for example, you know how the sitting goes. Oh, you mentioned you know, Shannon being the daughter of Tom Grimm. I see Tom's here now. Tom and Tina came down to watch.
Tom probably do pretty good on this condition. He can slow hook it, get inside, maybe create a little hole. Rudy Revolutions, there he is. Let Mike Mayo getting up on what appears to be lane 20 now. Or
Steve, you know I can't see that far. But yeah, based on the sheet we had originally, Mike Mayo should be on 19 and 20 right now. So
yeah, that's him right there up on lane 20.
Yeah.
Old school. Yeah, at least for starters, lanes are super hard, but older people that throw it slower, it isn't a bad recipe with this lane condition, just being as
no, it really isn't.
slick as it is. You know, your older guys aren't used to, you know, don't have a lot of ball speed and aren't looking to, you know, open up the whole lane per se. Probably more conservative, keeping it tight. So throwing it slow and keeping it tight is a pretty good recipe, at least to start today.
Right.
Again, they're going to start, I'm sure before we know it, guys will be loft in the gutter cap, and the middle part of the lane will be pretty much fried for righties. I'm sure at some point we'll see that, but not quite there yet.
No, I think the other thing too is, you know, again, obviously you know as well as anybody who bowls, I mean, not every lane is going to be exactly the same, but this oil pattern, at least right now, moving from lane to lane, they're probably similar enough that, you know, maybe a little adjustment on the approaches, maybe a little adjustment with your eyes, or, you know, maybe a little adjustment in your speed might be the best way to get back into the pocket, as opposed to, you know, trying to jump into a ball change or making a more drastic sort of move. So I think speed, mentioned earlier, speed control might be a premium today, at least early.
I think next game will be the game where you're going to start to see a little bit better scoring pace on the right side, at least. Again, I know the lefties they don't have transition, but the righties,
just not enough of them.
Yeah, they're never going to get a hook spot where the righties will, and I think the scoring pace is going to start picking up. It looks like we've got Pete now.
Yeah,
in our
just
feature pair.
Saw one of the lefty two-handers that, again, just looked like a little bit to the left and missed the headpin as a result. And unfortunately for him, there's not enough left-handers in the field that are going to help him open the lane up. Yeah. Pete right in the pocket. Big shocker there.
Pete's pair. It looks like Pete's pair has 7 on it.
Yes, it does. So Tom, our technical guy, is messing with our screens, and they're flashing on and off. Gonna probably shut it down, and then we're not gonna have a clue what we're talking about or looking at, which
we're in good hands.
Probably isn't. Probably us talking without having a clue is probably pretty consistent with the way we've been going so far the first 2 games. Good. As you said, we starting to get some youth moving our way down here too. You know, a couple of these guys on 27 and 8 don't look as old as my kids, so. But the good news is they did wear name shirts, so.
Yeah.
At
least right in front of us, it's not on the feature pair now. Like I said, as a righty, lane 28 is starting to definitely hook, so there's a hook spot developing. It's in. Going to have to play in to take advantage of it, but yeah, you're going to start seeing now your higher end bowlers, the guys that are, you know, competitive and bowling a lot, are going to be able to probably have a better look than they've had for the first few games, and you might have potential of seeing a little better scoring here. I think starting now, I think the lanes are going to be a little more forgiving for the righties. Like I said, the lefties, probably not so much. No burn on their side.
No. Yeah, and unfortunately for them, to the extent there will be any, it's not going to come for another couple, 3 games, and by then this thing's going to be done. So
We're a third of the way through, right? We're starting game 3, so
I mean, we've got John Marcella here now on 21. Look at where he's at. I mean, we've seen nobody trying to play out near the channel. And again, my guess is we haven't seen John yet today, but he's probably been chasing, just trying to find something.
yeah, I'm curious what John bowled the first game. John bowls obviously on the PBA Senior Tour. He's won, I think, 3 times.
That sounds about right. 173 the first game. So
Yeah, I don't think he's got much.
Probably not.
I don't think he's going to have much because there's just not going to be any transition.
no. And again, I'm certainly not crazy enough that I'm going to be put on a pair of shoes and go out there and try it, but I just have a hard time believing there's anything by the gutter, and he just went up and basically threw the exact same shot and missed the 2-pin for the spare.
No, we
so,
saw a couple of righties, Roy included, trying to play the gutter in practice, and
yeah,
it
it
no
just
way.
wasn't there.
Yeah, the ball didn't hook an inch.
Yeah, if I'm a lefty right now, I'm probably trying to play the left side version of where Jeremy was that first game, sort of that 15
It's
to
your
12.
only chance. Something
Yeah.
with surface inside and
Something surface and just try to stuff it and hope it hits. Maybe it opens up something a little bit as you're moving, but
yeah, you're starting to see the middles actually hooking. The hold area that was there isn't there, but I can guarantee you keep moving left, you're gonna find it if you're a righty.
you'll find something. I mean, as you said though, the pattern was relatively flat. It's 2.5 to 1. So, I mean, yeah, you can continue to chase it left. You'll find a little something, but you're not going to find a hump.
No, but at least you can throw it into the part of the lane that's starting to hook, where
Right.
you didn't have that earlier. So.
No.
So that's Jeremy Zimmerly. I don't think you know him, do you, Chris?
No, I don't.
Okay, so he's a really
Which
good
lane
player.
am I looking at? Oh, okay,
Really good
20.
player. He bowled for, I believe, Lindenwood, the Belleville. They had a Belleville team
Yeah.
as well, and you'll know this guy. He is married to Jeff Leshy's daughter.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Remember Jeff from Belleville?
I do. Yeah,
Head-
bowled against
head-
the Leshies
head
quite a bit.
bone- Head bone.
Yep. Yeah, Lindenwood Belleville, I want to say closed about 4 or 5, maybe even more years ago, a few years ago. Actually had a couple of my son's football teammates from high school had gone over there to play, and he graduated 2018, so somewhere around 2019, 2020 is I think when they shut that campus down, because I think some of those kids were given the opportunity to transfer out here to Lindenwood. Of course, certainly a different level of competition. I believe Lindenwood Belleville was like NAIA, and Lindenwood out here at the time was Division II. Now they've moved up to FCS Division I. So
We're on this pair now, right? You flipped it?
yeah, we're right in front of us, Steve.
Went from the pair of the old men to now we're back on the pair with the young guys.
Got a bunch of younger players out here.
Yeah, you're going to have Ryan Stubblefield, again, really good young player. Just graduated from Linwood a few years ago. Every time I see Ryan, he bowls with a hoodie on. I'm not going to lie to you, I don't think I've ever bowled or felt comfortable bowling in stuff that's long sleeve
All right.
or with a hoodie on, but that's pretty much Ryan's normal attire. Again, not a guy that he almost won an eagle too. His first time he went out to World USBC. I know he had a great year. I think he finished second, nearly won an eagle, bowling with Kyle Sherman's group. Guy that's used to bowling on super hard conditions. So, when a hook spot develops, he'll definitely be able to. He'll be in the right zone.
It's a lot deeper than anybody we've seen so far.
Yeah, Cody will be in the same zip code when you see Cody. Obviously, Owen Sadler's a young man. He is a junior bowler, but he's in the right spot. You can just see that lane 28.
Yeah, 28's got some curve.
28's got a lot more curve than I think 27, so I'm curious to see what Cody does. I don't know if he's proactive and going to move already, or if we'll see what he gets on his first shot here.
Of course, for those of us on the live feed, they're just now seeing Owen's shot, which we saw about 10 seconds ago. So sorry about that, but yeah, it'll be interesting, whether Cody thinks, to himself, well, did Owen make a good shot, or did Owen just get more hook? That's always the treacherous thing when you're crossing pairs. You don't know. So we'll see Cody's shot here in a moment, but I will preview it for you, and it was a very good shot.
He should be bowling on the tour and not the Grand Prix tour.
Not
talking
the Grand Prix tour.
PBA tour.
Yeah, I mean, you know as well as I do, Steve. I mean, that's from a talent standpoint, you're probably right, but you know as well as I do, sadly enough, for those of us who grew up bowling and things like that, the PBA tour is as much of a desire as some of us had to maybe do it. Those of us who tried some of it learned quickly that the grind for very little cash was the reward was not worth the effort at times. Yeah, you're more familiar than I am with the current structure and how they do things. I know it's very different now, but back then when these guys were essentially away from their families for most of the year, trying to grind out to not make a whole lot of money. Definitely not the PGA Tour, that's for sure.
Yeah, if you're not a top 10 in the world, you're probably not.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not an easy way to make a buck.
No, I mean, your brother was definitely good enough to be out there, but quite candidly, it wasn't economically worth it. All right, we got Owen Sadler.
I think we're flipped back to the
Oh,
lower
we're flipped
end.
back. Okay. Well, for those of you who were wondering, Owen made a very good shot on 27 here. Struck again, so he's started out with a turkey. Owen, did you pull that one on 28, or is it just hooking more? Huh? Did you pull that one on 28, or is 28 hooking a lot? Hooking a lot. So Owen gives me the inside scoop. 28 is hooking more than some of the other lanes. We just see another bowler on that lane go Brooklyn, so he apparently didn't get the message that it was hooking more.
Tim hit the OB and got, unfortunately, a 3 count, looks like, on, what's that, lane 16?
Oh, okay, you're looking at the feed.
Yeah.
Whoops.
So the gentleman right there, that's Tim Hyman. It just went on pick the 610 right there. He's won the tournament before. The company he worked for, actually, I'll mention, we had a couple of people really come through and donate quite a bit of money to today's tournament and prize fund. One of them is the company Tim works for, which is, I believe, Welch Heating and Cooling. And
converted it.
Also, Bruce David Jr., who's in the field, or Zeke and his son. They also, St. Charles Motorboat. They also, just give them a little plug. I know they made a nice contribution to today's tournament.
Well, we got Eddie Bird. It looks like they're on 15 also, yeah.
Yeah, so that pair is loaded with a bunch of Gary's, really top personal friends. Eric Zamowski's coming up now in the right lane. Eric's left-handed, so I don't think Eric's going to have a great look. And, another really close friend of Gary's. Tim Hyman, who was up on the pair to the right, him and his brother, you probably won't know this, they almost won the doubles last year at the National USBC. They led it most of the tournament and ended up finishing maybe either second or third, I think. They got caught near the very end of the tournament, but they both grew up bowling at Donnie Meyer's house out in O'Fallon. They're both really good bowlers, Tim and John. They go on Andrew's squad. Andrew puts a couple of teams together, and the year before that, they almost won the team event. They finished in the top 5. They were leading the team event the year before. So, had some good luck out at the National USBC.
So yeah, obviously we're seeing the live feed right now is it's like 15, 16, 17, 18. You know, we're sitting behind 27 and 8, and I'm kind of watching some of these guys. And again, I know the comment was made about 28 curving. It seems like some of these guys have not figured that out. It's getting hooked, and now we're getting a request to go back to 27 and 8. So I think we're headed back that way. We do listen to the people, so it should be switching over here shortly. Yeah, the YouTube feed's about maybe 10 seconds behind us. So again, I'll apologize if we say something that happens before you guys get to see it. But all right, so it was just explained to us that if I'm saying it live as it's happening, it's still coming to you on the YouTube feed at the same time. So I guess we won't be speaking 10 seconds ahead of you. So that's good.
Yeah, 28's curving more,
Yeah,
so.
clearly. And it looks like not only is it hooking a little bit more, but it must have there must be something about it, because people look like they've made adjustments, but the adjustments haven't quite worked. I mean, I've seen Harper just left a 4-pin, but I've seen people go through the nose. There was Brooklyn before that. So there's something going on with that.
It's part of bowling. When you go to a new pair, you got to be quick.
Absolutely.
You got to know your game. You got to know, hey, I threw that ball pretty good, and I left the 4-pin, or I went high.
And not only you have to know it, but you got to be confident.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
You got to be confident to know I got to move off that last shot. It was a good shot, and then you hope you make the right move. Sometimes you move too much, then you come up light and leave maybe a flat 10 or something. Then you're guessing.
Yeah.
So that's part of the challenges of bowling, crossing pairs.
It is.
And on something challenging.
You know, and again, as we said earlier, not every lane is going to be the exact same. So
Characteristics of this house, we didn't bowl here a ton, but this house was never. I thought when you crossed pairs here, they were kind of different, especially on that low end where they added 8 lanes. Even the characteristics of the house is a little bit from pair to pair. They're not exactly identical or a walk in the park.
No, not at all. And again, you get essentially 5 shots per lane during a game. So as you said, you go up there, you throw a shot, you think you made a good shot, it goes high, you make the adjustment. Maybe you didn't make a good shot. Now all of a sudden your third frame is off. Now you're in the 5th frame and you're still scratching your head about what to do on one of the lanes, and you're halfway through the game. It can be frustrating. Again, that's part of the grind, though. You got to fill frames in that early until you get comfortable with where the lane's at and where you're at.
But if you're bowling a house and league on a house shot, you go out there and you leave a 4-pin, you go, oh, that didn't work. I'm going to go to my bag and get a different ball out.
Exactly.
Because God forbid I'm not going to move.
I wouldn't want to move a couple boards.
I'll get a ball that goes a little straighter and stand in the exact same spot and do the exact same thing because it works.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta have it.
Again,
You gotta have
Steve's
it
a bit of a
between your
cynic,
ears.
folks. He's,
You gotta have it between your ears to be a real high-end bowler.
well, I would agree with that, but I will say this. I mean, and this comes from someone who hasn't bowled a lot in the modern era. Isn't as certainly wouldn't be as proficient with all of the equipment and the drilling techniques and all those things now. I would say that today's game, you have to have it between your ears with regard to the equipment and stuff. I mean, you watch the TV shows and you watch, what we're watching right now, and you're right. I mean, a lot of the times these guys, instead of making an adjustment with their feet or with their eyes, they'll make an adjustment with their equipment. Doesn't mean it's the wrong adjustment. I mean, we've seen guys on TV come off at shooting, 240, 250. They don't like what they have in the 10th frame of the game, and they make a complete adjustment. They go to another ball or something like that, the following game, and you're like, oh, how do you go to a different ball after you just shot 250, and then they go turn around and shoot 270 the next game? So, you're right. There's still a mental aspect of the game, but it's a very different thing. So, well, so now we have dueling fans here amongst the 70 or so that are actually watching us. We have one request to go back to 27 and 8, and one request now to go back to Pete's pair. Unfortunately, we aren't in a position where we can split those screens. So,
We'll do our best to flip.
We'll do our best to flip and kind of tell you what's going on, as we can. I know Pete, I did see out of the corner of my eye, just finished a frame. Unfortunately, I'm not sure where he's at on that scoreboard, so I'll try to keep a better eye next time he's up.
I think Pete's on around 15 and 16 range.
Yeah,
he's
Pete's on, I believe he's on 21 and 2 or something like that. He's on one of the pairs that we have, maybe 17 and 18. Just trying to figure out where he's at on the score sheet, so how he's doing for the game.
Actually, they're pretty close, I think, now that I look at it.
Yeah.
He's with Rudy Rez, right?
I think he's on the pair next to him. So yeah, Pete should be on 21 and 2. Looks like. Oh, he is on the pair with Rudy. You're right. Rudy and John Marcella, they're all together. Pete. So, Cody about to get back up here on lane 27, working on a spare, but coming off a double. He's seemed to have a pretty good idea of how 27 and 8 is transitioned. So
He just rang a 10 the last shot.
Did he?
On the right lane.
Yeah. Said he's been pretty much in the pocket every shot that I've seen him throw this game. So. A little soft, but again, he's got the right idea. He's in the right spot. And he seems to, honestly, he's probably deeper than anybody else we've really seen, other than Ryan, who's also on the same pair. I mean, they're kind of, not saying they're following each other, but they're certainly tracking about the same place.
Yeah, they're good friends, and they're going to play the same part of the lane, and they're going to help each other when they go to the next
that's going to
pair.
help each other considerably, because they'll get burned, in the same spot, and they'll have an idea of, when the lane switches a little bit, be able to ask, as we were talking about before, hey, if you went high, did you make a good shot, or did you think you made a good shot, and beat the transition before it happens. Oh, okay, we're getting scores. And so after 2.
Oh, big shock.
Big shock. Shea Bittenbender has jumped out to the lead.
What did I say about an hour ago who the best bowler in the state of Missouri was, in my opinion?
So Shea clearly pounded him in game 2. He started out with 207 the first game. He's now plus 96, so 289 last game. Hunter Bell's second at plus 55. Eric Sachs, 40 plus
And
49.
Eric's a lefty, so
There you
tip
go.
my hat. Nice going.
Cody Aldridge plus 47, tied with Jeremy Zimmerly at plus 47. Tim Hyman plus 46. Noah Herschel plus 41. Scott Spooner plus 34. Nick Crummell plus 33. And Zeke David at plus 31. Top out the top 10. Shannon Payton is tied with Owen Sadler. They're tied for 11th. She's the high female on the board.
Just to touch on something I said earlier.
Pete's plus 12 for those who are interested.
Yeah, leaderboard though. I touched earlier about how the collegiate players are just used to bowling on demanding stuff. Leaderboard: Shea Bittenbetter, Eric Sachs, Jeremy Zimmerly, Tim Hyman, Nick Crummell, blah blah blah. Shannon Payton.
All college.
Yeah, and it's like I said, this is just something that's more. I don't say in their wheelhouse, but they're just. This isn't blindsiding on bowling on something that's difficult. It's something they just do much more regularly.
No.
And that's why you touched on Rickles' team. That's why they always do good at the USBC. Most of those guys refuse to bowl in league on a house shot. They bowl on nothing but, challenging lane conditions.
Yeah, for those who don't know the team we're talking about, it's a team from the Madison, Wisconsin area. Several of them are pro bowlers. Jeff was, one of the top bowlers in the Midwest region. Mark McDowell, who won, national titles. Gail Myers on that team. Mike Shady's on that. Mike's on that team, right?
Should be on the tour, Chief.
And just those guys go up there and they battle for an eagle. It seems like every year. But and I know I'm good friends. Steve's good friends with Jeff Rickles and some of those guys. But they'll tell you they often will tease about the St. Louis bowling scene and the fact that some of the league, the house shots down here are as easy as they are. But you're absolutely right, Steve. I mean, that's why those guys go up and compete so well at the USBC, because they're already very honed in on bowling on challenging stuff. Yeah, they also have some advantages. I mean, they have some houses that'll set up the lanes to give them the USBC look. They get to practice on it, ahead of time and things along those lines. But they're good bowlers, and that's why they compete at that level every year. It seems like.
Well, if you're Jeff Rickles and you refuse to bowl in a house shot, you bowl in nothing but sport compliant leagues, and then you go out there. Guess what? It's just another trip to the bowling alley.
Yep, you're
guys
exactly
like,
right.
Guys like us, when you're bowling most years, when I was still competing in that tournament, I was still basically a league bowler. When you go out there, it's culture shock. Oh my God, I got to hit where I'm looking for the next 9
I'm
games.
supposed to have anywhere from 5 boards to play here. Why don't I have it?
Yeah, I've been kind of raving about Cody's game. He's got a great game, but obviously lanes are hard. He's making them look easy. He's got it between the ears, man. The guy, he's a grinder. He wants to win. He's got the right attitude.
And more importantly, at 11:30, he's already got the Budweiser going.
Like I said, he's got the right attitude.
Exactly.
So. A really good shot. We touched on it earlier. It's part of that grind mentality when the lanes are hard and you're ringing tens, especially in today's world. I haven't been competitive in a long time, but it's like when the lanes are hard like this and you're hitting the pocket, I would have a hard time making a ball change if I felt like, I really got a few boards and, I got a good look. I would be scared to death, but yet, you don't want to keep ringing tens and not being able to string a few strikes together. That's what makes today's. I'll tell you what. I know a lot of guys go on Facebook, they go on social media, and they talk about, this generation of bowlers. I personally believe that the sport, like a lot of others, the bowlers today are just better and better and better. I honestly believe that. I think that the top bowlers that are bowling professionally now on the national tour are it goes beyond being super talented. They've got to not only have it between their ears, but the smarts, the element. Back then, you bowl tournaments, you had a ball that you had a good look with it. You use it the whole tournament. Now, like you said, guys they got to know their equipment. They got to be very much risk takers, making ball changes. Got to be smart enough. They got to work, obviously. But,
Right.
And then you see these guys now, and it's becoming more and more predominant. Guys can hook it. Guys can throw it straight. The backup's a rare thing, but some guys just on backup balls. But you watch the guys like a Bomani and like a Simonson. I'm sorry, they can do anything. They can do anything with the ball in there. They can go straight. They can slow hook the whole lane. They can throw it 20 miles an hour with tons of revs. They're so versatile. And, the equipment allows that to happen because, the balls obviously are so powerful. And but these guys, they make it work. They're unbelievable. That's where I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think there's another component to that too that goes into some of it. And I think some of it just, I don't want to say generational, so maybe not the right word, but it's just the time we live in. I think health, fitness, things like that a lot of these guys, put into their game. They take it a lot more serious than, maybe we did or our bowlers from, 30 years ago did. I remember, basically living at every fast food place your brother and I could eat back then because, it was cheap, it was quick, it was, you're on the road a lot, and so it's easy to pick up and take with you. Guys now, they're much more in tune with, their health, their nutrition, they're working out. People don't necessarily appreciate, certainly not necessarily a tournament like today's, but when you're talking about the grind of the PBA tour and bowling, all the games every day that these guys bowl and doing it, day after day, there's a lot that goes into that, and it takes a toll on your knees and your back and everything else.
Flipping pairs?
Yeah, we flip pairs. We're back to, I think, we're going back to Pete's pair. So, but yeah, I think the bowlers that are doing it have certainly made a commitment to that in a way that, certainly I didn't, and I know, a lot of bowlers back then didn't do it either. We're back on Pete, so let's see. I'll be able to get a sense as to where he's at. Yeah, it looks like Pete's working on about 210 right now.
Couple guys after 2 games. He's plus a little bit, you said?
Yeah, a couple guys on that pair of the front 6.
Yeah, Pete's 12 over after 2.
It's like Carl Williams is up on lane 22 right now with the front 6 working. Yep, front 7. Didn't really like that shot. He was certainly trying to get it to hold, but the result was plenty good enough.
As I predicted, the scores for the righties are going to start opening up. It's just there's a hook spot now. It wasn't there. Again, you still got to make a good shot. You got to play the right part of the lane. But and your angle's not going to be great. You're going to have to play in. So, but still, you got a hook spot that wasn't there.
Yeah. Looks like that might be Tim Hardigan, who's the other one on that pair who's got the front 6. Not 100% sure yet, but yep.
You're watching a delayed feed, so if you're commenting on that, it's not really watch
Tim with the 2-8 now, so busted up that string, but again, as Steve said, the scores are certainly getting a little better for the right-handers at least.
Yeah, lefties, like I said, just they don't have enough bodies on their
still a
side of the
struggle
lane.
for those guys.
All right, bowlers, we're about halfway through. We have Steve and Sean heading out to sell some more tickets for our raffles. Please remember, we will be drawing at the end of qualifying. Wingspans are $20. We have lots of great items up here for raffle off, and all the proceeds go toward Gary Helferstay Memorial Scholarship. We also have a silent auction that will be closing at the end of the 6th game. We've given you a heads up about that. Remember, if you're not winning a bowling, you might try your when you
So,
get the raffle. So
seeing Tim Hardigan with the coming off this string that he was just on, perfect example of what we were talking about earlier about sort of the grind and surviving the first 2 games. And he's minus 31 right now, which doesn't necessarily look great, but means he's basically been $1.80, $1.80. I don't know what his actual scores were, but sort of in the $1.80 range the first 2 games. But now he's got a chance to pop one, get himself back plus, and get himself right back in the competition because he didn't have that $1.30, $1.40 that would have put him in a hole early. So.
How's John doing? I would bet John probably doesn't have a great look. Yeah, John's struggling.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
All right, so now you got Rudy Revs. If I'm not mistaken, he kind of just came out of retirement. I think Rudy might have quit bowling, or at least wasn't bowling as competitively. See, obviously, the guy that's bowled on just about everything, so he's definitely in the right part of the lane. That's Mike Mayo. Do you remember him from the old Traveling
I do.
On lane 20?
Yep.
So,
Yep. Mike definitely realized that's not Rudy Revs. Very different game. Pete striking. Not a big surprise.
that is Dwayne Johnson on lane 20. I know him because he bowled in the same league I used to bowl in a couple years ago.
Okay.
He's a cranker, so I'm sure he'll be in, banging on it.
So what's that equipment, Steve? I mean, I don't know if you recognize it. It looks like something that might have been a little shinier. But guys are getting away from the dull now.
Yeah, well, if you got a hook spot now, you might want to hold. So
Yeah, that's true.
it didn't take long. Where now
Carl's string came to an end with a 4-pin there. I think didn't look like he was all that disappointed in the shot. So that could be again the transition that we're talking about. He may have thrown that one well and just had it hook
by
a little
today's
bit.
standards, Dwayne doesn't throw super hard. So by today's standards, he will at the 10 pin, but him having a little bit of shine. I noticed that Jeremy Zimmerly, just up on the other lane, looked like he's still using surface, but he's got a little more ball speed, and he's lefted him. So.
Carl Williams, who just converted the 4-pin, working on at least a possible 270 game this game. He's plus 17 going into this, so in a position to really put himself in a really good spot after halfway through this opening qualifying session. So.
What does Hardigan have after 2? Is he plus?
He was minus. He's minus 30. So he's digging himself out of a hole here. He's got a good game going. And again, it goes back to what you were saying earlier about the grind. I mean, he survived the first 2 games. Maybe don't know what kind of look he had. He was further down the house where we could see him, but maybe didn't like what he had, but survived
30 under after 2 games isn't bad.
Not at all. And again, he's in a position right now. He's already on 240, so if he just stays clean, he's moves himself back into plus. But he's got a chance to go 270 here. If he If he hits 270, he's plus 40, and he's right back in the thick of this thing. Again, if you make it through the top 6, you got 3 more games. So, he's got to be looking at this like I got 6 more games to, try to get to the step ladder. So a lot of time still.
There's Dave Welch. I think Dave might bowl some senior tournaments too on the PBA Tour. Been a good solid bowler for a long time. Again, slower ball speed's probably not a bad thing today. So the older guys,
Right. I remember Dave.
not a bad recipe.
In front of us, the pair we switched off of earlier,
You want in?
Ryan Stubblefield's got a pop here for 270s. Had a spare in the third. He's working on a 5-bagger now. He's 13 under after 2, so he's got a chance to really make a big leap here. He's had a good look pretty much this entire game. He's another one who's gotten way inside.
Back to 27 and 8. Stubby's on 28.
Oh, okay, we did make the change. Yeah,
And he's got 278 left. Again, he's playing the right part of the lane. College player.
there he is.
Got a really good look.
Yep.
And now you're thinking, yeah, you want to finish this game off good. You got a nice look. You're already thinking, after I finish this off, God, I hope I got the same look when I go to the next pair.
Exactly.
I hope I
Yeah.
can play the exact same part of the lane and have the exact same, hold that I got.
But yeah, I mean, if Ryan finishes, this at 270, that gets him to plus 60 for the tournament. You get Cody right now, who's working on 220. He's on a string as he goes up to throw this shot here. And he's on 230 now, so he was already plus 47. So those two are putting themselves in a real good spot. And, this is, as you said, this is the part of the tournament. The scores are starting to open up a little bit. So we're starting to see a lot more 230, 240 games and even bigger scores.
Yeah, good shot. Come up for a 4-pin. You can chase a little left, have some hold. Lefties ain't going to have that all day.
No, I know we're kind of beating that drum, and Steve and I are both right-handed, so we've beat the drum the other way about the left-handers
Yeah,
at
if it's
times.
a hop
where
shot now, it's a little different story, fellas. So.
There's certainly been times where we've cursed the left-handers and what they've had and versus what we've had, but
I'm honest.
Today's
like I said,
today's the evener, even it up day.
You bowling on a house shot, you got a huge advantage. So don't say you don't, and then you bowling something really hard. If you don't have any look to start, pretty much in trouble.
I don't know what he finished with, but Pete is starting to the fiery Pete is starting to come out. He just struck and gave it a big demonstrative fist pump. So whatever he's got going on, the emotions are starting to flow. And let's face it, when Pete's starting to get fired up, that makes it always that much more fun.
Noel Gallagher with a 30-mile-an-hour messenger on that last one. I'm not going to ask, but I'm just being the inquisitive person. I wonder, like, exactly if 28's looking more, how much more? Is it 3, is it 5?
Right.
I'm going to pay more attention when we get to bounce the next guys that come over, like what their first shots do in the right lane. I see, still can't give it away.
No. Yeah, it's funny seeing Pete down there, getting all fired up. It's always funny, guys like that, that compete at those levels like Pete has for decades now. There really isn't anything they do where they don't get overly competitive. I mean, they can't just. A lot of times it's hard for them to just relax and have fun. I know Pete was always played a lot of golf. I'm sure he is a huge competitor on the golf course. People always talked about guys like Michael Jordan and how competitive he was. I mean, he didn't want to lose at anything. remember one regional tournament, we didn't make the finals. I think your brother did, so I was back up at the bowling alley on Sunday. Pete didn't make the finals. A bunch of us go outside and we're playing wiffle ball on the side of the building, and Pete's playing wiffle ball like it's the 7th game of a World Series. Just one of those guys. It didn't matter what he was doing; he had to win. He's out there diving in a bowling alley parking lot for trying to catch wiffle balls, and it's like, Pete, you're going back on a national tour here in a couple weeks. Don't hurt yourself. Didn't matter. Just the way he's wired.
Starting to see some shiny equipment brought out, yeah, because the hook spot's real now.
Yeah, they're not trying to burn that oil up anymore.
And like I said, before we sign out of here, there will be some lofting of the gutter cap more than likely.
Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, when you and I talked about it earlier in the week, I mean, we weren't sure what the total entry number was going to be. We were thinking maybe 5 to a pair, something like that. And, this thing ended up not only sort of selling out, but having a waiting list. The fact of the matter with 7 on a pair, it's really not that different from league. And think about how much your average league night transition would be from game 1 to game 3. I mean, these guys are going to bowl 6 games and then do it again. I have not heard, but I assume they're not oiling again after the 6 games.
No.
So yeah, definitely by the time we get to games 7 through 9, there's going to be a lot of friction on the lines. All right, so I am older, so forgive me if this is not completely accurate, but looking, it appears that Pete is about to step up in the 10th, and it looks like if he strikes out, he's working on about 240.
Yeah, he's got 248 left if he goes off.
Oh, we did switch back. Okay. So, yeah. And that would explain why he's getting fired up. I didn't see what Ryan left. What did Ryan leave in the 10? Broke his string.
I didn't see it either.
Okay, so Ryan's going to finish with 250, 257 if he strikes. That's going to get him into the plus 40 range. Cody still has a shot at 250, which if he gets that, he's going to be 100 over, which, again, right now, it's going to put him way up there. I mean, he's already way up there. He's 4th as it is, but...
Yeah, Rudy left the Greek, and he liked it. You can tell by his reaction he didn't understand. So, yeah, when lanes start hooking, you still got to stay on top of him. I felt like he threw it pretty good, and now he doesn't have another opportunity to bowl in that lane, but if he did, he'd have to take another step left.
Yeah. Or, as you said earlier, I mean, maybe it's a ball change. I mean, you just don't know. But
is he from the East Coast? Is that where Rudy's from? Only a big high-stakes player.
I think you're right.
Wonder what had him come all the way in here for this event. That's pretty cool that he did.
Don't know. We've got John Marcello laughing at us over our shoulders here, trying to figure out.
Don't have me on a live stream, please. No.
Oh, yeah.
No.
John says, please no.
What's been my theme, though? I'm an ice on person.
We've been saying the whole time I wouldn't want to be a left-hander today. There's just not enough of them to burn the area like the righties have today. Is that what we're seeing for you, John?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we've been seeing? Just not enough on your side to get a track?
And there's a few guys that are still throwing urethane for whatever reason. I have no idea.
No.
Oh, no, God. We actually said that earlier. It's like nobody should be throwing urethane unless it was picking a 10-pin or a 7-pin. But
hey, and the good news soon, John, all the righties will be playing. They'll be lofting a cab on top of whatever.
Exactly,
so.
And we're going to have to cross their shot twice.
Yeah.
One's trying to just get to a spot. So, yeah, it's tough, but, it's for a good cause.
Absolutely. It's a great cause.
Important thing.
So.
Get these kids some scholarships. It's so good to see a bunch of kids out here bowling.
Yeah. Oh, and then, I mean, I was telling Steve, it's like some of these kids look younger than my kids.
Yeah.
And
it's
good experience.
It's great experience on a tough shot for them. So, yep.
Keep grinding. Good things at 6 games, right, buddy?
Yeah. I might make 200 on it.
We'll have a beer together when you're done. How's that?
There you go. So it looks like we're back on the pairs in front of us, but 27 and 8 is all wrapped up now. Cody did not strike. I didn't see what he left in the 10th. We were talking to John, but he's going to finish with 230, which is going to get him to plus 80s. Ryan's 250 is going to get him to plus 40. So start seeing some of these scores trend up.
Not that I'm Nostradamus or anything, but what did I say when we started? Shea Bittenbender, best bowler in the state of Missouri, in my opinion, and Mr. Aldrich, I'd put him on the tour if I had money, and they're both probably going to be near the very top here of the standings after 3.
Yep.
And you know what? If you made them play the gutter, they would do just fine there. It doesn't matter where you make these guys play. They can.
Good bowlers figure it out.
They can hit them from anywhere.
Yep. Good bowlers figure it out.
So we're just wrapping up game 3. So probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes, well, maybe a little longer, but we'll have updated standings after 3. So we're halfway through qualifying.
Yep.
So who are we going to have on the pair next? Who is?
Well, we should have Pete in that group on 25 and 6. So you'll be able to see a little bit of those guys. 27 and 8. We'll have Hunter Bell, Ryan Hunt, Cameron Touche, Jerome Simpson. A couple names missing off that. Karen Rosenberg's on there. Nick Donius. Then right here in front of us, we'll have the Steiners, Lee and Patrick English, Mason Heiligman, Travis Radar, Ray Stormer. Should be on 27-8 right in front of us. I think it'll be interesting to see those guys when they come over here to 27-8 and watch them bowl in 28.
We're halfway through qualifying. I don't think either one of us have uttered a cuss word yet.
And that's impressive. It was certainly one of the things we talked about. The ability to go, a few hours without profanity is
without slipping.
A little uncommon.
When Jen was here earlier, she was not a good influence.
No, she was a bad influence.
Maybe she'll want to get in here and talk a little bit.
Yeah.
I might go track her down.
Yeah. Well, we should probably get Gary's dad or something too. Again, just a reminder, and everybody's aware, but just a reminder of why we're here today, the Gary Helferstay Memorial Tournament. For a great cause, raise scholarship money for youth bowlers, but again, to keep Gary's name prominent in the St. Louis community. Great cause.
I talked to his dad, because I didn't know their background. Most of the time, if you're a kid that gets into bowling, it's because your parents, were into it or to some level. And I asked him if he bowled, and he said no. Him and his wife didn't bowl at all.
Really? That
casually,
is interesting.
yeah. But he said, I thought this was pretty cool. He said that him and his wife did meet in a bowling alley. So I thought, well, that's pretty awesome. But they just bowled casually and not league bowlers or anything, but Gary just picked it up and enjoyed it and obviously turned into a great bowler.
I think the other thing too, nowadays with all the games at home, younger kids may not appreciate it, but for guys our age, obviously we grew up, your dad was one of the greatest bowlers this area's ever produced. My grandfather, who my grandparents raised me, was a bowler, but so I was in bowling centers because of that. But a lot of us also hung out in bowling alleys because that's where the video games were. The video game arcades and stuff like that. If you wanted to, when Pac-Man and some of those things came out, the bowling alley was the place you played them, or even pinball machines before that. So definitely a lot of that. And, that's one of the things that is kind of sad. Again, we're kind of out of the game, but watching the demise of all the bowling centers in the St. Louis area, those bowling centers that closed. Obviously, you grew up down at the old Redbird Lanes, at Gravois and Hampton, which hasn't been there in years. I grew up at Bowlerama, which was, in Overland on Woodson, and then later at Strike and Spare. Both of those are gone. Strike and Spare, obviously, much more recently, but, so many of the centers that guys our age started at don't exist anymore. And that's, it's really unfortunate, because they're, a lot of memories, but a lot of just, again, when you see some of these kids that are bowling, maybe there's kids out there that aren't doing it because the closest bowling center is not that close to where they're at. So.
Yeah, I only think there's one bowling center actually in the city of St. Louis right now, in the city.
Yeah.
And it's a church.
Yeah.
It's Epiphany, that Catholic church, has like 8 lanes and whatever.
Yeah, and you obviously Redbird was a city bowling alley. You had Western Bowl where your dad
the arena
managed
next
forever.
to the old, where the Blues played
the
had
arena
80
was
lanes.
was it 80? I was gonna say 72.
Something like that.
The thing was massive. Yeah, stuff like that, and even some of the little centers that had character, like arcade lanes. We talked earlier about the Peterson. We could do a whole segment on arcade and the experiences of bowling the Masters League back in the day at arcade. But all of those places are long gone, and like I said, it really is sort of sad.
I think we're getting.
Okay, we've got Nick Donius here on 28. Again, I'm kind of curious just to see. He goes Brooklyn. So don't know if that was a good shot by him or a bad shot, but we've been saying the 28 looks like it's getting scorched, and if he threw that well, that would be consistent with what we've been seeing.
Yeah, so if you're at home watching and you've got a friend or family member or something that's going to be hitting this pair soon,
yeah,
you may want to
send him a text
and say,
Lane 28 hooks.
Yeah.
We'll give you the early scoop. Lane 28 curves a lot.
Looks like quite a few junior bowlers on this pair.
Yeah, there are. We had a few of them on the last, or I don't know, again, I say junior bowlers, they look young to me, but yeah, as John said, it's really good. There's clearly a lot of young competitors out here bowling.
So do you have the lane assignments? Do you have the names of everybody on this pair?
I do.
On 27 and 8 now?
I think I have most of them. So it is this group that started on 15 and 16. So there's one
I was going to
hole.
say that's David Rosenberg's wife, Karen. She came up from Cape. David's bowling. Remember David from Junior Archways? Yeah, you'll know him when you see him.
Know if I
or
see him,
Richard
maybe.
John's age,
Okay.
2 years older than us.
We got Pete about to throw his shot here on 26. So see what the lane movement is for him. He's way deep. Leaves us ring 10. So I think he liked the shot, didn't like the result, obviously.
Is that if I hit the space bar, will it flip there? Or?
Just tell me what you want, and I'll pop it up there for you.
What are you thinking here, Chris? You want to bounce around? Let's see what we got on 15 and 16.
We can. I think people wanted to see the pair with Pete, and now they're on that main feed with us here on 25 and 6. So they're pretty close. So maybe stick there for a little bit.
So they'll bounce to 29 and 30 next. So next Pete,
yeah, we'll have.
We'll have Shay and Tim and all of them, because I believe they're the pair to the left of us. They're on 23 and 4 now.
Okay.
So next game will be.
We'll have a
lot of St. Louis guys and
a lot of the top competitors right now.
Should be on the tour, dude.
Oh, man. I had an open frame in there.
All he's doing is bragging about you the whole time here.
There ain't much to brag about, I'll tell you that.
Well, keep doing what you're doing, man. You're doing good.
How you doing, sir?
Hey, it's Richie's special sauce in my home.
That's right. It worked for him, it'll work for you, right?
So, Steve, we talk about the sort of the mix of the bowlers that you have right now between, young and old and all that stuff. I guess the two things that I can think back to when we were kids is maybe if you bowled like the Pro-Am when the tour stop came to Dick Weber's lanes, and then the other thing would have been the big guy to little guy junior archway tournament. But looking at some of these kids on 27 and 8 and how young they are, I mean, can you imagine being, I don't know how old they are, but an early teen, mid-teenager, and bowling next, spending the day bowling next to Pete Weber.
No,
I
they
mean, how
don't
cool
care.
would that have been?
Yeah, but these guys, now.
I understand, but I mean, how cool would that have been? Who would have been your big idol back then? Think of like a guy like Mark Roth, and all of a sudden, you're 15, 16, and you're bowling next to and competing against, Mark Roth or
when you're
Earl
that young,
Anthony
you
or something
probably
like that.
don't care. When you're that young, you don't probably. Now that you get old and you're nostalgic, looking back, you would, look. You bowled some tour stops. I bowled 2, and if you're a young bowler, if you have any desire, if you want to bowl at the highest level, I would encourage you to at least try it because, I bowled 2 stops. I had 2 great draws. I mean,
Yeah.
I got to cross with Dick Weber and David Houston on the one tournament that I bowled in. The other one I crossed with Norm Duke, and to my left, on the pair to my left, was Dick and Mark Roth. So,
Yeah.
and I was in my early 20s when I bowled. Actually, my first one, I was actually only 17 when I bowled my first tour stop. But, now that I'm an old guy, I look back, and it's like, I bowled 18 games on the same pair with Norm Duke and, Dick Weber, and it's something that if you have the opportunity to do it, like you said, when you get older, you look back and I'm fortunate that I at least bowled a couple of stops and got to,
Right.
got to compete with those guys on the same pairs.
Yeah, I've told you the story before, but it also it has its moments too. Bowling probably like my 3rd or 4th stop, and we're bowling out in Vegas, the old Showboat, and the Showboat was another one that had I don't remember 72 lanes or something ridiculous like that, and so we're bowling the Pro-Am, and I'm in the paddock and I get pulled aside and say, hey, we need bowlers for the Pro-Am, so we need you to bowl. And of course, I'm a nobody. I'm bowling like my third tour stop. I'm a regional player from the Midwest. We're out in Vegas. Nobody has a clue who I am. And I go out there to bowl, and I think I'm on like 43 and 4 or something like that. And the way the Pro-Am would always work is you have to go up. They'd say, here are the greatest bowlers in the world. And you throw your shot. It was like your practice shot, and then you'd stand out there until they introduce you. Well, so I go up there and I throw my one shot, and on the pair to my left I had Mark Roth, and on the pair to my right I had Marshall Holman. And so we go up, we throw a shot, we're standing there, and the introductions are being made, and on lanes 41 and 2, he's a 3-time PBA Bowler of the Year, however many time champion, he's this, he's that, he's and it's just a list of accomplishments, from wherever Mark Roth is from, Mark Roth. On 43 and 4 from St. Louis, Chris Bailey. And on 45 and 6, and they go into this, the long introduction for Marshall Holman and all this stuff. And it's like, the poor people who are on the pair with me are like, we spent all this money and we got this clown. I mean, what happened here?
The ones 2 pairs to the right, looking down, going,
oh my God, we get him next too.
We have Chris Bailey. We're 1 pair away from Mark Roth, and we get stuck with this guy.
That's exactly right. It's like, how did that happen?
All right, so now we got 4 pairs going, it looks like. So... All right, giving you a few more opportunities here. We're now flipped and have obviously 4 pairs going.
Oh, wow, we got the multi-screen going now. Tom, our technical advisor, has gotten really fancy on us. Goodness knows Steve and I wouldn't have been anywhere near smart enough to figure that out.
All right, so the first 8 lanes in this house were added later on. They do tend to have different characteristics than the rest of the house. This was originally a 24-lane center, and bowling was booming, so they added 8, which are now lanes 1 through 8. So the guys that started on the very first pair that we had, game 1, like Roy Turner, Kevin Schrum, now looks like they've migrated down. They're on 7 and 8, so they're on the new end. It was just added. Again, going from pair to pair, you might, we know the characteristics you got to play in, and you don't have a whole lot of area to the right. But
yeah, and people can appreciate that when you've got a completely different set of lanes that were laid down at a different time. I mean, that transition from the far right end to the far left end is a bigger deal than just crossing lanes. I mean, it's probably Who knows what it'll be like on this, but it has the potential to be a pretty dramatic difference. That could be good or bad, but
Well, if you're a right-hander and you got nothing, you don't mind going to the next pair and having something completely different.
No, I agree. You're absolutely right. Trying to see, it looks like Roy is working on about $1.80 here. So he was plus. He was up near the top 20.
Yeah, they're wrapping up game 4, and it looks like.
Is that game 4?
Well,
or is that game 3? I was thinking that
they've
might
got
be
7, and they may be lagging.
Yeah, they've
pretty
got
far
7,
behind,
so they just could be behind. Yeah, because they started here in front of us, they would have gone 31-2.
No, that's their 4th game then, Chris.
Oh, that is their 4th game. You're right. No. Oh, you're right. Yeah, they started on 25-6.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if they're on 7 and 8, that's
Yeah.
kind of 4 for them.
Yeah, so they're way ahead. They must be following a 6, and they just got started earlier. Oh, no. You know what, Steve? They do have 6. That's that blind at the bottom, or that no score. The D up there's nobody.
On your lower left quadrant, that's Eric Sachs. He's a Lindenwood alum, and I think he's the only lefty that I see that's plus. So he's grinding pretty damn good.
You talking about on lane 21? No.
Just picked the spare.
Oh, just picked the spare, yeah.
Yeah, it's Eric.
Okay.
His brother Drew, I believe, is in the house too. Okay, so there's Dave Rosenberg. Kevin Aber. Now, Kevin was a real good close personal friend of Gary's as well. Hope he's still got
I was
nothing.
going to say he's still 3-7. Yeah, you can see the difference between 6 and 7 on a pair on 3 and 4 in the just starting the 3rd frame of their game, and guys on 5 and 6 are done. Just watched him. Not sure who that was on 17, but had two-hander, looked like he left a 310 and decided to go at it in sort of the backup ball version, and found out that the left side's not hooking at all. Ball never crossed past the 4th arrow.
You can see some of the righties, they went from having no hook to now, you go to the next pair and the hook spot in the middle.
Yep.
You got to hope you're in the right spot.
Pete just caught a double, so he started with that ring 10 to start the game. He's now doubled, so he's clearly
He'll be just fine.
Yeah.
Playing 5th arrow with his touch that he has.
Well, like you said earlier, I mean, this lane condition might favor a little bit of touch, and Pete's definitely still got that. He's not going to throw it 19 miles an hour, but he can definitely play feel.
Good old Shea.
Tell you what, Steve, I was barely qualified to do this for one pair. I'm trying to follow 4 pairs is a little bit challenging here.
Next time he's up, Chris, I'll point out a young man. He's getting a lot of local recognition. He's won the St. Louis Youth Bowl of the Year a couple years in a row. Got a really good game. He's on 29 and 30 now.
Okay.
Two-hander. Was about even. The last time we got a sheet was -6, it looks like. So yeah, has a real good idea at a young age.
Yeah, he was just on 25 and 6. I
Yeah.
watched him throw a few.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cody just cut a Greek church off a turkey down there. Almost picked it. Got 4 of them.
Okay, so who's got up on 28? He's got a pretty nice game. I don't know how he's currently scoring, but he's got the front 3. And again, 28 tends to hook quite a bit, but he packed his first shot on that lane. So, oh, well, heck.
Caught a break.
Was that a Brooklyn? I didn't see.
No,
who
it
was throwing
it was sort of high flush trip to 4. Just watched John Marcella throw his last shot over on 25, and he looked like he finally moved into sort of the track area and caught a strike. It looked like, again, I'm sure he's been struggling to find it, but looks like he's at least in the right spot now.
Yeah, Eric Saxon's ripped the 5 there. Like I said, he's the Lone Ranger so far.
Rudy Revs tripping the 4.710 out.
I thought Rudy was taller than that, not going to lie to you. I've only been in the same building with him a couple of times, but he's about as tall as Pete, isn't he?
Maybe. Pete up on 25 now. Really deep and we soft 10. Didn't quite get it there. Yeah, hopefully we'll have our Game 3 updated scores here pretty soon. Yeah, nice shot there by Carl on lane 26. I didn't see what he ended up finishing up the last game with, but you know, he's got spare turkey to start this game. He looks like he's clearly got a really good look right now. I'm sure he's going to be someone to contend. I mean, he was already plus 17 going into last game, and obviously had a good game going last game, working on another big score here. So definitely a name to keep in mind for as we get closer to the end of the 6 games qualifying.
Yeah, Jeremy Hunt's on one of the pairs, and Jeremy's won the event, I believe, twice. So, and again, it's really cool that he comes up from Cape to bowl this tournament. In fact, I think he runs West Park Bowl or West Park Lanes. It's in Cape Girardeau.
Okay. You said West Park. I was thinking of the one down in Springfield.
Yeah, no, it's in Cape. And a little trivia question with Richie is my brother won one regional tournament only in his life that it was a singles event, and it was there.
Really?
Yeah, his other 3 wins were all doubles, but his lone singles title was there, and he beat Leroy Bornhop. So pretty.
So who all did he win with? He won with you. He did not win with me.
He won with Mike Miniman.
Okay.
And Dave Traber.
Okay.
But yeah, that was his only title. And he actually should have not even gotten in the top 5. Dale Traber thought he was locked in the show, and on his fill ball, went up and changed balls and left the Greek church on his fill ball, and he thought he was 5th, and because of his blunder, Rich got one rounded by 1 pin and then went up the ladder and ended up winning the whole thing.
Wow.
So if Dale's paying attention
That's
and doesn't,
crazy.
Yeah, if Dale's paying attention and doesn't throw a different ball and gets more than 5 on his fill ball, Lumpy never even makes the top 5.
Yeah. And for those people who don't know, you know, you may recognize the Traber name. Dave Traber bowled a number of years on the national tour, won some national tour titles. His brother Dale, who didn't really bowl as much on the national tour, bowled a lot on the regional tour. I personally, having bowled against both of them, always thought Dale was a better bowler between the two. Dave, made the commitment to go out and bowl the national tour stops, and certainly did well. But Dale was a hell of a bowler. I mean, Dale was really, really good, and Dale threw, hard and straight, just like Dave did, and did it before resin, when urethane was the big stuff. And I mean, the guy scored on anything and everything. I mean, he was probably Midwest Region Bowler of the Year several times, because it didn't seem like there was ever a tournament where he wasn't competitive. So he was always doing really well on the points and things like that. Just a really, really good bowler.
I only had my card 1 year, and the year I bowled, he was the best player in the Midwest region. That wasn't Pete, that wasn't bowling full time.
Well,
the guys that were your non-touring players. I mean, Dale was the best player in the Midwest.
Right, and that was something else too. I mean, people, you think about the regional tour and you figure, okay, it's the step down tour, and sure, it's the step you're taking to try to get to the national tour. But in the Midwest, because the Webbers ran those, Dick was sort of the name, but really John and Rich were the ones who were doing all the work, but running those. But they scheduled most of the regional tour stops back then when the national tour was off, because you had a lot of big names on the national tour who were Midwest regional bowlers, and so if you had a regional and you could get Pete or Ronnie Williams, Steve Wunderlich, guys like that to come to your tournament, it made the tournament better for the proprietors. It was easier to get sponsorship money, and it made it more attractive for the fans. So a lot of the tournaments we bowled were against the top touring guys. So we just got the standings now for game 3. Shea Bittenbender, Nostradamus here to my right, Steve Orff.
Thank you.
Shea's leading now at plus 121. Nick Crummell at plus 109. Cody Aldrich third at plus 84. Blake Rieger fourth at plus 82. Jeremy Zimmerly tied for fourth at plus 82. Tied for sixth, we have Hunter Bell and Tim Hyman at plus 79. Carl Williams in eighth, plus 71. Some guy named Pete Weber is now ninth at plus 60. And Amanda Warwick is 10th at plus 59. So scores are starting to trend up. 59 over is now 10th.
Well, we say they're trending up, but out of a field of 106, we have 30 that are plus.
That's true.
So
that's fair.
76
and that's
of the
been pretty consistent. I mean, I think the first game it was maybe 25, 200.
Yeah,
so
76 of the 106 in the field are minus, which is to be expected. Shannon Payton's doing very well, 53 over. After 3, Jeremy Keneally, 51 over. Stubby's 44 over. Eric Sachs, again, the high lefty that I see, he's grinding, man. You got to tip your hat. He's 42 over. Roy Turner plus 31. Rudy Rez is 30 over. Johnny Brown, who also comes up from Cape Girardeau, plus 27. Kevin Hebert, 27 over. So young guy we just talked about, Mason Hausman, is 14 over, junior bowler. So yeah, it's a challenging condition. Brent Boho's in the field. Brent's a real well-known bowler, bowls all over the country. I think the last year at the USBC he shot around 2,100. Really good two-handed player. He's plus 13, plus 12. So that's a challenge. 12. Yep, they are not easy. Eddie Bird, our buddy, hanging in there. Minus 11. Minus 11. We're taking 26 to make the cut. So right now that number's 11. Plus 11.
Plus 11's the cut line right now. So
I'm guessing you're 35 over. Roughly is going to be what it's going to take to advance to probably the cashier's round.
Might be a little high. I'm gonna go 25.
So yeah, the lanes are tough, and if you're a right-hander and you're in the right spot, and you go to the next pair, and you got something similar to what you just came off of, if you can carry, you got a chance to put together some decent numbers. But other than that, it's not going to be a walk in the park the next few games either.
Yeah, and it just goes to show it's what we've been saying. 180, 170, even 170 games is not going to kill you. If you can turn around and pop a big one, you can catch a 230 or 240 here or there. It's not going to take a ton to qualify.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want to run with the top 5, yes, you're going to have to score pretty regularly. It's going to be hard to absorb one of those. But if you're looking at the cash line and getting to those next 3. You just got to grind it. I mean, you can't make that a 180 game can't be above 50.
Yeah, and I know when you're rolling something this hard, one thing that it kind of just like takes me back in time. When you're bowling something super hard, and let's just say you throw a good shot, you get a strike, and then you go to the next lane and you throw it terrible, and you carry a Brooklyn. Those are huge.
Those are big.
And then you go to the next lane, and if you throw it good and you got a 3-bagger, that Brooklyn, someone might have made a better shot than you and left a 4-9 or something. It's like you got to jump on those.
We saw
those
Roy Turner.
breaks.
Roy Turner earlier, was on a double and threw it as good as he could have possibly thrown it and left an 8-pin. Somewhere somebody in the building, caught one through the nose that carried or went Brooklyn and carried and turned a bad shot into a double or a turkey.
Got to take advantage of that because you're going to make bad shots. You got to hopefully get a couple lucky breaks. Or when you get them, you better jump on.
Or you throw a real good one like we saw Jeremy Keneally earlier, and you leave a pocket 7-10, and it was like a 30-pin swing or something like that, if I remember correctly, 20-pin swing.
Yeah. So now that there is a hook spot for righties, not for lefties. If you got a hook spot, you got to be versatile enough to be able to play in 4th, 5th arrow and get it to hit. Firing it up 10, it's not going to work today, Chris.
No, probably not. Doesn't mean there aren't going to be some people who are going to try it.
I'll
tell you. Tell you though, right now, just again, we can only see what we can see around us, and I'm having a hard time following 4 different screens, but. Of the bowlers around us, Carl Williams right now clearly has a great look. I mean, he's coming off a 250.
Whenever you guys want to break.
He's coming off 250. He's got 5-bagger now. So.
Justin, that's one of Gary's.
So
we're going to maybe do a little booth swapping.
Yeah.
Do you have anybody else too that's a buddy you might want to take over for a while? Maybe get Jen in the booth too. So we're going to do a little bit of swapping here, and Justin Lynn's going to hop in the booth. Beer in hand.
You're going to keep this here. This was the original roster, so obviously 25 and 6, but at least gives you a frame of reference of where people are.
Okay.
All right, so now we have Justin Lynn hopping in the booth.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Just became a father for the 2nd time, correct?
Yes.
You have a little boy now, it looks
Yes.
like.
Double trouble.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
When you get old like me, you never think about the stuff when you're your age probably, but now that you have a son to keep your name going, seriously, that's an important thing.
It is. It is. It's very exciting, and luckily he's doing well, and now we try to keep 2 different humans alive. So.
Yep. So you are obviously one of Gary's best friends, and I'll tell you something you probably didn't know. Gary obviously worked at H&G. I worked with Gary for many years, and Gary brought friends over. Leanne Price, Eddie Bird, and it was a good pipeline because everybody Gary brought over worked out real well for our company. They're still working for the company that I work for. And I said, man, you got to get more of these guys, And I said, can you get Shay to work here? And I rattle off all his names, and he goes, the one guy I want is Justin. He said he's the smartest guy of all the guys in our group. So don't know if you ever knew that Gary thought that highly of you like that, but he's like, I don't think we could afford him.
I
but
did.
I want Justin. He's the smartest guy. And so, there's a little story to share with you that I don't know if he ever tried to recruit you to come work for H&G, but he that was his sentiments.
We did. Gary and I had many conversations about that, and actually interviewed there at one point, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he actually grew up in upstate New York where I grew up, and so we were joking about some of the similar places we had been.
He was
and
working for H&G at
he
the
was,
time?
yeah, including an adult-only establishment that he was familiar with that
Oh, okay.
that I knew about from the area. So we had a good time talking about that.
So obviously you also are a Lindenwood alum, correct?
Yes.
And that's what brought you here, because you're from the East Coast as well?
Yep. Yeah, me and the other 17 people, I think, at this point that are Pennsylvania, New York.
Yeah, well,
to,
Shay's from
to
there,
Missouri.
Jen was from there. Right, we were even talking that, a lot of the top bowlers in St. Louis now, they're not St. Louis bred. I mean, they're guys that are coming from all over the country to come bowl at McKendree or Lindenwood or, the different colleges now, and you guys stay here, so it's pretty cool, and you've made St. Louis your home, and obviously you're great friends with Gary. We were joking earlier, this is Lindenwood's practice. It always used to be their practice home, right?
Yep.
I don't know if it still is. I presume it is. Randy Lightfoot was probably the coach back when you bowled.
Yep.
But I said this would always be the place you'd find Gary. Gary liked hanging out here. This is where he met Jen. And we were thinking, if we had to write down a list, who are the top 10 that have drank the most beer in this bowling? You probably might be on the list. I don't know.
I don't know. There was
Gary would definitely probably be in the running.
Yeah, Gary,
Kevin Bruning.
Kevin Bruning. Yeah, that. I mean, that was the core group. Sean North, Eddie. I mean, that was the core group
Chris
that I kind of
Taylor, Eddie Bird,
yeah.
kind of drank a lot of beer up here.
Yeah, I mean, that was the core group of guys that I kind of, I was 18 coming in when I came to Lindenwood, and that was kind of, they were in their, early mid-30s at that point, still bowling a couple nights a week, and, that was kind of the core group that was always
so
here.
now, were you during the era with Shay and Valenti?
Yeah.
Valenta.
Yeah, so
Valenta.
Shay and that group were 2 years ahead of me, but got to bowl with them, and then Valenta was a year ahead of me. So got to see those guys and them, win that national title in 2005.
How about Zarnicki? Was Zarnicki gone already when you stopped?
Dave was gone. Chad, his younger brother,
bowling
was
you
still
guys?
here. So that group was still here, yep.
So then right during maybe when you started to become a junior or senior, or right after you graduated, was it then the Brad Millers or the Brett Cunningham from New York, another one?
Yeah, so Brett was the same year I was, but he had transferred in, yep. But yeah, and then Brad and then Kyle was significantly behind me, but Brad was a freshman as I was a junior senior. So that was kind of the handoff there to that group, and those guys are doing well. Still bowling a lot on tour, so it's good to see those guys have some success.
Yeah, and Gary, if I'm not mistaken, didn't go to college. I don't think he bowled collegiately. He went, straight from high school to the workforce and ended up just being a really good bowler, obviously. But he hung around up here all the time, so he got to be friends with all you Lindenwood fellas from out of town, and you guys end up being lifelong friends. And, we lost him way too early. We still have pictures of Gary at our place on the wall, and when I think back to Gary, it cracked me up because I always tease him. It's like he'd be a young guy, I guess I know he lived with Sean for a while, but it's like every year Gary had to have a new car. Man.
Yeah.
He couldn't go more. He'd walk, he'd drive up, he'd have a new Dodge Challenger or whatever. I'm like, dude, what the hell was wrong with your truck you bought 6 months ago? Oh, I got a buddy at Bellman. He'll cut me a deal. I get great deals. But he always had to have a new hot rod.
The newest thing.
And then when Gary had a bad day at work, we all knew it.
Yeah.
He'd be peeling out. He'd be burning rubber, yelling a F word, taking off on the parking lot. In his Dodge Challenger that he was going to get rid of 6 months later.
Going to pound his next can of beer or snack or whatever he was going to get.
Oh, yeah. So I know you're tight with him. I've been kind of trying to act like I know a little bit about bowling. So I made the prognostication earlier. I said, that guy is the best bowler in the state of Missouri.
Yeah, I would say, Shay certainly has been dominant for, call it a decade and a half now, and, continues to do it at a competitive level. And that's everywhere, right? That's not just in the St. Louis area. That's traveling to Iowa. That's traveling to nationals. He's consistently,
Doesn't matter if they're hard or they're dead easy.
No.
He's one of my old man. You never knew my old man. My old man was an awesome bowler, and I think this is about the biggest compliment I can give to Shay. But when my old man used to show up in a tournament back in the 70s and 80s, when he walked in, everybody kind of
Yeah.
knew if he's on, that's a guy I got to
gonna be
beat.
tight.
And that's when you know, you're not going to have it every single time, but when Shea Bittenbender walks into a bowling center, and everybody kind of knows if he's got if he's on today, I mean, he's just great. So he's one of the very few guys. I made a comment earlier. To bowl for a living is so hard, and
Yep.
it's very hard to make enough money to do it. Shay's one of the few guys I would tell you. I know he's got a great job, and he's happy doing what he's doing. He bowls competitively when he wants to. But if that guy wanted to go on the tour, I can tell you right now, he would have done just fine. There's no
Yep.
doubt in my mind.
Yep.
He's got that good of a game, and he's got what it takes to win the years too, which is super important, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I mean the biggest thing is staying healthy too, right? Like it's one thing just to have the funds to do it, but to be healthy and everything to work every time you need it is a huge piece that I think people forget about, but that's an important piece.
I don't
as
know
well
if you
too.
remember this, but back when like Flanagan was open, he started this Fantasy Masters League website and all this stuff, and I remember this. They had Life Randy actually, who doesn't normally go on Facebook or social media all that much. I asked him who are the top 10 greatest bowlers in the history of Lindenwood since you've been there. And I don't know if you remember the results of it. He actually picked Shea number one over Brian Valenta, which at the time Brian was bowling on the tour.
Yep.
Brian, but and that's not a knock on Brian. Brian's awesome too, but it's like that's how highly Randy thought of Shea, who was a guy that to be honest, you've had Kyle, you've had
Yep.
Christian Ascona, you've had guys bowling on the tour,
Yep.
but as recently just a few years ago, Randy said, I think the best guy that ever came through is Shea, and it's hard to argue it. The guy's he's just something, man.
Yeah, and I think over the length of time he's done it now, right? It's 2 decades since he came to Lindenwood, right? And so continues to perform at a high level and continues to do it on various conditions and various places. So it's not just at St. Charles Lanes he does well.
Just a crack behind, in my opinion, Timmy. Man, Timmy's awesome too.
Yeah.
Hate to say one's better than the other because they're both super good. Tim will get mad at me if he ever watches this because Tim's great, but man, those two, Tim's right there with them.
Tim not having a fun day so far, huh?
He's right there with them, though, no doubt. You never bowled on our Peterson group.
I did not, no.
We had a lot of good times up there, and it was, it was a lot of the group you hung out with.
Yep.
Taylor and Eddie Bird and Alina and Gary and Jen would go, and Tim and Laura. And the one year Tim won it back in 2012. So, yeah, we always had a good time.
With some sort of red ball, right, that he won it with?
I think he used like a urethane
Urethane,
ball
yeah.
when nobody threw urethane. Gyro one, like a $50 ball. Yep.
Ordered it off eBay, I'm sure,
I
and
made
just
a comment
punched it
earlier.
himself.
I made the comment earlier. I was one. He backed out the week before. I said, just get up there, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little short of money. I go, dude, I don't care. I put him in. I said, you got to go. Don't leave me with a hole because, you want to fill the squad.
Yep.
So I teased him. If I wouldn't have said, just go up there, he backed out on me. And every time Tim went up there, he finished top 100 like every year.
Yep.
Shit, it was like easy money for Tim. Another guy with a great game that picks every spare. And so Ryan Granahan's one of your core group too, is he
He
not?
is, yep.
Now, was he
Ryan's a
both
good friend of mine.
Lindenwood same time with you?
He was the same age as Shea, so
Okay,
two
so a
years
little older
ahead
than
of me. Yep. And he's running around here somewhere wearing
So
his
like when
Notre
they
Dame
were,
stuff.
you were a freshman pretty much when they were juniors, I'm guessing,
That's
in that
right.
range?
Yeah. Basically, the year they won the national title was the year I was coming in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fun. We grew up, I'm in my mid-50s, and it's like, you had bowling on TV and you'd get a VHS tape and you record it, and it'd be cool to watch it. Never would you ever in a million years believe you'd have YouTube. And like now,
Yep.
you can go back and watch
all the old
when
stuff.
you guys won. Yeah,
Yeah.
when you won, and when you know Shea was bowling fourth. I remember Brian was bowling anchor.
Yep.
And Ryan weighed about 160 pounds, and
He's a smaller version.
Although good for him, I think he's been losing some weight.
He
pretty
looks good. I saw
Yeah,
some pictures and saw him at a wedding a couple years ago, and
Quit bowling. Now I think he's back bowling, but that's another
Yep.
guy with ridiculous amount of talent.
so good.
One of the first two-handers, actually.
Yep. Yeah, he was ahead of the
He was.
the trend.
I remember the first time I saw the guy bowl, people were like, yes, he's the Valenta guy bowl.
Yep.
And I'd never seen a two-hander before, and I mean, I was just like, my jaw dropped. And like, he was ripping racks, and I had never seen it like that before.
Yeah. Yeah. And the power that he had.
Yeah,
was just
he was winning PBA tournaments
incredible.
with Black Beauties.
Yeah.
And like, yeah. Yeah, super bowler.
And then had that run at the Open, and seemed to always do well at the Open when he would go.
Yeah, just super talented. Lockport, Chicago, or Lockport, Illinois, right?
Yep.
Right outside Chicago.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, there was a good contingent of Chicago folks around that time too. If you remember Emil Williams and Andre Parker, who came down from the Chicago area the same time.
So do you know the whole story of how the program kind of got started? I don't want to badmouth my buddy Randy, but it didn't really start by like Randy going out and recruiting anybody. The very first crop, Doug Lakey, I don't know if you know Doug.
Yep, I know Doug.
Doug told me the story that he was like a sophomore or something like that, and he got to be really good friends with the Solovic brothers and Dave Zarnicki.
Yep.
And they were all around the same age.
What a motley crew that is.
And he knew they were really good, and they were bowling juniors, and they all said they were going to go to, they were going to stay local. They didn't want to leave town. And then he said that he talked to them all, hey, let's all go to Lindenwood. And so he, didn't bowl for a year or so. He wanted to keep his eligibility because he knew he was going to have 3 or 4 of his buddies come to bowl with him. And obviously, it was the very first class of the high-end Lindenwood was the 2 Solovics, Zarnicki, Doug Lakey. And
that's a pretty good start.
Well, and then they got to be friends with, I don't know where they met them, but the Chicago guys you mentioned. They I don't know if they met them from bowling junior gold stuff or whatever it was, but they got to be friends with Brian. They got to be friends with Emil. And so the Chicago guys, and then within a few years it became a powerhouse, and everybody wanted to go.
Yep.
Like young guy from the East Coast. Brett's from Clay, Missouri, or Clay, New York as well. But it started just with 5 local guys that, Doug Lakey basically is the one that said, hey, Randy, we're just turning a pair of lanes on, let us practice. That's how it all started. But they were really good. They got ranked right off the bat, and then it blew up. And they're still good now.
Yeah.
I think we live close to each other. You live in Garden Prairie area?
Yeah. Yep. Brian and Feisey Road right there.
I'm right off N.
Okay.
I'm close to N and Brian.
Yep.
And they don't touch Highway N when the roads get bad. Oh my God! You didn't have to drive down that, did you? Try to drive down.
we went to Corner Bar and Grill for lunch on a weekday right after the snowstorm on like Wednesday, and it was still bad.
They don't touch that. They don't touch Highway N. It's brutal. Like they cleared off my subdivision grate within the first day, and I got out of my subdivision. It's like, freaking white knuckles for like a mile. It's like, geez, not good.
Nope.
You bowl at all anymore, or are you retired? Or
semi-retired. I bowl Summer League at O'Fallon, and then I'll bowl Nationals, which is more of a chance to get out of town. And,
and they're always hard.
And bowl, and then the occasional fun thing here or there.
Good old O'Fallon. Now, Donnie Meyer was a hell of a good bowler.
Yeah.
You probably never had a chance to watch him bowl when he was.
So I bowl with his daughter.
Prime.
That's who I bowl. That's who I bowl Summer League with. Yeah.
Yep. Donnie was really good. Donnie's problem was at the end of the day he'd have about 12, 14 Budweisers in him. He lost a little bit of his touch as the day went on. That guy was good, though, let me tell you.
I understand that problem.
Let me tell you. I was trying to talk him into putting his name in for the Bowling Hall of Fame forever, and he never did. He finally did. He got elected a couple years ago. But I went up there probably 4 or 5 years ago on a Friday night. He was bowling. I had an application like, Donnie, fill the damn thing out. Come on, man. Because he'd always talk shit like, oh, I'm better than that guy. I'm better than that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Fill out the stupid form. So I go out there to watch him, and he's on like lane 2 at his bowling house, and he leaves a 4-9, okay? And he just looks back at me, winks at me, and he goes, now you know I'm going to make this, right, Ace? So dude goes up there and picks a 4-9 like it's nothing. So very next frame, he goes up on the very next lane, he leaves a 4-9 again. He comes back, looks back and winks at me, picks it again. So he comes back, he goes, what do you think about that? I'm like, well, it's pretty impressive, but maybe you should have moved after you left the first one.
It will come to me. Just stay where you're at.
That guy was good. So Wrapping up game 4, so we should be getting some stats.
Yep.
Hopefully updated pretty soon. But are you solo here, or are you bringing the wife and the kids with you?
Just me, myself, and I
Well,
today.
the little guy probably is too little to be out.
Yeah, he's,
especially when it's this cold.
Yeah.
How's your daughter doing with him? I'm sure she probably thinks it's awesome, I'm guessing.
Yeah, luckily she's
Hovering
not
all over him.
not attempted to drown or light him on fire, which has been good. So yeah, no,
You'll
all,
have another big helper there.
all
no doubt
positive
about it.
there.
No doubt about it.
Eddie Bird showing up at the booth. Hopefully he shows up on the score sheet here soon.
We'll be having him on the feature pair here real soon. They'll be moving down. They'll be right in front of us. So having the quad thing going, do you want to like try to see if we want to narrow it down and get maybe just 1 or 2 pairs? Because I know Shay, Tim, and all them will be right in front of us here the next game. So.
Yep, we can work that out.
You want to hop back in for a while? Yeah, I'm going to spread my legs on the bathroom. So that's my buddy Chris. They knew Gary real well too. So he's an old fart like me. He's about my age. So hop on back in, and I'll be back in a minute.
Little booth change here. Steve's going to take a little potty break. Chris is going to hop back in.
Had a chance to wander around a little bit. Saw Shea had 2-0 that game. Watching a little bit of the guys who were coming off of the low lanes to the newer lanes, making that transition from like 5 and 6, 7 and 8 up. Saw a lot of ball changes. So clearly those first 8, there's something different going on down there. So kind of keeps things interesting.
Yeah, I think if you can, grind through those tougher pairs and keep it somewhat close, and then when you get an opportunity to put a score together, that's good.
Yeah, Steve and I talked about that a lot. I mean, this is the type of lane condition where, 170, 180 is certainly not going to kill you. You can look at the sheet now and just look where the number's at. You can catch that 230, 240 and turn it around real quick. You just can't get discouraged by it.
Yeah, I mean, you're only looking at a third of the field, in the plus numbers. So
exactly. And right now the cut number's plus 11. So, you can go, buck 80, 240, and you're right. You're right where you need to be.
Yep.
So just a matter of grinding away. Don't, like I said, don't get frustrated. Don't get discouraged. Don't throw pins away. Was saying before I left, Carl Williams looks like he's got a great look right now, and 260 again this game. So very good chance he might be leading this thing after 4 games. With Shea shooting only 2-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see Nick, so I don't know what he had, but certainly going to put him right in the thick of it.
Yeah, and 260 is a big number.
It's a
and
big
if you put
number
2 of
today.
those back to back, that's a lot of pins.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody who's like, I can't believe there hasn't been an honor score in 4 games. I'm like, yeah, not on this condition. Not saying somebody won't do it, but it's, this is not a house condition where 300 is going to be the norm here today.
And tough with 5-7 on a pair, right? I mean, it'd be one thing if you had 1 or 2 people and you could get it walled up and you set yourself up, right? But just with the amount of transition they're going to be going through and the number of people on the pair.
So I said to Steve earlier, with some of these pairs having 7, I mean, this isn't that different from almost a league night where you think of what the transition's like over a 3-game set, and now you're doing it over a 6-game set. It's pretty dramatic.
And certainly even harder conditions than you expect on a league night, right? So you
much
add
harder
that
conditions.
in.
And, I mean, the reality is, too, even on a league night where, you're bowling with your buddies, you know what's going on, you can talk, you see one of your buddies go through the nose, it's like, okay, did you throw that good or not?
Yep.
And they can give you some feedback. I mean, here, you just don't know. So
kind of on an island by yourself here, right? You're not really hoping to coach another person or
Exactly.
or tell them your secret,
You know,
right?
I mean,
So-
yeah, there's some pairs where you certainly see some friends. I mean, I was watching, like Shay's pair. It's Shay and Tim and Tim Barrett and Chris Taylor and Eddie Bird. I mean, those guys are all buddies. I'm sure they're giving each other some feedback. But yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, at the end of the day, you're also competing against these folks too. So.
Trying to see who we have coming up in front of us here.
Oh, we got a comment from Adam Lorenz that he loved the Peterson. I mean, look, I always said, especially back when I was bowling it in the old house, the Peterson was something that if you were a bowler, you had to experience it. And I'm sure it's still the same way now. I mean, I know it's changed locations a couple different times, but it's something you have to do. If you're a bowler, it has to be on your bucket list. I mean, it will humble you. It will, but you could also go up there and score and have a good time and make some money. But, that is the classic. You can't take it too serious either, right?
It's one of those get the T-shirt event, right? Like you go,
Exactly.
you say you did it, you got the T-shirt.
Do they still do the photograph at the beginning?
don't know.
They don't do that anymore.
I don't
Okay, I
know.
mean, I had a few of those with the photographs. I know, Rich Orff used to take a couple of them with like Andrew and Mary when they were little kids and stuff like that. I mean, it was just those were the kinds of. I mean, I probably had a few of those with like my grandfather because he used to go out there and bowl that thing. It's just one of those you had to say you experienced it.
Yep. And a good time always is had in Chicago, right?
good
There's
time
always
is
a good thing to be
always
found.
had in Chicago. Yeah.
You're up there with a big group of people and your friends, right?
Absolutely.
So it's a good environment and a good place, and there's some money certainly to be made if you happen to
Yeah. I mean, we were
to bowl well.
We were lucky. I bowled on Steve's squad, and we always had a group. And back then his dad was still bowling a lot. And his dad, you could just put Ray down for 1,000. I mean, Ray was going to grind out, and he was going to make his money every year. But it seemed like every other year that there was somebody else. Jim Hankemeyer Sr., who was on our squad, was another one. I mean, it seemed like he was always going to be in that top 100 where he was looking at $1,000.
Yep.
Which made it a lot of fun too, because you're sitting there, you don't want to be the guy who's like dragging the squad down, because there's the squad prizes too.
You don't want to be the guy shooting 98 every game and just embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, and for those who haven't bowled it wasn't inconceivable. I mean, there were a lot of good bowlers who had 2-digit scores at some point in time.
Yeah.
It was certainly possible. I remember the one year, Tim Granich, who's a really good friend of ours, went up there, and Tim was actually in a position to possibly, make 1,000. I mean, I want to say he was, within, maybe 30 or 40 pins of plus going into Game 7, and he gets down to pair 1 and 2, and I think he shot like about 76, and it just.
It's a tough number to swallow right there. I mean,
It's hard to come back from 76.
Yeah.
We're talking about 176s down here being a sort you grind
Yeah.
from, but it's tough to come back from
No.
076.
No, especially not at those conditions, right? You're not expecting to shoot 250 at any point,
No.
right? So you're it's a long, big hill to climb if you put up a number like that.
Yeah. Alan, I did not bowl on 17 and 18. I will say, though, there was one year that we were bowling when Ray was doing really well, and they broke the lanes down on him, and he refused to move. And basically said, I don't care what you have to do, go back and fix it. You're not doing this to me. I know what's going on. And they actually did get the lanes fixed, so they did not have to move to 17 and 18. But they tried it the one year on Ray, and he wasn't having any part of it.
So it looks like we're
I
getting
never
ready.
scored well enough to have to get moved to 17 and 18. They never had to worry about it for me. So
Looks like we're about complete with Game 4 here, rolling into Game 5.
yeah, it's really weird. I mean, the guys down on the low end of the house, I mean, they're probably 5 or 6 frames into game
5 already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pete up on lane 29 and wires it, so that's good. I'm sure he's happy to start with what he feels like is a comfortable look.
Derek Matson on 17. Seeing my screen there.
Oh, see, you're able to actually do the multi-screen thing. That was too much for my brain to process.
That's how I watch football on Sundays.
Yeah,
Get a bunch of TVs set up and just,
Yeah.
let that take over.
I understand. Yeah, even something as simple as the NFL ticket, Sunday ticket, it's too much bouncing back and forth for me. For me, I know everybody loves it. It's I'm better off just watching a game.
I can't do the red zone. There are some people that love the NFL red
Oh.
zone. That is just
The red, yeah, that's the
too
one.
much.
That's, yeah,
Too much.
yeah, where you're bouncing from every game
Yeah.
back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah,
And, yeah.
every 12 seconds.
So I asked Steve this earlier with the games this weekend. Who do you like? NFL, college?
I have my Notre Dame stuff on, so
Oh.
I think it's clear for Monday.
Okay. You-
NFL, I am unfortunately a Jets fan, and they were nowhere near. They
Yeah.
would be in the toilet bowl if there was such a thing for the NFL.
Is Rodgers has another year on his contract, doesn't he?
It was a 2-year deal.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, okay, so
I don't
he's
know
done.
I don't know what his plan is.
Okay.
I don't think he knows or anybody knows. And the
He's
Jets
gotta-
are so dysfunctional. They've at this point interviewed, I think, everybody. I think I'm up on the list next week at some point.
Rodgers has to go into his room of solitude and meditate
Yeah,
to decide what he's going to do.
He's got to go back to Costa Rica, do some ayahuasca, and get his brain right.
Yeah. I will say, you talked about the Notre Dame thing. I think Marcus Freeman is, clearly a step up from Brian Kelly and all that good stuff. My biggest issue with Notre Dame is simply that I work with some guys who graduated from Notre Dame, and when Notre Dame is good, they are the most obnoxious people on the planet, and I can't do it. So I not an Ohio State fan by any means, but
Which is shocking to me that Notre Dame fans are arrogant, because we've seen this story before. We should have no expectations. We lost to Northern Illinois.
right.
We got pummeled by Alabama a decade ago in the same spot. Like, there should be no bragging.
Yeah, I will tell you, I had a lot of that Northern Illinois game earlier this year. My son's high school football coach played at Northern Illinois, and a couple of the coaches on that coaching staff played at Northern Illinois.
Okay.
And they were absolutely besides themselves giddy over the fact that they won that game.
They had a game plan, came in and executed it, and that's
And I will say, because I watched a little bit of the end of that game, and I saw the interview with their head coach at the end, and the emotion that he had, and just the joy, and you could tell that was a guy who really had invested a lot in his kids, and was really excited for them to have that opportunity. And that's kind of that's good sport. I mean, that's really exciting to see. I was happy for them. I know at the time for Notre Dame it wasn't a great moment, but it worked out okay for them.
Well, that's one of those games, too, where, one of those teams gets invited in. The expectation is you take a check and you get a butt whooping, and it's great to see that didn't happen, right? Like, it's good to see that those teams fight back and don't just say, oh, we're going to take the $1 or $2 million that you've given us and get blown out 52-0, right?
Yeah, I remember going down. My daughter and I went to the first game of the Missouri season this year, and they played, I don't even remember who they played, Murray State. And we were going to meet some folks after the game, and we had to walk past the Murray State buses, and it was a Thursday night game, so it was kind of a weird, midweek. And you're walking past, the only people who came from Murray State to watch this with girlfriends, family members, whoever, and you feel bad for them because like you said. The school's doing it because they're going to use that check to fund their athletic program for the entire year.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, it's still somebody's kid. It's somebody's family member. You don't want to see any of them get hurt, certainly. And it just you kind of put your head down and just walk past and don't say anything obnoxious. And like you said, you kind of feel bad for them.
And that's part of that risk reward of those teams taking those games, right? Because they have a whole rest of the season. Typically, those games were played in the early weeks of the year, right? So, Lindenwood went out to Kansas week 1 and got absolutely pummeled, right? So, but they wanted to be competitive in conference, right? So you risk key guys getting hurt in a blowout to then lose them for potentially weeks or the whole season. So it's definitely a balancing act for those schools when they accept those games. And certainly it gives you some eyes, it puts you on national TV, and that stuff's great, right? But then you got to decide what's best.
Yep. I mean, one of my guy that we knew, he coaches now at Lindenwood, and they were all excited about the opportunity to play. They've been excited about the whole transition to Division I football. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately it's part of it. It's not always going to be great.
Yep.
So,
Angie, let me see if we can get you back to the quad box here. Hang tight.
oh,
Hey, Tom, we got a request to go back to the quad screen.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Angie, you ask and we deliver. It's on its way.
So I have this here. So if there's time, I'm going to have to keep
Should be getting a new score sheet here soon,
Yeah.
and we can kind of run down any major changes from Game 3, and certainly give you all an idea of what the cut is looking like and who's kind of who's making some moves here with a couple games to go.
Oh. The fans taking a moment to celebrate our celebrity, asking us for pictures.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, they'll be looking for autographs and the millions and millions. Tell you what, though, I do think Steve must have been the big attraction here. It looks like we're down to only 47 people now. We were sort of consistently around 70. So, I mean, I guess
look! It just went back to 48.
It
now,
went
so
back
up. You got
up.
to speak it into existence.
There you
okay?
go. But it's apparent then Steve must have been the star of the show.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice 310 make there on 17. And
Pete, another one right in the pocket on 29.
yeah, I feel like good things are happening on 28 and 29 and 30 right now. It seems to be some.
28's been an interesting lane. 28 seemed to start hooking earlier than 27 did, and it was throwing some people off earlier. I don't know if 27 caught up or where it's at.
What'd you shoot game 4? What'd you shoot game 4? Okay. What's that guy doing?
Carl Williams converting a 4-pin over on lane 30. Again, he's been a guy who's been really tearing it up the last couple of games, scoring real well. Got a clean start to game 5 here. Again, that's really the key. I mean, when you start a game, you get these go from one pair to the next. You don't know what's going to go on. Sometimes just holding clean the first couple of frames until you get it figured out is crucial. So, survival.
Yeah, and you got to make spares here, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
In our viewpoint, we're seeing a lot of people make spares, but certainly that's right now as transition continues to happen, and we keep getting to that game 6. It's important that you make your spares, and if you happen to luck into a double or find a good pair, right, you take advantage of that.
Absolutely, and I think the average bowler or sort of your regular league bowler may not appreciate on a shot like this. When we say making spares, that's easier said than done sometimes. I mean, because, you know, if you've got an easy shot and you're consistently in the pocket, you know, maybe you're leaving 10 pins, 4 pins, 8 pins, whatever, single pin spares that are easy to convert. You know, out here, you know, you're shooting multiple pin spares. You might be shooting buckets. You might, you know, washouts. You know, we look up on 26 right now. You got the 128. I mean, these are spares that are a little bit more challenging to convert. So, you know, the clean frames are still at a premium right now.
Yeah, and I think anybody that kind of thought at home, like, hey, this should be an easy one to hit the pocket, I've seen a number of people flag the head pin right to the right, and that's if you're a righty, right?
Yeah.
So I think certainly this is playing probably tougher than people somewhat expected, but that's good. This is supposed to be a tough guy tournament.
Exactly.
And so
I think Jen said early on that was her hope and expectation, was that the shot would be one that would you know, place shot making at a premium.
Yep.
If you make good shots, you'll be able to, you know, score well, but at the same time, it wasn't going to be just a strike fest, and you know, going to test you a little bit, and that's good. And I think the great thing watching this is looking at the sort of the diversity of bowler that we have. I mean, you've got some guys out here, you know, clearly some kids, you know, teenagers. You've got, you know, Pete, you know, competing in his 60s. You got Dave Cummins, into where you're pointing at us now, and he's clearly an old guy.
yeah.
So, but I mean, you've got such a broad range of bowlers, from, you know, young to old, one hand, you know, two hand bowlers, you know, right and left handers, you know, this whole broad mix, you know, all competing, and most importantly, all out for a great cause, right? I mean, you know, keeping Gary's name in the St. Louis bowling community, raising money for the scholarship program. It's all.
Yep.
It's all competitive, but it's also all for a really good cause as well. And a lot of other things going on in the back. We've got bucket drawings and a variety of things raising money. So
Yeah, bucket drawings, raffles, silent auction items, plus the bowling.
Okay. Oh, we don't have an updated one, guys. Shea
Breaking news.
Bittenbender coming over to try to get information from us from scores, which we don't have, unfortunately. But he did reveal that he shot 205 last game, so kind of gives the rest of the field a chance to catch him, because he was starting to run away from it.
So that will bring him to plus 126, and then we'll kind of wait to see what some of the people near him. I think obviously Nick was close, and then you said Carl shot 260, right? So that will get him to
250 or 260, yeah.
So that will get him near, you know, one or two probably.
Yeah, Cody Aldrich, I know, started with a turkey and had a Greek church in there. I think he might have been around 210, so he's probably around 100. So field's kind of bunching up. I mean, you know, the games now are still important, but the next, you know, the post cut games are going to be really at a premium.
You know, and half the field is within minus 36. So
Right.
I mean, it's not, you know, there's not a big cliff here.
Yeah.
Besides maybe 1 and 2, but we'll see how that kind of shakes out. But,
Right.
But certainly there's not a big drop off in that top half. So
I couldn't see, but I don't know if Pete got it a little high, got a little slow with it, or if he just didn't throw it well, but caught a big split, so that's gonna, you know, put him in. Carl Williams actually left a 4.9, so convertible, but we'll see. We used to always joke. Rich Orff, we used to give him trouble that he had about a 92% conversion rate on the 4.9.
that's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
he
good.
seemed to pick that about as easily as some people picked 10 pins back in the day.
I Eric Zamowski on 24, spare 3-bagger. So it looks like he's found something on the left-hand side, at least on that pair.
Yeah, it might be finally the time where the lefties are starting to find something, dig in. Unfortunately for them, it's about the time the right-handers are going to start crossing into the left-hand shot, too. Shea down on 23 right in the hole.
Shea's sliding on 35 right now, it looks like. So
yeah.
Starting to creep as far in as you can get now, and now it's...
Well, and it's, this is a house that's a little bit, the configuration's a little difficult to get really, really deep because the longer ball return.
Mango cart. Thank you.
It's
all right. Whoa. We got some things have happened.
Holy cow. So Nick Crummell popped a big one there. Looks like 279.
279
last game.
Yep.
So change at the leaderboard.
Nick Crummell in the lead at plus 188. Carl Williams that you mentioned is plus 137. Shea 126. Cody Aldridge 124. And Blake Reiger 103. So that's your top 5. And then we're going to cut at 26, I think.
Yep.
And that's plus 7 right now with a 2-way tie with Roy Turner. 3-way tie,
Three-way.
Nathan Rayborn, Roy Turner, and Zeke David.
Again, going back to what you said earlier, 30 people right now are even or better.
Yep.
So it's still a grind, folks. And, again, we're cutting at 26. So if you're averaging 200 even, you are right there. And these are a lot of really good bowlers. And, it's challenging them.
And Tim Barrett made a move. He was at minus 47, now even.
Yeah.
So he shot 247.
Yeah, I did see that when I was off the air and walking down there. Tim did catch a big one.
And Tim is competing for more than just bowling today. He's got a bet with his wife on the line for a workout session tomorrow. So big day for Timmy if he doesn't win. He's got to get his bootylicious workout going tomorrow at 11 a.m.
I don't know that anybody wants to see Tim do a bootylicious workout.
I don't know.
Maybe his wife, but maybe not.
More than just the title on the line for Tim. Couples workout tomorrow, that's right.
Couples workout.
11 a.m. on a Sunday. Gotta love it.
With football on TV.
Nothing will make me happier than keep that man out as late as possible and then have to hear about him doing a workout
that sounds
at
like
11
a
a.m.
great
on a
plan.
Sunday.
I think Tim should start drinking as early as possible today.
Early often.
Drink as late as you can tonight, and then go do a couples
That's
workout
right.
in the morning.
That's right. Get him to the casino late and keep him out and
Yeah.
keep him going.
Yeah.
And then he's got to get up bright and early to go do do his bootylicious workout.
That sounds like a vomit-inducing sort of session. I just want to say.
Might be good. Maybe clear the system, get some sweat out. Clear some of the poison that he was dumping down today.
Yeah, when you're working out and you can actually smell the alcohol coming out of your pores, it's probably not a good thing. But hey, maybe it is.
We got Kevin Schrum here keeping it together for the seniors, minus 27.
You know what? And there's a perfect example of a grind. Kevin, we had Kevin in front of us when he started, and he was clearly, it was a struggle. He was 170, 180. So, Kevin's caught something, and he's stayed close, which gives him a chance.
Are the standings posted anywhere? Let me ask the boss here. Jen, are the standings posted anywhere? Have they been socially?
But I can take a picture and post them on Facebook.
Larry, we're going to take a picture and post it on the Book of Face here in a couple seconds.
Yes. Had a question from Alan whether we ever bowled the Miller Double Finals in Reno. I did not.
Was that when you wanted to actually go to Reno?
Yeah.
How long ago was that, Alan? But that sounds fun that each state sent a team. That sounds like a kind of team challenge type environment.
Yeah.
That would have been a good time.
Little state state-by-state competition.
Yep. Pete with another leave there, so
Yeah, it looked like a swish 4-pin.
assuming he made some sort of
He'd been-
adjustment and
He'd actually been pretty solid on that lane. I'm not sure, maybe he didn't like his shot, but lane 30 is clearly giving him some headache.
trying to see who else we can find here that maybe made, you know, a big jump that
Had a
game.
big game, yeah. Yeah, not seeing anything that's jumping out at me. It looks like most of the...
Jeremy Hunt looks like he shot 243. He was at minus 13.
Okay.
And is now plus 30. So that got him into the cut line.
Well, we've got Jen sitting here next to us. How about the junior bowlers? Are any of the juniors standing out today, or are they scuffling? Jen's not paying any attention to me, so
Yeah,
she's busy on the Facebook. Is that any of the junior bowlers who are, you know,
anybody standing out? Anybody looking like they got some momentum? I know Landon was beating Brandon Pierce, so that we can mark that up. Yeah, not anymore, but he was. He was.
Mason is a junior bowler.
Mason here, plus 17. So junior bowler sitting
There you
in 24th
Actually,
at plus
above
17.
the cut line.
He won my scholarship last year.
Okay.
Oh, so he's a repeat offender. Okay.
Oh, Mike Mayo had a very unfortunate 8-pin there on a double. That's painful.
And I wish you guys sitting at home had smell-o-vision right now, because it just smells like an utter grease bath
Yeah,
that we're taking
I mean,
right now.
this
sitting
is-
right outside the snack bar.
this
I
is
mean,
the-
it is like we're in the basket of fries.
This is the ultimate in bowling alley snack bar
Ooh,
smell
man,
right
it's,
now.
It's so good.
Yeah. I think my cholesterol will go up 10 points without having eaten the food, just by smelling it.
You need to go get blood work on
Yeah.
Monday.
Exactly.
I think Riley Arnold is also.
Riley Arnold sitting in 20th, also a junior,
Yeah.
plus 30.
Alan commented about the doubles tournament, said Ralph Solon was his partner the one year. If you had Ralph on a tournament like that, you had an excellent partner. Ralph was an extremely good bowler. Ralph was one of those guys who probably was just so technically sound and amazing, and probably, you know, I would say for him, the transition to the modern game of bowling balls and drilling and all that stuff would be perfect, because Ralph was sort of that, he had that mental, you know, vision of it before probably a lot of us ever did. You know, tremendous bowler.
John Marsala on 29, another guy that's had some success on the senior PBA tour recently, and has been a staple of the St. Louis bowling community for decades.
I will say a good Ralph story, and Steve would probably tell it better than I was, but Ralph back in the day was another Redbird bowler, bowled junior leagues with Steve and Rich and those guys. Ralph bowled his first 300 game, at whatever age he did in junior bowling. And if you can remember the area there where Redbird was at the corner of Hampton and Gravois, there was a Schnucks right across the street. And there was a second league they would bowl later in the day, and Ralph went across the street and bought a box of ding-dongs, which you may remember back in the day were individually wrapped. He then proceeded to eat the entire box of ding-dongs, throwing the aluminum foil wrappers over his shoulder on the floor of Redbird, celebrating his first 300. So, breakfast champions. That's why us bowlers of the 80s were such prime examples of physical fitness. Goes along with the smell of grease that we got going on here.
Yeah, and the 10 beers or whatever you drink during league.
Uh-huh. Yeah, not
tournaments.
so much in junior league. Oh God, Ellen's bringing up all kinds of names from the past. Mark Hood, Brian Bingaman, Dennis Nepper. Show me lanes. Another of the unfortunate bowling alleys that are no more in the area. You'd probably remember this. Dennis was coaching collegiate somewhere, wasn't he?
Yes.
I can't
For the
remember.
life of me, I cannot remember.
I can't remember where, but
yes,
I
he
remember
was.
Dennis was coaching,
Yes.
doing some college coaching.
Yes. Jason Davis, 85th. That guy came all the way from Florida for this. But he was locked in, ready to go early. He was Jason Davis. That man said, "Do not bother me while I'm bowling. I'm going to take this serious."
Did it work for him? Oh,
No. Nope.
here.
Good call, Alan. That's right, McHenry.
Okay, that's
That
it.
was all. What else would you take? Only cash is accepted. What else would you take? Mike Mayo still with a good game, but not exactly the happiest I've seen him.
No.
Please get your raffle tickets.
I'm not sure who's following John over here on 29 and 30, but somebody's got the front five.
We still have money that we could donate.
Looks like it might be Tim Hardigan. No, I thought he was. I think he's bowling after Carl.
We still have a lot of money that we can donate to our junior bowlers. So please come on up. If you're not bowling well, you can still have a chance to win. We also have silent auctions that we will close toward the end of the sixth game. We will also let you know with a 5-minute warning where we will be closing those out. So please come on up to the table behind 23 and 24 to buy your tickets. We will also have Sean and Steve be coming through to sell in the next few minutes to pressure you even further.
Oh, it's Rudy who's got the front five. Okay.
God love her.
Rudy Kazamakis with the front five.
Rudy Revs.
Rudy Revs.
I have this giant computer tower in my way.
This is the separate junior division.
Rudy up on lane 30 with the front five. Seems to like it, and should have.
Front six.
Just shreds him.
That's probably the longest string I've seen so far.
I think somebody said Shea had the front 10 in the second game when he shot 280. But yeah, there have not been a lot of long ones. Actually, scores right now here on 27-8 are actually pretty good. Everybody in the pair right now is on pace for 200 plus. Have not seen a lot of that today.
Carl Williams puts 10 back. He's got a 3-bagger there.
Yep, gets him back in the 200 plus pace. Oh, nice shot. Little 210 conversion there on 27.
Jeremy Zimmerly, Lindenwood product.
House ball. No. Anything interesting going on in the other feeds? I'm deferring to you for the other three screens.
I'm not seeing anything that's like jumping out. Lane 28, Kistner. He's got a good solid game going here. Front 4, 9 spare strike, and then potentially a 9 spare.
Yeah.
Puts him at a good pace there.
Bowler above had the front 5 and spare, so 270 still.
You know, I think this is obvious to say, but there's some people that have clearly found it and are just keeping their foot down, and then there's the other group of that just can't find it yet.
Again, just look at the scores in general here on 27-8 right in front of us. I mean, they're all on really nice scores right now. Got Rudy getting ready to. Still got John to go ahead of him. Mike Mayo.
Yeah, just putting
gets
him
all
in
to
there
fall.
and just letting it
he
find the spot, right?
He wired an 8-pin earlier, so I'm sure he's not going to be ashamed about taking that one. It's the joys of bowling. Don't always have to be perfect. They just have to fall.
Yeah.
John Marcello, he's been struggling today. It's not been his day. I don't know if he got a little slow there or what, but big split.
Yeah, I think so. We have some pairs that are at this point wrapping up game 5, and then kind of the pairs right in front that you're seeing for the most part at home or have a couple frames to go.
Right. Yeah, the mix of 6 and 7 bowlers is
taking a little longer for those pairs to kind of wrap up. So be a little bit before we have some fresh scores. But again, not seeing any 8 in a rows or anything like that in our viewpoint. There's Rudy.
Rudy with the front 6 here, getting ready to step up. But yeah. Rudy now in lane 29 here, looking for the front 7. Nope, didn't like it.
Help.
Almost got there.
Needed some help there right off the go.
He needed some help. Body language showed it. He knew.
I was watching Eric Zamowski down here on 24, and he goes double, spare, strike, spare, double, and then flags the head pin.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, we were talking earlier about how
happen.
easy it is to just miss the head pin.
Just young man here on 26 who just tried to shoot the 3-9 and missed them both to the right. I think there's clearly been a burnout spot in the track area, but if you miss right of it,
Yep.
it still
Yep.
goes straight.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing from our viewpoint that says this is walled up, right? This is still shot making. This
No.
is still very much.
Not at all.
You have to make
Yeah.
and execute shots at all times.
Yeah, guys are starting to clearly find a little bit of. They've created some room, and,
Yep.
and maybe somebody's got the right ball, and or you're just wired in someday. You feel
Yep.
good, and it becomes easier to make shots. But nothing that suggests that this has suddenly become easy.
Yeah, no. And again, watching people miss spares,
Right.
Going 9 out, 8 out, right? Killers right now.
And I have to tell folks I'm getting overwhelmed now because we got another Notre Dame hoodie has entered the building. So I'm getting overrun.
The Notre Dame fans are out and about. Eddie Bird making the ever troubling 4-7. Still,
Again, John struggling,
Yeah.
leaving the 3-7. He just everybody has days like that, and they are not fun. Sure, he's at the point now where it's like, can I just throw my 12 frames that are left and let me go either to the bar or go home? One
yeah,
of the two.
and I think that's a good representation of somebody who has clearly the last, especially 2 years, have been really successful on the PBA 50
Exactly.
Tour. And today, it's just
Yeah.
not his day, right?
Yeah,
so,
and Steve and I said that right from the get-go. This was not going to be a great day for lefties, and it just shows. Tim Hardigan with a
Shea.
really good break there on 29 through
Yep.
the nose, but struck for a double.
and then Shea sitting in third is down on 24. He's got double 9 strike spare 4-bagger, so he's
250 left.
going to shoot 250 probably,
Yeah.
which is good.
Yeah.
Nick Crummell had a huge game last game, and so if you're trying to, be as high as possible in the standings, it's a
Yeah,
good place to be.
especially since the pin carry over, or the pins will
Yep.
carry over
Yep.
into those 3 games of post cut. So got to stay within reach.
And again, cutting to 26 after game 6.
Yes.
So one more to go, and as soon as we have fresh scores, we'll share it with the audience here.
Absolutely.
Dave Cummings with another strike. He looks to be having a grand old time.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry. He went 7 spare, so that's why he's having a good time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think he had the 3-6-10, didn't he? Those are always fun. I think Pete used to always joke that was his least favorite spare on the lane, the 3-6-10. Speaking of Pete, he's about to step up on 29 here, working on a turkey still got 2:30 left this game if he can go off the sheet.
You know, this is more humor than anything, but the hardest spare for me was always the head pin, because you flagged it once already. Now you got to get up there and shoot it again after everybody saw you just completely, completely miss it, and your confidence is at the bottom that it could possibly be.
Exactly.
There you go, Pete.
There's Pete.
Pete's gonna put a little save on this game after a rough first 4 frames.
Yeah, caught that split in the 4th, but he's made a nice recovery from there. Alan with a little bit of a humble brag on the chat that he's returning to the St. Louis area from Curacao, to which I would ask the question, why are you coming back to St. Louis from Curacao? It's cold here, Alan. There's snow on the ground. It's like 10 degrees outside. Stay in Curacao. It's nicer.
Seems like a risky move, but
yeah.
You didn't miss a spare that game? Yeah. You made all your spares? Yeah.
Yeah. Curacao has a beach. We have Times Beach. Fugitive Beach.
No beach here.
No.
That's for sure.
Ooh, almost Mike Mayo actually cutting the 4 too thin to get across to the 10, but an excellent effort at the spare.
This is also a fun time in the tournament where you can kind of see the people who have just decided that they're just going to start hitting the bar very heavy coming into Game 6 because they're so far out of it that it doesn't matter. So
yeah, for the folks at home, this is not a tournament that restricts drinking while bowling.
Actually,
so
may encourage
probably
it with
encouraging
Gary.
it actually.
With Gary's name in it, I think
certainly
he
would have been something Gary would have approved of. So, yes.
Kicking a ball return, probably also okay. You know, cussing somebody out, probably also okay.
Yep, I was going to say, on the plus side, I have not heard anybody, yell out a loud F-bomb that has been at least loud enough to make it to the live feed, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't know that we're under any sort of FCC regulations here, but
we've been good. I think we've been good so far. And
I told Steve that the challenge of going profanity free for a 5 to 6 hour stretch was going to be a stretch. But yes, knock on wood, so far so good.
And those of you watching at home, Gary was one of my good friends, and certainly, continue to be as involved as possible in helping this tournament. But if you're sitting at home thinking, how can I get involved? There's always things you can do beyond the bowling, right? There's gift cards, there's raffles. If you're a small business owner, if you work for a company that likes to donate to charities, all of the money here raised goes to junior bowlers in the area through scholarships. Certainly, we pay out some money for the person that wins the tournament, and there's a prize fund here for other people, but there's other scholarships that happen throughout the year. So if you're sitting at home enjoying this and certainly want to get involved, Jen always takes donations throughout the year. It can be as small as $5, $10, $25 to buy a gift card, and those things get raffled off here through the silent auction process or through buying a ticket process. So
yeah, and my guess is the people that are watching this are familiar enough with bowling to understand it, but I mean, for these kids, these smart cards, stuff that didn't exist when I was growing up. But I mean, these kids, to be able to put, a couple $100, $300, $500 onto a smart card, and to do it repeatedly as they're going through, pre-high school, high school years, that it all adds up. And suddenly they hit college and they've got, a few $1,000s set aside to do it. I mean, anybody who's raised kids or recently gone through college knows how expensive it is. Every little bit helps.
Yep.
So.
And for someone like myself who had some smart money when he went to college, $1,000, that's what we give away to 2 kids throughout the year, right? That's real money. That's books. That's basic expenses and things like that. So all of this money does go into charitable contributions and gives back to the junior bowling community.
And as someone who still has one in college and is paying the student loans for the other one, anybody wants to donate their smart cards, you can reach me out.
You'll post your Venmo in the
be
chat.
Be happy to post
and,
Venmo and Cash App. We take
there you go.
accept all donations.
There we go.
Tim Hardigan, big strike here. Looks like he's going to finish it with 240. He was right at about the cut line, so that's going to get him up in the 60s. It's going to put him very solidly above the number.
Tim Hardigan was in 23rd at plus 17.
Yeah.
And it's going to shoot 58, 40 something.
240,
so
48 he's got left.
Again, to plus 60. That would be close to the top 15, depending on what that group does. So
that puts him in a real sweet spot where if he pops another game like that, it'll put him in a real nice spot. Now he is going to have the fun of going from the high end to the low end with this next game. He's going to have to go down to 1 and 2 with that pair, but very nice game for him.
Yeah, and that goes back to something we talked about earlier, is managing your expectations, saying, okay, I just need to kind of, ride out this game, grind it out, keep it close, and just take the small victories.
Looking up there, I also see Pete did double in the 10th, so he came back and got 230 out of the game. So it's going to put him about 114.
Yep. So Pete will probably move up depending on what the other group does.
It's not the guy you want to keep in the chase, folks. just saying.
No, and certainly putting him, with some pins to work with, makes him very, very dangerous.
Yep, it does. Said earlier when I saw the first demonstrative fist bump that Pete gets the emotions going. It could be trouble.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where that cut line finishes. Right now it's 7, right? So does it stay at 7, and you have some of the leaders that are plus 240, right? So almost a whole game and a half.
Steve said 35.
Difference.
I said 25. I'd be curious to see, but it looks like maybe the scores are going up a little bit. So maybe I'm too low. Maybe both of us are a little too low. But like you said, it's not that way for everybody. Looks like Shea did catch his 250 game down there.
And I think you guys are probably close, right? Because the next two guys are 37, 26, and 24. I think Nick just happened to have a huge, 279 game.
Yeah. They said Shea caught his 250.
Okay, so Shea will move to 85 over.
Yep.
So.
Which still puts him, behind Nick, even if Nick just shot 200.
Yep.
But it just shows how far Nick jumped with that one big game.
Yeah.
Carl Williams, who was ahead of Shea, only shot 194 that game, so he drops to 131.
A little movement in that top 5 there.
Yep.
We'll see what Cody and Blake
Cody's
did.
all the way down at the far end. He was on 31 and 2 before, so he's down. We actually will have him on 7-8 in one of the feeds.
And Jeremy's going to shoot to, assuming he keeps it on the lane, 210, 212 here.
Yep. Yeah, that split in the 8th hurt him. Got a nice comeback finish out of it, though. It's like everybody on 27 and 8 is going to be over 200 this game. 7 bowlers, that's pretty good.
When you're talking about looking for good pairs, right?
Yeah.
Seems to be a good pair right here.
Well, and interestingly enough, you've got Shea Bittenbender moving down to that pair.
Moving to it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah, if he can find whatever they found, then
exactly
then
gives him a chance for another big game.
Yeah, even the D bowler are going to put up a big number there.
Yeah, he's still got 250 left, it looks like.
Yeah, so everybody on that pair.
Yeah, that's.
And could have been even more. Bowler number 1, split in the 10th. So.
Yeah, I think that was Mike.
Could have easily had everybody 2 teams.
If he had doubled there, he had 230 left. Hey, how are you? Good. You ready to jump on?
What?
You ready to jump on?
In a minute.
Rudy finishing it out,
258.
258.
Yeah, he's another
big
one.
Score. Yeah.
He was already 8th, so he's going to be
Yeah.
143.
Yeah. That top 10 is just
Yeah.
kind of going to be very close.
You talked about earlier the joys of having the head pin as a spare. Somebody just saw somebody chop the 5.9.
Yeah.
Just, you know.
There's no least confident spare shot than after you just whiff the head pin to have to go back up and try to figure out what the heck you just did on the previous shot.
What did I do?
You know, regardless if you tugged it and went left or you missed it and went right, now you got to get up and try to figure out what you were trying to do.
Exactly.
And do it versus doing the same thing again.
Well, and if you, especially if you missed it and went right, then you know you have that
That's right.
That out of bounds to the
That's
right
right.
again. And it's
Then
like,
you wanna-
if I leak it again, now I'm likely to pull this one.
Well, then you're like, do I grab it this time and do I
Yeah.
give it the business?
Then you whip it to the
Yeah,
left.
exactly.
It's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's when it's time to head to the bar.
She's here. She's here somewhere. I don't know where.
All right, so we'll have Shea here on, looks like starting on 27. I think that's the,
Looks that way.
for those
yeah.
at home, it looks like it's the bottom right-hand box. You'll be able to see him at the line as he's up.
Yeah,
it
he's got it.
Looks pretty good there.
He's got a great look.
see if Shea needs me to line him up at all, but I think he's got it under control.
Uh-huh.
And it's good to see, I don't know if you knew this, but a bunch of the guys in here were part of the team that Gary was bowling with
Yeah.
when he died, the Angry Gingers. So you got
Yep.
Eddie, Shea, Tim, Scott that's now a part of that.
Yeah, this was all his group. So
Mango cart. Mango cart. Mango cart. Mango cart. Mango cart. Thank you.
Oh, look at Eddie.
Eddie with all the power and thrust that he could manage to knock that down. Gave it all.
Oh man.
Tim, look at getting closer to that workout, buddy. Getting closer to that workout.
Yeah. For the folks at home, I'm not saying this. Not saying this game's going to be entertaining, but we do know most of the people on
Oh,
this
yeah,
pair, so
yeah.
this broadcast might have loosened up a little bit here.
Yeah. And with Tim's face turning redder by the second, it's going to match his shirt at some
Yeah.
point.
I just want to know what the workout's going to entail.
I didn't know you were here. I should have known, but I did.
From what I understand, it's a gym his wife goes to, and they do I don't know, bootylicious workouts. So I don't know what the couples one's going to be.
I don't even know that I want to know what that is.
I'm personally invested to
Yeah.
hear how it goes, and
I mean, if it looks like he's going
and
to have to do
hoping
it,
to
we may have
hoping to keep him out for most of the night.
we may have to see if we can find Tim a bootylicious T-shirt to wear to something like that. You know, maybe one he could like tie up in a little knot so you could see his stomach as he's working out.
I think he needs like a onesie.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
like a straight leotard and just some pointed shoes.
Sequins. There's got to be some sequins involved somewhere. Zach, right? Yeah. Zach, Chris's, yeah.
Not oh boy. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of talking about
Yeah.
with the getting nervous about what you just left.
Yeah,
is-
you went light the shot before, and now you got to worry about how to get it across
Yeah.
lane, and you get it across lane too quick. No, it's you're right. Got Tim. I heard you say it earlier. Is it Heeman or Hyman?
I think it's Hyman.
Hyman, with a really nice shot, 9-pin after a strike start. We don't have fifth game standings yet, but he was 10th after 4. So probably right in the thick of this thing. So I'm sure he would have really liked that double.
Hopefully, should be getting Game 5 scores
Yeah,
here
we'll
soon.
be
I think
getting those pretty
everybody is done.
Yeah.
And I know we talked about this earlier, but if you look down on 15,
Yeah,
16,
you can
those are in
some people,
frame 6
you
already.
could look on the thing and
Yeah.
you could see them halfway done with the game.
Yeah.
So, whereas up here we're just starting, frame 1.
So will be a long layoff for probably half the house between
Yeah.
cut time and when to begin the next set.
Chris Taylor looking like he's having about the worst time possible. I can't feel too bad for him that he did just get back from Hawaii. So.
Yeah, I saw Chris get 3 earlier, and I wasn't sure if he got it off the left or the right.
Ooh.
Hard to say.
Like I said, having just come back from Hawaii, it's hard to feel bad for him though.
I don't.
And Tim goes Brooklyn and leaves a wire 10.
Wire 10, yeah.
So. Wow, look at that. That lane 28 had been hooking a lot earlier. I think I wasn't sure if 27 had caught up, but it looks like maybe the answer's no.
All right, we're going to do last call for the raffle tickets. Also, we are closing the silent auction at 2 o'clock, so we have about 11 minutes for the silent auction. 2 o'clock is when we'll be closing that at last call for raffle tickets. Come on up behind 23 and 24.
For those playing at home, they're doing raffles and silent
Tim
auction.
missed a spare too.
Oh boy.
Yeah. He'll be turning redder and redder.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's definitely gonna get to shirt color at some point.
Hunter Jones over on 29, a little runaway Brooklyn.
They all count, right? They all count on the score sheet.
I mean, you look up there right now, it looks like it was, perfectly in the pocket. Not for my big mouth telling you it was a runaway Brooklyn, would have never known. So.
All right, let's see what Shea does on 28. It looks to be not a great look for the other couple righties ahead of him. So let's see if he's got it.
Yeah.
If he's got it figured out.
I will be curious because, again, that lane has been hooking a lot. Be curious to see what it does here for him.
Looks close.
And hooked a little bit. He didn't get his. You could tell he didn't expect it to get there. He hooked that much. That lane's still playing a little more open than the left. His game's so simple and repeatable. He just got such a good game.
We won't tell him that though. We don't want his head to get too bigger than it already is.
No.
Keep that close to the vest.
Exactly.
Eddie Bird on 28. It's Chris Taylor 27.
Oh, Eddie looks like he pulled that one. Yep. Eddie with a 310. You know, with Chris, Eddie, and Dave Cummings on 27, 8, and 9 right there, that may be the three oldest aggregate people we've had in front of us all day.
The aggregate, yeah.
Yeah. Add the ages.
I don't know. We didn't. I don't know about Pete and John Marsalis pair. We didn't.
That's true.
We didn't do any quick math there. So.
Yeah, but see, Pete and John were probably never on the approach at the same time. You know, since they were. But
in view shot, you meant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
for
'cause
sure.
they still got the tower in the way.
Yeah.
So. Eddie looking to convert. Yeah, maybe the left side. Nope.
Yeah, that's one of those ones you just would hope an extra pin would fall, so you could just.
He actually needed to hook a little bit more so he could, you know, get the slide the 3 into the 10. Not what he wanted to do, but hey, like you said, if it had gone down, he'd have taken it.
The runaway Brooklyn seems to be in play.
It's
seems to
in
be
play on 29. Yeah.
A very welcome shot.
We do have a fair amount of strikes going on over there on 29 and 30. I'm not sure that they've all been perfectly executed, but they all look really pretty on the score sheet right now. All right, so we have
Tim Hyman with a double. Yep.
We have Tim about to jump up here on lane 28. He's started with a 7-pin and a 10-pin. There's Steve's. See what else in the back row he can do here. Ah, they all went down that time. Look how happy he looks.
Oh, satisfied.
Yeah.
I think it's about as happy he's going to look at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Tim has mastered the ability of not getting too high or too low in his emotions.
It's an acquired art.
Uh-huh.
He's done a lot better as he's gotten older.
Shea on 27.
Oof.
Ooh.
Wrap dime there. Good shot by Shea.
Yep.
We will encourage him to throw it better next shot when he comes back here.
Oh, exactly.
I think he needed a little tip that you're supposed to knock them all down. But
Now, in fairness, there's a runaway Brooklyn on lane 28 from the other side.
Yep. Which I'm sure makes Shea feel so much better after just throwing it, pure and perfect.
Yep. Puppy's happy to see you guys back.
Say what?
The dog's happy to see you guys back.
I freaked the hell out for like a half hour. It was awesome.
Chris Taylor up on 28. Again, that lane's just hooking a
5
little
minutes
bit.
remaining on the silent auctions. 5 minutes.
He has the face of somebody who's having the opposite of whatever a good time looks like.
I would agree with that. I think that's right. Yeah, Chris and I we bowled a few leagues together on the same team, and Chris is a good friend, and
wow.
It's one of those. If you're friends with Chris and you follow Chris on Facebook, you know that Chris posts about 3 things: politics, his dogs, and food.
Yep. That's it. You
and
have the whole thing. Yep.
I'm kind of curious if his dogs are actually political. I've never kind of gotten into that, but
His food certainly isn't. It's culturally culturally diverse.
It very is. I mean, you know what? Some of the stuff, I'm not going to lie, it looks amazing.
I get concerned about the prep time. Like, I'm not setting out 4 hours of my day to make this dish that I'm going to eat in 12 seconds.
I know.
But
I mean,
good for him.
And God love him for doing it. But yeah, I agree with you.
We know the dogs are well fed, though, because I'm sure they
are.
get, scraps and whatever else is
Yeah,
flying
like
around.
I said, for anyone who knows, Chris and/or Zach, those two dogs are probably the best two taking care of dogs on the planet. They are, they are literally their kids. And, I love dogs, so I'm glad, I always love it when somebody shows that much affection to their dogs. But those two dogs have to be the most pampered dogs on the planet.
Starting to see more flagged spares and more splits. I think people are kind of...
Yeah, and you talked about it's the sixth game, and you wonder how much of that is it lane condition? Is it,
Yep.
I'm 150 under, and I'm just ready to go home, and I don't really care.
Yep.
And I get it. Look, I'm not going to certainly say that I've never been there. On the other hand, look, if you're a bowler and you want to be competitive, there's still an opportunity here to try to improve yourself. You're struggling, maybe you find something, and you get a little education. Shea just looked like he threw a laser beam there. I don't know that he intended to, but that one had absolutely no room to the right. It was just 100 miles an hour right to the pocket.
And looking at these standings from Game 4, I know we're a little behind here, but the top half was minus 59.
Right.
So you put
Yeah.
two games together, you have a real chance to get
exactly
to that
it.
cut line, which was hanging around 7 at the end of Game 4.
Yeah. Hey, you get 3 more games, you never know. I said if you could pop a 250 now, then maybe you found something.
Yeah.
And Eddie up on lane 28, and it hooks.
I mean, certainly if you didn't like the fresh and you kept it close,
Yeah,
maybe the burn is where you kind of figure it out. And
that's exactly right. All right, let's see if Tim can actually turn this into a double.
push. All right. And
There we
Tim
go.
was at even after Game 4. So
Right.
again, he looks pretty dejected, and I'm sure he is because he's not 200 over. But
That's fair.
I wish I was mad every time I wasn't 200 over. It'd be every day.
Yeah, Tim's a bit of a perfectionist. Well, and you know as well as I do, and Tim's obviously a very good bowler. He's watching Shea, who's almost 200 over, and I'm sure in his mind he's like, well,
Yeah.
why aren't I?
Yeah.
And
It's
that's
because he's redhead. It's not bowling related.
it's only because he's redhead. That's right,
just life.
folks. It's
Just
we're
life.
not discouraging redheads from bowling, but we're just suggesting you come into the game with a handicap. Tim Hyman with a big 4. That's certainly not where he wants to be. Somebody's got spare 4-bagger over here on 29 and 30. Can you see who that is?
Eric Sachs,
Okay.
another guy that went to Lindenwood.
Again, I got the tower
Yep.
here, so I guess I could stand up, but that would involve
It
work.
seems a lot of effort.
That would be a lot of work.
More exercise than you want to
Yeah.
put in today.
I'll leave the exercise for Tim tomorrow morning.
That's right. He's got to do it for all of us. All right, Eric with a 5-bagger.
Well, and I was able to watch the shot as it went down the lane, and Eric was one of the few lefties that I've seen who had a pretty good look.
And there wasn't anything. He didn't
do anything
gnaw on it. He
extraordinary,
didn't
no.
throw it hard. It's just nice and soft, and it kind of it got in there. So
He looks like he is again.
I don't think we've reached the point where people are out of their game plan, right? I think people are still.
Where's he at? Or
Oh,
was he after 4?
he was at 12, so he was plus 74.
So he's obviously had a good look all day.
Yep.
So it was hittable for the lefties if he were throwing it well. Here's the example of the difference of the 7 versus 6. We have people already coming down to reclaim their shoes and things like that because they're already done.
already making the trip to the car and bringing the balls out.
Our pair here, we're still in the 4th frame.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you all view it at home. If you're looking in the top right quad box, you can see that lower middle pairs are kind of winding down, and then the top pairs just kind of midway.
Trying to see. Unfortunately, we really can't see 1 and 2 very well. I'm just curious how Pete and those guys are doing down there. That's that pair that was. You had Pete and Rudy and Carl Williams. So you had 3 guys on that pair who were, and Tim. Tim Hardigan was on that pair as well. So 4 guys who are certainly above the cut line.
Zeke David on 29 with a good-looking strike, and Zeke was hanging out on the cut line at 7 after game 4.
Shea caught a double.
I mean, that's really shocking. Just
is.
The suspense of this with Shea. I hope at some point he tries today and really gives it his all.
Chris Taylor, who's now run out of room to the left to line himself up.
The good news is the bar will have Fireball and whatever else he may desire here at the end of this.
Another strike for Eric Sachs over on 29. Again, working on 290, which I think would be the high game for the tournament if you can finish that out. Yeah, I think in Chris's defense, he can blame it on jet lag and weather shock. I mean, he flew back from Hawaii sometime this week. It was
to 11 inches of snow.
It was probably like 85 degrees there, and there's like a 1.5 feet of snow here. So
from the pictures, it looks like they were having a really rough time, and I'm just glad they survived.
Yeah.
Paradise.
Exactly.
Looked terrible.
I'm pretty sure if it hadn't been for the dogs, they might still be in Hawaii.
Yeah. I think there were some posts about making life changes and then maybe some moves. So we'll see. Based on the pictures, I don't blame anything.
I really can't.
While it was snowing repeatedly, I was a little jealous of where they were.
Yeah. There was the option of having a pool / beachside, drink, or turning on the snowblower and going out and clearing my driveway. And it's not really a tough choice.
What are you doing today? I'm gonna go sit by the pool. What are you doing? Shoveling. Yeah.
Please come to the ticket table.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here.
Ooh, I even got mine with a nice little yellow line. Or highlighter.
That's professional stuff right
It is.
there. Oh, so cut line did move a little bit.
Not really.
No, it
Still
didn't
7.
actually. Never mind. It did not. The people moved.
Yeah.
And Tim shot even 200. So
Well, that's why Tim looks the way he looks, because he's right there and he needs a game, and unfortunately the pins aren't falling.
So Nick still leading. So he shot 205. Shea now moved into second. Rudy Kazamakis with that big one.
Yeah, but he closed the gap. I mean, significantly. Obviously, Nick was
Third.
Almost 50 pins ahead.
And then really kind of the change. Carl went from second just to fourth, so
Right.
nothing crazy. And then
Pete
Pete
moved up to 5th.
big jump.
Wow, and look at that. What is the step ladder? 4th? Is it 4 or 5? I can't remember.
4 or 5, yeah.
I mean, you've got 4 bowlers within 1 pin of 5th.
Yep.
That's crazy. So yeah, you got Pete at 5th at 114, and then Hunter Bell, Tim Hyman, and Jerry Zimmerly all at 113. Blake Rieger at 102. Still a lot of really good bowlers. A lot of guys who had the ability to pop one big game.
Yeah, and then we were talking about Chris Taylor's Hawaii trip, but he's at minus 26 now. So if he can,
Yeah.
not looking great, but if he could find a game, right? I mean that you never know.
Yeah,
Shoot 230.
Unfortunately, I think that game's this is it. So.
Yep.
Oh, hey, look, Shea left a pin. That's news.
Might have to check on him, make sure his mental health is okay after that.
Yeah.
Not used to having to shoot spares.
Yeah.
Jeremy
Well,
Hunt.
Eddie Bird, who's right here in front of us. Eddie's at 11 under, working on a turkey.
You know, something interesting here, Jeremy Hunt was 21st at 30, shot, 226, dropped a spot. So that group and that, call it 15
some people
to
caught some games.
15 to 26 there. Now the cut line didn't move, but
Right.
it seems like everybody else above the cut
but-
line
but-
kind of.
Yeah, 25th is dramatically different from where it was. 26th didn't change. Yeah, 26 was 7th, but 25th was also 7, and now it's up to 30.
Yeah.
So. And just, like you were saying, Kevin Hebert is now 20th at 61.
Yep.
61 would have been 13th the game before. So. Oh man.
Good morning!
And ladies and gentlemen, shots have now been introduced to the broadcast booth.
We are rolling now.
Uh-huh.
Stick around for games 7, 8, and 9. Who knows what will happen?
Apparently our audience doesn't approve of the shots. Our numbers are dwindling.
Maybe it's the scores. Maybe it's the
It's probably the
impressive
fact that we can't
bowling.
share the shots with our viewers.
We tried to tell them about the wonderful snack bar, and that's calmed down a little
we
bit. Thank
did.
goodness.
It has, yeah.
Less fries have been made in the last call it hour.
Yeah.
That was going to be a real problem for a couple of minutes because that was overwhelming.
That was, yeah. That was that sort of nasty, like they're cleaning the grill smell. It was not pleasant.
It was the end of the night smell. Yeah,
it was when you get the grill brick out and start,
they pour the water on it and just rub it down. Yeah.
So Eric Sachs still quietly working away over there on that 290. So he's still 12. So that's where he was after game 4. He's still there
84.
at 84.
Yeah.
But 290 adds a whole lot of plus to 84. So And he's late enough into the game now that even if he doesn't strike somewhere and shoots like 260, that's still a heck of a score.
Yeah. Shea back to his norm.
That's good. I was a little worried about his mental psyche after having to shoot a couple spares this game. So glad to see he could get back to striking. Tim has now moved in front of the ball return.
Yes.
Which again is not easy to do here because the ball returns are longer.
Looks close.
Yeah, he grabbed it at the bottom.
Which is probably what he'll have to do tomorrow
Yeah.
at workout class.
I say he grabbed it at the bottom. He might have been lofting it over the gutter too. So that may have been intentional. Is Laura here? We could actually do a quick interview and see what that workout's going to entail.
She's right there. See if she's interested in talking about it.
Hey, Laura. 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 We're trying to figure out what the workout will involve.
Is it going to be bootylicious?
Last time I did that, me and Dean got kicked out. You got in trouble. A lot of customers. Tim has to go to the gym.
I asked him if Annie's hot. He goes, I have no idea. I said, well, you should probably ask. That would be helpful.
Tim seems to be protesting the workout bet. I don't know. It might be a little welching going on in that bet.
Laura wanted no part.
Laura wanted no part
No
of the
part
live
of this.
cast. Nope. She would not approach.
Uninterested, wanted no part.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. I was trying to figure out
Yeah.
what this workout was going to involve.
Well, maybe we'll be able to figure it out during the break and we can report back. I'm sure the viewers are interested.
We'll see if the gym has a live stream themselves. I can try to check that out tomorrow.
Facebook Live.
Yeah, Facebook Live. Or if I can find an address and I'm tomorrow, just pop over and,
Well, isn't tomorrow the day the TikTok ban officially starts? Won't be able to post it on TikTok. So
thank God we have YouTube and other forums that we
can. The world may end if TikTok goes away.
It will be a sad day, but the next thing will come up. Eric Sachs.
Yeah. Didn't throw it bad. Didn't catch a break. Didn't get the mix, but still. Said if he finishes this off, he still has a possibility of 260 there.
There we go.
And now we have a ball return.
Ball return has been kicked.
We
there
have
we go,
ball
folks.
return violence live on the webcast.
We said it was coming in Game 6, and it has been delivered now. No loud F-bombs yet or anything of that sort yet.
Not yet, but, you usually don't follow that far behind the first ball.
No. Usually that's the first thing that goes, and then you amp it up after that. All right, Eric with the spare.
I'm not saying he's going to, but if Chris were to miss this 5-pin, I think the F-bomb would almost be certain.
Yeah. Again, not one of those spares I want to shoot at after leaving it just before because you're very...
But at least you hit the head pin. So you're kind of lined up for it. It's actually not that bad.
But everybody's watching you. Everybody's checking.
Apparently we missed a prior ball return kick because Rachel just pointed out to us that this is actually the second time.
That seems right.
Can we see how Carl is finishing? Unfortunately, no. We just don't have a great view for 1 and 2. I mean, we can see a little bit of the lane, but we can't see the score screen. So.
seems to be significantly more cheering happening right now too from certain people.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably the group that's 187
Right.
out, and just
Tim caught a strike there.
Okay.
I mean, he's still got 220 left, so 220 to get him to plus 20, which again right now would be above the cut line. So it would at least put some pressure on the guys that are in that 25th, 26th spot to do something.
Yep.
So he's not out of this.
Want to see what lane? Lane 1 and 2?
Yeah, they were trying to see 1 and 2. Yeah, but I don't think my eyes can see the scoreboard.
Get in on it.
So it looks like Carl. Well, he's got a chance to salvage the game. He looks like he's working on. He got 125 in the 7th with a double working in the 8th and 9th. So he's got 2:15 left for the game. So a chance to salvage it. So Preston, you ask, we deliver. Thank God we got Tom here to work the technology, because God knows I wasn't going to touch any of it.
just lucky we got the talking figured out.
Exactly. All right. Chris Taylor with a strike, so we probably won't get a ball return kick this time. He is talking to himself a lot, though.
Eric Sachs up on 30 to strike, so at least 250. We'll see. Could be 269 depending on what he does here, but
Yeah.
that's big game.
Yeah, Tim. Oh, catches the Brooklyn. So Tim Hyman, who was in 7th going into this, just caught an unfortunate 8-10 on a double in the 10th. So he's going to shoot 170 unless he picks this, or like 174, 175, somewhere in that range. It's going to drop him below 100 plus. So rough game there for Tim. Obviously still very safe as far as making the cut, but again, every pin still counts. So 269 for Eric. That's the high game we've seen here. I mean, there've been higher. I know Shea had 280, and there's been some other scores, but they've kind of been at the other end of the house. That's the highest game we've had around us.
Yeah, so Eric gonna finish at like 150, so he'll make a pretty considerable.
So whatever he did after the first frame when he went 6 spare, he made a nice adjustment on.
Figured it out real quick. He
figured it
didn't
out.
wait for any more
Not.
frames.
No. Tim gets 1, so 176. So he'll finish the 6 games at 89 over.
Yep. And then Shea on a double here, and
No. I'm seeing a trend. 99.
seems to be it. We'll see if he sees it too. See if he can figure it out.
Maybe not. So, if he goes 99 again, that's still 230, which, for most humans would be pretty good. Shea will be unhappy.
Yeah. And then Preston, just for your awareness, Carl is plus 131
Okay.
after 5, comfortably in 4th place and comfortably within the cut line. So unless he shoots like 78, he should be
Yeah,
okay to
he's-
make cut and continue on.
He's perfectly fine. I mean, whoa, Tim with a huge loft. Did not like that one at all.
In honor of
I
Bob
think-
Euchre.
I think
Just a bit outside.
Just a bit outside. Yeah, I think some of that was loft and some of that was grabbing it at the bottom.
Ball 8, ball 12. I don't know how they're laying off these pitches.
Yeah. Were you saying earlier about head pin spares?
Yeah, I mean, your confidence after what you just did to come
Exactly.
back and try to shoot that again,
Yeah.
especially when
He-
you're
he
standing in
almost
front
ran
of the
away
ball,
from it. He
especially
almost
when you're
missed it
standing in
left.
front of the ball return, right?
Yeah.
You're already not
Yeah.
probably as confident
not
as you want to
comfortable.
be, and now you got to go figure out what you just did to.
Yeah. Yeah, that one did not look like fun. So it looks like, as far as finishing up this 6th game, 29-30 is about to be done.
Yep.
31-2 is almost done. So actually, the pair we're at is pretty
Last
close
pair.
to the last pair. There's a couple pairs
all,
down.
all these quote unquote good guys that are just taking their sweet time and thinking about every shot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a couple pairs down at the other end. They're still going, but I think they're
Yep.
in the 10th frame. So
Yeah, it looks like 1 and 2 is really the last bowler in the 10th frame, and then that 5 and 6, 3 and 4,
Yeah.
5 and 6, whatever it is, has a couple bowlers left in the 10th frame. So about the same spot that we're
Yeah.
kind of in here. And then we'll probably take a little break,
yeah, I'm
figure
sure
out
they'll
what
have to
the
do some
cut is, and
scores,
figure out what the
the
scores
cut.
is, and then
And they got to figure out. I don't even know how they're going to do the setup. I don't know with 26 if they'll put 3 to a pair, 4 to a pair. It's kind of a weird number.
Yep.
So I mean, I guess they could use 13 pairs and do 2 to a pair, but yeah.
I've heard all the names.
again, it's that balance, right? You put 2 on a pair, it's like how quickly are you running through this? Do you feel
Exactly.
like you're never getting time?
Yeah,
And-
because you're not really bowling match play, but I mean, quite honestly, if I was bowling on a pair with 2, I would want to do the I'll bowl 1, you know, and you bowl 2, I
Yep.
bowl 2,
Yep.
you know, kind of thing.
So Zeke David, who is, basically plus 30 here, can strike and double for 220. We'll
Okay,
see.
this is Zeke on 29.
That's right. Yep.
Okay, so that I guess Tim after that last shot, it probably doesn't make as much of a difference, but yeah,
There you go.
that's who he was chasing.
Okay, so Zeke's going to shoot 200, so he'll go plus a little bit above the cut line.
Yep. Noah Gallagher's the only one we don't know about.
Shot
Yeah,
by Tim there.
Tim's in good shape on that left lane because he's got the room to move left, but like you said, lining up in front of the there's 26. We just had the miss of the head pin.
Yep. That'll get you. That'll get you.
Yeah, Tim's had a problem on 28 where he just.
And honestly, if I was shooting 115, I would be nervous about shooting a head pin too. I'm
Yeah.
already not confident going into
it's a
the
fair
previous
point.
9 frames. Yeah, that's
Chris has that look on his face that says,
I'm going to the
"When-
bar."
When do I get to be done?"
Yeah. It says I am going to the bar immediately after this game is over.
Mm-hmm.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Straight to the bar.
Yeah. Lucas, Tim Hardigan update on 1 and 2. I think they're done. I don't know if the scores are still up there, and
Tim was at plus 65 going
Yeah.
into this game, so we'll have to figure out what he shot.
can
But
you move it back to 1 and 2 so we can try to see if there's a score up there? I think the other problem is, I think Tim might have been right below Carl, so. It's the other problem, Lucas, is that it's not going to have his name. It's going to be letters. So, but I think he was the one right below Carl.
put on my tab.
Up, Shea broke his streak and went with another 9 count, so he's going to likely finish in the 220s here, assuming he spares.
Called me off guard. She's like, "Hi." I'm like,
And there's Shea spare, so that's going to give him 226 with the strike, which is going to get him to plus
I was supposed to come up at 1, and I got up a little early. So
210, 211.
yeah. I was like, "You scared the shit out of me." She's like, "Hey." I was like, "I hate you."
Let's see.
I was talking to Lauren. I'm like, "I have nothing."
Okay. So for those who were asking, Preston, you were asking about Carl. It looks like Carl
Basically
did
my thought.
double. So Carl finished the game with 213, and if I'm correct, and Tim was right below Carl, Tim had 215.
Okay.
So
Tim plus 80, we think, somewhere in that range.
Yeah. So Carl was like he'll be like 140. Tim would be like about 80. Yeah.
So I think still safely in, right? But
Dennis easily tells us Shannon had a huge game on 11 and 12. So Shannon was 18th, but again, that pack is so close. A big game is going to push her up a lot.
Yep.
And K-Dog, I just wanted to, you mentioned the Major City League, which I guess bowls here now in St. Charles on Thursday night. I will show my age, but I remember the old Major City League, which bowled, I think it's probably the same guys, on Wednesday night at Old Bowlorama in Overland back in the 70s and 80s. So, yeah, I knew a lot of the guys who bowled on that one. Chris is clearly showing us that he would like to bowl every frame on lane 27. Not sure exactly what that gesture was. I
think he's explaining that the two lanes are vastly different.
He's telling us about a whale that he saw when he was in Houston or in Hawaii.
Yes. Moby Dick size.
It was this big.
No pun intended.
Don't say stuff like that around here.
Yep.
But
pun was not intended on that.
Uh-huh.
It will be interesting to see if people who are done have come down to check out, like, if this is where they're bowling at, right? Clearly 27, 28 are two
28.
lanes that are, yes, they're the same pair, but clearly people are seeing two different things between the two. And it sounds like Chris is finishing on the lane he would like to have, but
I think Chris would have liked to have bowled the whole game on 27.
Wouldn't that be nice if you could just pick the lane and just say,
if you could just say, you know what, I'll stay here. I'm good.
We're not even going to switch lanes. You
No.
bowl your best score here, I'll bowl my best score there. And
Yep.
we'll just go from there.
Just throw them all in this lane, and we'll be perfectly content.
Yep. So we are down to our last I think
couple
this
of
is it,
pairs.
right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Still got a couple bowlers down on 31 and 2. Somebody had 278 down on 31 and 2.
That was a very quiet 278.
It was a very quiet 278. I don't know who that was, but
there was no cheering, there were no clapping, there was nothing. Not even a peep.
I don't know who it was or where they were, but 78 can do a lot of damage on that scoreboard, on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it'd be good to see a feel-good story of somebody who is like,
you're
20
at
out.
20, you're sitting like minus 20 and pumped that 278. Well,
made the move.
It was somebody who was here in front of us before, because that was the pair.
Yep.
I mean, imagine if it was, I don't know. I don't remember all the people who were here, but.
This would be another one of those very confident spares. I'd love to shoot it after just missing the head pin right, and now I got to go shoot the bucket.
And again, this gentleman looks like he is ready to leave. And he converts.
I had one.
So
If you're counting.
he gets to make the official last shot of qualifying round.
We made it. Five hours, 30 minutes, 6 games.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, with as many people in a pair, that's, you know, not to be unexpected. All right, I finished the tournament by going bucket 3, 6, 10.
And a good jump from one side to the other. I mean, that's not a, 32 lanes of walking between moving.
Narrow concourse too. So.
Okay, I think we're going to take a small break here while we figure out scores and figure out what our cut line is, and then we'll come back to you with round 2.
Equals not award. Please get out your blue tickets. That was what we were starting with. If it was not blue, you will not win. First, the number for the lotto board is 659780. To win the lotto board, you must have the number B ticket, 659780. Please come see Steve up at the desk, or at the desk, 23 and 24 at the table, 659780. All right, we're going to move on to the raffle baskets. All right, the first raffle basket is the Starbucks platter. Our first number is 369899. 369899. Please come see Sean to match that number. Next basket is Bear Care Basket. That's cute. Bear Care Basket. These are the yellow tickets only. 368688. 368688. Come see Sean to match your ticket. Next basket, Jello Shot Basket.
Well, now we're trying to get our money back that we invested in, and then we bought.
To match a ticket, your ticket. These are yellow only. 017654. 017654. Next is the Christmas basket. Christmas basket winner is 017752. 017752. Next basket is just the Cardinals clock. So they're not a basket, but the clock. 014629. The Cardinals clock. 014629. Alright, we are moving to the custom LED Bush Beer sign and bar signs. 010149. 010149. Next is the custom fireball sign. 369 347. 369 347.
What did she say? What was it? No. What was that? We're not ready.
Next is the relaxation basket.
I won.
014473. 014473. Our next basket is the Welsh basket.
I'll talk to Mark about it. I'm going to go to the med first. I think I need to get that exactly.
The Welsh basket goes to, has a name on the back, Steve Go. Something like that.
You sound like me.
Steve, you're the winner.
soon as I soak it, I pour alcohol all over it.
Haynes basket is the next one. It has a name on the back, H. Davis. Right, Netflix. All right, Jason. All right, Netflix and chill would like a good time tonight. Netflix and chill. Let's see who's the winner here. Netflix and chill will go to 369759. What? 369759. No name on the back.
Hey, Pete.
Again.
Next is the Husky 110-piece tourniquet. That is going to 011806. 011806. Our next item is the bowl of heat. Hot sauce, hot sriracha bowl of heat. That is going to 017495. 017495. Our next basket is the Star Wars goblet and sock basket. Star Wars basket. That lucky winner is 369940. 369940. You go down those two to match up.
Yeah?
Our next basket is the men's grooming bucket. That goes to 010383. 010383. The Blues bucket with 2 Blues game tickets. That is going to go to...
The whole corporate thing, I don't know if I can do that. I'm sure it's very rigid.
016 014 016 014. Our next bucket is the wine bucket.
Well, it sucks that you lost that.
That will go to our lucky winner 369499. If you have tickets, please match them up to Steve or Sean. They will match up to give you your winning items. The wine basket was 369499.
Yeah.
All right, we're moving down to the bowling items. The Pure Envy is the first bowling ball. All right, let's see for the Pure Envy, our winner today. No name on the back, it is 016. The next Brunswick certificate will go to certificate, next Brunswick certificate 369990. 369990. The turbo accessory kits will go to name on the back 011263. 011263. All right, the next ball. River Retention Star. River Retention Star. That will go to 017618. 017618.
had 193. Did you play any?
Oh gosh. All right, the next ball is a hammer. This is Black Widow Mania. The lucky winner today is 014804. 014804. We have a 3-ball hammer roller here. See the lucky, it's very special. It's a very special edition 3-ball roller. All right, great. No number on the back, it's 369444. 369444. All right, we have a craft beer board with a custom cutting board. Special item. All right, let's see. Our number today is, oh, there's a name on the back. Chris Williams, the winner there. For this craft beer board. Modelo beer buckets is our next item up for grabs here. It is 011325, Modelo beer bucket. 011325. All right, the next is Dad's root beer float kit. We are almost to the end here, everybody. Dad's root beer float kit goes to 369691. 369691. Barbecue rub kit is our next item. The barbecue rub kit goes to 010289. 010289. Next item is the golf tip discount Ozzie Smith items. Golf discount Ozzie Smith items. 017627. 017627. Our next basket is the St. Louis City basket. It will go to no name 010368. 010368. And our very last basket for today is the Valentine's Day kit. Valentine's Day kit. It is 369775. 369775. All right, if you have any of these items and you need verification, come see Joey, Jen, Steve, or Sean. Thanks so much, everyone, for your participation in our raffles and raising money for the Gary Helferstay Memorial Scholarship Fund. Thank you.
was plus 31, Carl Wilson. We'll be using lanes 19 through 32. You guys are about 3 more games. Your current tournament leader is Nick Crummell at plus 251. So on 21 and 22, we got Nick Crummell, Shay Bittenbender, and Jeremy Zimmerly. On 23 and 24, Rudy Kasamakis, Pete Weber, and Eric Sachs. 25 and 6, Carl Williams, Hunter Bell, Riley Arnold, and Jeremy Hunt. 27 and 8, Cody Aldrich, Shannon Payton, Blake Reiger, Tim Hyman. 29 and 30, Derek Kindick, Brent Boho, Tim Hardigan, Ryan Stubblefield. 31 and 32, Scott Spooner, Johnny Brown, Amanda Warwick, Jeremy Keneally. 19 and 20, Alex Gabriel, Kevin Hebert, Zeke David, and Carl Wilson. Give you guys a couple minutes to get to your guys' spots.
Nope, I'm just, I don't know what the best thing is. It's going to be this one right here.
Team mode.
What lanes are they doing? So here, I got this one here that I can do. Yeah. Yeah. Let me get that spreadsheet. 33.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can do that. Doing good, buddy. How you?
Busy all day.
Man, I've been busy all week. Well, I came in here, looking at restoring, ran cable cable I ran must be bad.
Now we go to the final range.
And I ran the long
I think my black belt is my next option.
I was here until 2 in the morning. Come in, I fucking plug it into my computer.
All right, we have two missing, not missing tickets, two missing owners. No, never mind, we just had one claim. Way to pay attention there. All right, next is Black Widow Mania. We are still missing the owner of this ticket, 014804. Black Widow Mania.
Are you,
Keep in those pockets, everybody, 014804. And hopefully you weren't someone who dropped both halves. That would be pretty dumb. All right, thank you.
I'm gonna fucking be glad when this is over. I had about probably 2 hours to clean up. I'm gonna tuck a bunch of cables at the ceiling. I'll be back another day. That's my deal. Did you ever get wood? Can I get some wood out of here? Wood rack?
I say I could have. I should have.
Oh, there were.
All right, as your lanes come up, type in ABCD or ABC. Actually, just do A, B, C, D on all of them. A couple of you guys have just 3, and then 5 minutes of practice, and then your catcher's round will begin.
Yeah, Cave was, I guess I work at Cave tomorrow. I normally work at Harvest, so it's not Sundays. Well, I kind of call it 45 minutes.
All right, folks. So bowlers are practicing right now. We got about a minute left to get this round started, but while we're waiting, we can go through the top 26, let you know who all's made the cut. So Nick Crummell was the qualifying round leader at plus 251. And keep in mind, pin count is carrying over to this round. So Nick was plus 251. Shea Bittenbender was second at plus 210. Jeremy Zimmerly was third at plus 191. Rudy Kazamakis was fourth at 179. Pete Weber was fifth at plus 163. Eric Sachs was sixth at plus 153. Carl Williams was seventh at plus 144. Hunter Bell, eighth, plus 140. Riley Arnold, ninth at plus 130. Jeremy Hunt, 10th at plus 124. Cody Aldridge, 11th, plus 121. Shannon Payton, 12th, plus 120. Blake Rieger, 13th, plus 103. Tim Hyman, 14th, plus 89. Derek Kindig, 15th, plus 83. Brent Boho, 16th, plus 81. Tim Hardigan, 17th, plus 80. Ryan Stubblefield was 18th, plus 64. Scott Spooner was 19th, plus 58. Johnny Brown, 20th, plus 51. Amanda Warwick, 21st, plus 50. Jeremy Keneally, 22nd, plus 48. Alex Gabriel, 23rd, plus 47. Kevin Hebert, 24th, plus 44. Zeke David, 25th, plus 41. And Carl Wilson was the cut line. He was 26, plus 31. Plus 31 was the cut line, so a 205 average. Just to remind you folks, the format from here, the bowlers will bowl 3 more games. Again, the pin count from the first 6 games does carry over. Bowlers will bowl 3 more games. Of course, they will be still moving pairs. And after the 9 games, we will be cutting to a stepladder type final, which I believe, Steve, is top 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we'll be moving a little faster now. They're down to 4 on most of the pairs. I believe there's actually 3 on a couple of the pairs. So we will be moving faster. If you are watching right now, the main feed is lanes 19, 20, 21, and 22. I believe the leaders were on, I think they were either on 21 and 2 or 23 and 4. So trying to.
And no re-oil, correct?
No re-oil,
There
that's
will not
correct.
be.
That's correct. Yeah, it looks like the leaders are on 21 and 2 because we got Nick getting ready to step up here on 21.
Gotcha.
It's like Shea already started out with a strike.
Oh, they're already back at it, huh?
Oh yeah,
Up and
they're
running.
they're going.
No longer shadow balls. Kevin Hebert's out there. Very good. Did you run through who the leaders are at this point?
I did go through the top 26.
Good.
I may have mispronounced them since Kevin Hebert is apparently Hebert and I call him Hebert, but
So which is on YouTube?
you see Rudy Kazmakis down there on 23 with a strike. Rudy was 4th after the qualifying at plus 179. He was right there in the hunt. He's actually the cut line for the next cut.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, and I kind of beat a dead horse about how lefties don't have a whole lot of traction. How many lefties? I think maybe 1 made the cut. Is that right? Eric Sachs.
Eric Sachs made the cut. Actually did really well. I mean, he's 6th right now at 153.
Yeah, he's bowling great.
He bowled fantastic. He had 260 the last game.
Little brother's good too. Little brother's a 2-hander. Yeah, there wasn't much out there on the left. Trust me.
Jeremy caught a break with a Brooklyn to get a double. Shea left a 4-pin. Nick now up on 22.
Yeah, this pace is going to go a lot quicker here.
A lot faster. He looked like he's stuck there. Had some issues with the approach. Missed the head pin.
So again, is that what we're seeing? Is that still on YouTube or that?
So we're watching that live.
Yep.
It'll be delayed, but our voice is going.
I hear you. So the lanes are fried and they're starting to hook on the right, but as you can see, Nick, who's 250 over, you still can't fire it to the right. It's a little right,
Exactly.
you're still going to get big hang.
I believe for the folks watching, if you're trying to track somebody you know, that, again, the leaders were 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are on 21 and 2 right now. And then I believe that it was just going to the left. So I believe that the bowlers that are on 19 and 20, those were the bottom 4 qualifiers. So 4, 5, and 6, I think, are on 23 and 4, and then continuing down to the right.
Yeah, when I stepped out of the booth, I did confirm. I talked to Nick for a little bit, and for people that have bowled at least 10 years at the National USBC, Chris, Nick Crummell is the average leader. His average at the National USBC is like 235.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty good average in a house league, let alone at the USBC.
Yeah, so pretty impressive stuff. Sorry, that's unbelievable. He had down year this past year. He only had 2020. He said.
Oh, shake it off. Yeah. The thing that clearly will be interesting is we continue to progress. You can see the right-handers moving farther and farther into the left, getting further and further inside, chasing what little oil is left out there. And as they do that, the ball returns are going to come into play. Obviously, everybody has a little bit of a different game. Some guys, their approach takes them to the left. Some guys are a little straighter. But on the right-hand lanes, bowlers, we saw the last game of the qualifying round. Chris Taylor, Tim Barrett, guys like that were starting to run out of room on the right-hand lane. It'd be interesting to see how that plays out. Of course, guys are used to that. This is nothing new.
I hopped out of the booth when Shea and Tim and all them bounced around, and they came to this feature pair in front. Was 28 noticeably hooking more than the other lane?
It still was, which of course, when you don't have the ability to move left, continue to make it, that much more of a task. I know Chris Taylor, I think, struck every shot on 27. He couldn't get far enough left on 28.
Yeah, the challenge now of them just being, opening up and hooking so much.
Solid 9 for Rudy on 23.
It's going to be, obviously carry at this angle. It's not going to be optimal. So.
No.
Who can loft the gutter cap and still get it to hit? It's impressive. Zeke made the cut there. This condition doesn't favor guys that go straighter, so.
Shea started off strike spare. Maybe the longest drought he's had of not throwing at least a double at any point in time during the tournament.
I talked to Gary's dad, said he should hop in the booth. I hope he takes me up on it here in a little bit.
Jeremy cut another one on 21 there, giving him the first 5, and goes back to something you said earlier, Steve. I mean, he went Brooklyn on 22 and was able to strike. Sometimes you need the break, right? And he got a break, got that strike in the second, and now he's got a 5-bagger. Tough to improve on perfection. That's where he's at right now, but at least one of those shots wasn't exactly where he wanted it to go, but it worked.
Yeah, hats off to Kevin too. Kevin Aber, like I said, he doesn't bowl very much at all anymore. Probably just bowl with one night a week in league, and it's good to come out and bowl on something hard like this, and make it to the pay window. That's for sure. Making them look easy. Well,
he didn't get the messenger there. It came across hard enough, but I guess it was the top of the pin. It wasn't enough to get it down. Right in front of us here, Cody on 27 and 8. You guys can't see it, but Cody Aldrich started out with first 3, all 3 of them wired. So it looks like he's got a really good shot right now.
Yeah, it's good that you have the opportunity to start on a pair like 27, 28, where both lanes are so radically different that you get to practice on it and have an opportunity to figure it out.
You know what, interestingly, even though the lanes are so different, the scores the last couple of games on that pair have been, pretty good. I mean,
well, that's because people were listening to us, texting their friends and saying, hey, we better make sure when you hit that pair. 28's pretty much fried.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game after you stepped out of the booth, everybody on the pair had 210 or better, and then this last game, some pretty good scores too. So, and the pair is clearly playable. It's a matter of getting through the first couple 3 frames and figuring out the 28's hooking more.
For those of you that like to know, like, what are they
Shea caught his
throwing?
double.
What are they throwing? Well, first, our eyes aren't good enough to know for sure. I know some people are affiliated with certain brands. Like Shea, I know, is a Roto Grip guy, so part of the Storm team. So is Nick Crummel. Jeremy Zimmerly is on Team Brunswick, so he'll be throwing Brunswick equipment. So I'll do the best I can to kind of fill you in on that.
And what do they all do, Steve?
Now I'll go long and hook hard on the back end unless you're throwing urethane. Here's my thing too. This will be like a stupid, controversial thing I bring up late in the day. I already talked about urethane a little bit earlier. People hate urethane. Some people hate urethane. All people talk about is how early urethane hooks so early. Urethane hooks early. Well, the only time people kind of throw urethane is on short patterns, and they're using it with surface. So I argue that urethane doesn't hook early. Take a urethane ball and shine it up a lot, and tell me how early it hooks. Not even close, in my opinion.
No.
All right, so Jeremy's on what, the front 6? Going for a 7-bagger?
Yeah. And gets it. Not a bad way to start a 3-game, adding on to your hat when you're already in the top 3 and start out with front 7. Tough to do much better. Cody Aldrich is going to be another one to watch. Cody just caught another strike, has the front 4. He's sort of right in that range, 120, so he's got a little bit of catching up to do, but a guy who can put some strikes together, shoot a couple of big scores, can easily jump right back in the thick of this.
Well, you want to keep plugging and put up numbers, but like Nick and Shea have a nice cushion over the rest of the field. Not to say they can't be caught, but those two are kind of on the same pair, and that's going to be who's going to be top seed. It looks like there's a good chance it's going to be between those two.
Yep.
Just because they kind of, I don't want to say lapped the field, but one was 250, then one was 210, and there was a little bit of a drop off after that. Wouldn't want to face Pete either, though, in something like this.
No, that's true. Definitely would not.
When I left the booth for a while, his daughter actually was here for a while, so I was talking to his oldest daughter.
Oh, yeah. May have spoke too soon on Cody. Grabbed that one at the bottom.
Front 8.
Yeah. Jeremy's going to try to go run away and hide if he can. Definitely the right approach if he can do it.
Be curious to know how many of the bowlers out here now are junior players who are left.
Nick went through the nose. 7 count there. 3-6-10 is never a fun spare.
Yeah, I don't think he struck on that lane either. I don't think he's enjoying 22 all that much.
No.
That's the lane he's got to finish on this game, too.
Yeah. Sadly, the 3-6-10 is one of those spares you walk up there as soon as you leave it, and your first reaction is, please don't chop it. It's never a great way to think about anything. definitely not positive thought process. Converts it. Eric Sachs looks like caught a 4.6 down there in 23. Again, kudos to Eric. I mean, the left-handers have done absolutely nothing most of the day, and he's mashed them. So it's impressive.
Skipping one to the right.
That's what they've done all day, right? Skip one to the right. That's continuing.
Are they saying skip a pair or just move to the next pair? I mean,
Well, when I hear skip, I would think he'd leapfrog a pair.
that's what I would think too, but it wasn't overly clear.
But yeah, we'll see. I guess we'll find out soon, right? Kevin Aber playing 25.
Shannon Payton moved way in there too. Speaking of daughters, I will be effusive in my praise of Shannon because her mom's sitting next to
There
me,
you
and she
go.
might
Better
hit
say
me.
nice things.
She might hit me if I say anything critical.
Jeremy's getting
Jeremy's-
really getting the ball to hit good from way
Yeah, he
in
is.
there too. That's impressive.
Yeah, his break point's really solid. You still see some guys that are going down there and the ball's just not turning over. I saw her just a couple minutes ago. I think it was Tim Hyman left a 5.7. I mean, the oil is long, so getting the ball to hit still is a bit of a challenge. But it seems to have a really nice break point down the lane. Nick's getting deeper and deeper, chasing it.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to find a way to hit the right lane. He hasn't struck on it yet, and that's the lane he gets to end on to try to just pull a 2-0 game out of this. But like I said, there's your USBC career average leader right there for 10 years or more. That's pretty cool.
Talking about just the struggle some people are having getting their ball to finish. Riley Arnold over here in 25 just left an 8.10. Again, it's long oil, causing some chaos.
You know what I say, Chris? The closer to the second arrow you can play, the better career you're going to have. It's a joke, but I mean your angle's so much better going straighter. And for Jeremy to be able to, his ball's really snapping the 10 out. At least so far it has been.
Oh,
there you go.
Got a break there. Tripped the 9.
That was the lane he went Brooklyn on earlier, right?
It is.
The lane's probably curving a hair more.
Yep, this is the closest we've had to anybody shooting any sort of an honor score. I think Shea had a 280 something earlier, but I'm not sure if it was the front 10 or if it was spare in the next 10. Shea leave a little baby split there. Not an easy conversion, but if he can convert, puts him in the 230s. Oh no, I'm sorry, 230s. Another trip 4.
Well, you got to move on that, don't you?
would think you want to move a hair.
Yeah, and then he'll leave a flat 10.
He'll leave a flat 10.
What the hell did you do that for?
Don't blame us, folks. And if you're listening to it, do not text Jeremy and tell him to move a hair.
Got to move 2 and 1 and throw it harder.
Uh-huh.
And if he leaves a 4-pin, we'll be like, what a dummy. Why didn't he move?
Exactly. All right.
Money.
Oh, got high. Should have moved. Should have listened to us. Somebody moved our camera, though. Not sure what happened there. Unfortunately, we don't have Tom, our camera guy, to get that back. Well, folks, hey, Tom. Tom, camera got moved. Yeah.
Just to see the scores up top on the pair, like the pair of the leaders.
No, somebody may have bumped it. I don't know. Somebody got excited with Jeremy in the front 11. All right, so while we're moving that feed, we'll switch to the pairs right here in front of us. And as you can see, just looking at the scores in general, don't get confused by the fact that Jeremy just shot 298. The lanes are not easy right now. You can look at the rest of the scores. I mean, yeah, Shea at 230, but seeing a lot of sort of buck 80, buck 90 grind things. I think they've transitioned past the point where they were a little bit open and playable to maybe now they're poking a little too much and the hold's going away.
Nick's in front of the ball return, trying to catch a double for 2-0. Change balls, too, it looks like.
It was fine. It was great.
And got his double.
Well, and one thing, too, obviously, Nick can strike a lot, but when you're averaging over 230 for your career at the USBC, maybe a pretty good spare shooter, too. As you can see, pretty much clean the whole game, couldn't catch any strikes at all, no doubles until the 10th frame.
Yep.
That's the difference between a couple opens is a buck 70.
Yep. Stay right in the hunt and grind it out 2-0.
He was talking to him. He's grew up bowling at Fox Bowl, Chris.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, knows the Nape family very well.
So looking at some of the other scores, it looks like Eric Sachs is working on. He can strike out for 200 even. He's got the first and the 10th. He's got 170 in the 9th, so he can strike out for 200 even. Pete can strike out. He's working on a spare. He can strike out for 201. I think he might be a little upset. He thinks he got double jumped. It's not a PBA sanctioned event, so I don't know.
Oh,
but
gotta love him, don't you?
Pete's fired up now. And now it's created some confusion as to who's going to go.
Now you need to go, young man. Just get up there and go.
Yep. Was it Carl or was it Riley he thinks he got him?
Riley.
Riley, okay.
That's all right. Get up and go.
He's going to go say something, which is probably the worst thing to do. So Pete's when he decides to go again, he can strike out for 201. Rudy's caught a turkey, so he can still shoot 230. But overall, the scores are not all that high.
It's grinded, man. Right there, he's going to pull out right about stay even.
Yeah, 200 even if he gets the last hit. All right, Pete's finally back up and does strike, which is probably good for Riley. Eric gets 8 on his still ball, so finishes 198. Again, had to grind that one, but stayed even. Unfortunately, it's not going to help him compared to the leaders. Whoa.
Pete didn't like that one.
Did he not like the shot or not like the result? Looks like he left a solid 10.
Wrong with. No, I think it was a Brooklyn.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Just trying to see if we're getting any separation with the top the 4 here. Obviously, Jeremy shooting a monster game. Probably moved him into the lead.
Yeah. I mean,
Nick and Shea both pretty well. They're trying to make the top 4, so.
Yeah. I mean, Rudy's got 230 working here, so if Rudy strikes out, he's going to get over 200. Jeremy's obviously now way over 200. Shea's close to
what I think we're getting at is Rudy, Pete, and Eric Sachs are probably the ones going to be looking at battling for that 4th spot.
Right, and
Top 3 have a little bit of a separation.
And Rudy sort of separated himself from Eric and Pete by shooting 230 when those guys are both at 190, 190-ish. Especially if Rudy strikes here. I mean, he's already.
So that pair will be interesting because, like I said, that's going to appear to be the battle for that 4th spot.
Should be right in front of us next game. Yep. Well, Rudy did not get his double, so he'll finish the game in 220s. But still, that gives him a 25, 30 pin advance on the guys that were in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, so you're going to have leading now. Jeremy Zimmerle's going to be plus in the almost 290 range. Nick shot, 2-0, so he'll be plus right around 260. What'd Shea have, 230 something?
Yeah.
So he'll be plus in the 240 range, and there's a bit of a drop-off. Rudy will be right at 200 over.
Yeah.
And then Pete and Eric are right around 160, so yeah.
Pete shot 190, so he loses 10. Eric loses 2. So yeah, Rudy probably got himself about a
little bit of a
40-pin cushion right now.
A little bit of a cushion.
Yep.
Now they're coming to a pair again where the right lane is significantly different than the left lane. So
yeah, and there's really not a whole lot of, the folks that were 7th, 8th, and 9th. Yeah, there's not much there either. Somebody's working on maybe 230, but weren't a whole lot of big scores on that pair either. Tim Hyman on 27 with a strike.
So anytime moving forward the last 2 games, anytime that young man's up and Pete's on the pair to the left, I guess he's going to let him go.
Yeah, I mean, and you feel bad for him. I mean, he's a young kid. Pete's obviously bowled on the tour a long time. He's familiar with double jump rules and things like that, and he probably expects everybody else is. But it's if you don't bowl on that, I mean, double jump rules aren't intuitive, and I mean, you know as well as I do, there's some places where, really the courtesy is like 1 lane.
Well, right.
And double jump, it could be as many as 3. I mean, if I'm on the left lane, if I'm on 23 and you're up on 26 and it's my turn or your turn to go, I've got to let you go, even though there's two empty lanes in between us.
Yeah, if you haven't bowled on that environment, you don't know what it is.
It's not intuitive, and certainly. Pete reacting the way he didn't help it either. And again, I mean, Riley's a young kid, and it's unfortunate because I'm sure now that's in his head, and it's the last thing he needs. He's struggling a little bit this game, a couple splits, and doesn't need to think that he did something to Pete Weber. Carl with a really good shot there. Chance to get to 2-10, Stone 9. He'll finish with 2-0. So where's he at now? He's 150. He'll be 150. So he'll be right in the same range with Eric and Pete. Kind of battling. Like I said, all 3 of them will be about 40 pins behind Rudy.
Cody's still got, 223 left?
Yeah. He caught a couple splits there in the middle, really derailed that game. Yeah. So he's got 2 team left. Where was he? He's another one. He's at 130. So he's a little further back than those guys, but still sort of right in that mix.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to put together a big game just because, like I said, the angle, the carry is going to be so. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be pretty tough, playing crossing that many boards. What's that?
We should add 26. All right.
Kid Rock.
I'm working on it. I'm having 4 people talking. Come here. Oh my goodness.
Stubby loft in the cap. Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah. But you're right. I mean, he certainly needed the strike. 260 for Stubblefield would have been where he wants to get. I mean, obviously he's chasing at 64 right now. Chance to, if he could have got that strike, finished with 260, it would have put him at 130. It would have put him sort of right in the thick of that little group. So it's a big 9-pin. Made a great shot too. No, it looks like the 1 lane to the right was actually literally 1 lane to the right. So the leaders.
Wow, so they're not bouncing a pair.
Oh no, they are bouncing a pair. I'm sorry. The leaders are on 25 and 6 now.
I mean, we'll have Pete on our pair then right in front of us, I guess.
Correct.
That pair, that like I said, that's the pair where it looks like anything can happen, but it looks like those 3 are going to be the ones going to be duking it out here to be the 4th, be in the top 4.
Well, yeah, and that's with those 3 and probably Carl Williams as a 4th battling for that last spot. We'll have all the action right here in front of us. This game. So.
Well, and like I said, there's only 2 games left, but guys that are hanging around that are plus in the 120s, 130s, Jeremy Hunt, Cody.
One big game.
Yeah, they can catch 250, and they're knocking on the door. Then they'll get themselves back and having a shot.
I don't care about people running out. I'm focused on my joke. What's your joke? Yeah, sure. Got the college ball. He needs to go past it.
All right, so here we go, game 2 of the Cashier's round. The Lone Ranger just got up on lane 28 and packed it.
Jeremy started out on 26 there, left a 610. Unfortunately, you folks aren't going to be able to see people on the approach of the leaders group, but again, I'm not sure the leaders group's the most interesting thing. Those 3 are probably pretty well set into the top 4. We'll keep an eye, certainly let you know how they're doing. But the pair right in front of us, 27 and 8, is the pair that has all the intrigue. Rudy through the face, 3-6.
That's the hook and lane.
3-6-9-10. That is not a fun leave at all. And especially today, because you get it too far to the right, it's still not going to hook.
It's going to fall off the cliff.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we call him Rudy Rez for a reason, but getting to the 9-pin here is a challenge. And Pete chops the 3 off the 6.
I'd blame that kid on the other pair for that.
What's that?
I'd blame the kid on the other pair for that
I was going to say, yeah, you can't really blame, I can't blame Riley for that one.
Oh, super. All right, Jeremy Hunt needs to make a run here. He's the only 2-time champion of this event, so about 140 something over. Probably about 60 pins off the pace for the 4th spot. So we'll see if he can put together. Ooh, there you go. Very nice.
Very nice spare. I'm sure it was not a comfortable make.
Rudy's feeling good about that one.
Yeah. I feel like you stole that one. You know, the interesting thing, too, watching Eric, is other left-handers have tried to be in that spot. And whether it was execution or ball choice or whatever, it just didn't seem to work for anybody else. But that's where he's been the whole day, and he's obviously whacked them. So kudos to him.
Watch out for Jeremy, huh?
Jeremy blows the 5 on that last shot.
Watch out for Jeremy, huh? Don't close the door on the boy yet.
I think he started with the 210 or 220 last game, so that kind of puts him right into that little mix where he's probably in that 140, 150 range, which isn't that far, right in that mix. Again, Rudy gave himself a little separation, but 5th to 8th is probably really close right now. Well, this would be an interesting chat for Pete after going high on 27, 28 hooking even more.
It looks like he changed balls, doesn't it?
He did.
We'll never know, but I wonder what would have happened if he wouldn't have changed balls. The other ball he was using looked like that surface on it. I think he would have been in trouble.
Might have gone Brooklyn.
Maybe
Rudy way left. Oh, bad break for Eric there. 6-8. Jeremy can catch both sides of the head, Penny.
Told you, here he comes. Here he comes.
Certainly an advantage when you can carry on both sides.
I bet you $1 Eric picks this. Want to bet $1?
Well, we all know that your brother on the right-handed version of this, the 4-9,
had
a lifetime 89% conversion rate percentage.
Even at the Peterson, he made the 4-9. It's like, are you kidding me? Get out the scalpel. The surgeon's in the house.
Even though the 4-pin was a 7-pound pin, he figured out a way to get it over to the 9, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, $1.
Jeremy came back from a tough first frame with a double. Looks to me like you might run away and hide with this thing, at least for the step ladder.
Pete might have made the Gillette ball change of the year right there with whatever he went to. It's definitely something going straighter.
Certainly did not like the reaction he had that first frame. Oh, Shea with a wired 8-pin. Thank you very much. Oh, Rudy gets the 10 to go down. Rudy will soon be lining up on 27 to bowl on 28. Nick's in front of the ball return. Nick might be somebody who may need the cushion he gave himself, and that's obviously why you give it to yourself, but he's scuffling a little bit right now. I mean, he's around the pocket, but, what do you have last game, $190?
I had 2. I think he squeezed 2 out of that game.
He squeezed 2-0, but you can tell he's chasing it right now.
So Jeremy wants spare double. Currently, I think he's leading.
He has to be, yeah. I think that's right. And probably by a fairly sizable margin.
About 30 pence,
yeah.
probably. All right, Pete is up. He is not. He is not on a strike, correct?
No, he's on a double.
Oh, no, he is. Yes, he is.
And he leaves the 36910. Yeah, that's not the 28 is not the lane you want to cut one short on. He knew it.
Yeah, this ain't gonna be an easy spare.
No. Well, and look, Pete's as good as anybody in terms of shooting spares, but he literally just chopped this thing 3 frames ago. So. And he chopped it again. 4-6 for Jeremy. Jeremy Zimmerly, I should say. Jeremy Hunt about to step up on lane 29, working on a double already.
Rudy's out of lane.
Yeah. Here comes Jeremy Hunt.
Watch out for Jeremy.
Looks like Shea made a ball change too. Got a feeling you're going to see a few more of those here as these lanes continue to dry out. Nick gets the kick on a somewhat soft 10. Riley catches a little break, breaks up the split at least.
Eric made a ball change, it looks like.
He did. He didn't give that one nearly enough room, though. Pete.
Yeah, that was a better shot.
Yeah, looked like he moved in more. Projected even further right. Not sure he was happy. He didn't look like he was as happy with it as the result would dictate, but might still be frustrated about the shot before. Carl Williams up on 29. He's somebody who's still in the thick of this.
Yeah, so like they're hooking in the middle now, Chris, and as you can tell, the problem is now on the right side, hey, at least they got a hook spot, so, you know, it's great, but actually if you get it too far right early, you're going to go high. So you got to thread the needle where you got to play super far in, but you still have to keep it fairly tight. But then, you know, your carry is going to be kind of crap too. But so it's a fine line to, you know, now's a good time to have ball speed.
Yeah, and the other thing too is you mentioned the carry being crap. I mean, here's where that long oil is still a factor because I mean you're still seeing, even though they're hooking, you know, even with this equipment, you know, being as live as it is, maybe some people will switch to urethane. I don't know, but you know, you're still seeing 8-10s. You're still seeing, you know, really weak 10s. You're, you know, and some of that I realize is the energy of the ball is also, you know, going away. But you know, you're still seeing
still seeing people have that difficult time getting their ball to hit. So the angle is not helping them at all.
Well, you leave it flat 10, your instinct is, what do? You can't get softer.
Yeah,
you can't,
no, you can't move back right. You can't slow down.
That's why the ball change might be the best move to,
Exactly.
I'm not always the advocate of changing balls every 3 frames, but now you got to be pretty aggressive if you don't have anything, your angles.
And this is where that bowling ball knowledge and knowing what your equipment does. Hunter Bell up on lane 29, a guy we haven't really talked about, but had an outstanding first 6 games and he's 140 over after 6. I think he struggled a little bit game 7. So still had a very good day.
Hey man, how are you? See ya.
Again, though, just looking around at the scoreboards, Jeremy Hunt's got the front 4, but for the most part, this is kind of almost like what we had at the very beginning of the day, where 180, 190 suddenly isn't a bad game right now.
Yeah, your opportunity to get them if you were a right-hander were games like 4, 5, 6. Now it's getting to a point where whatever hold you had isn't really there.
Yeah, you're trying to hang on now.
You're, like you said, you're moving farther and farther left. Your carry is going to get worse and worse. So Pete's looking for a double, right?
Yes. Got it.
Got through that one better.
Carl Williams finally caught a strike on lane 29-30. So Jeremy Hunt right now has got the front 4. He's sort of the one person in this game that's really done much. Shea's working on 2-0. Rough shot for Eric there.
Yeah, I think he went to a ball that hooks more than what he had before, and he's moving farther. He's trapped because the righties are already on top of him.
I was just going to say he's at a point now where he's getting the free hook from the right-handers, and I think his ball's hooking.
If he had a little bit of hold, it ain't there
He's
now.
gone.
He didn't have much hold earlier, but whatever he had's probably absolutely gone.
Yep. Eric representing the Dayton Flyers out of the Atlantic 10. Nick converts the 3-6-10. Again, just scuffling. And he's really fighting the right-hand lanes. I mean, he's so far left now. He's having to stand in front of the ball returns on the right-hand lanes. And it's, clearly affecting him right now.
Big shot for Pete right here.
It is.
There he goes.
Yeah. So Pete right now is on 2-0. He's chasing Rudy's right now working on a $180 on a spare. So yeah.
Rudy's got a 50-pin cushion on Pete right now, but now it's down to about 30 because Pete's picked up about 20 pins on him so far this game.
Right. So we just got the scores after Game 7. So as we projected, Jeremy Zimmerly is out in front now, fairly decent lead, plus 289. Nick Crummell second, plus 257. Shea Bittenbender, about to make a pretty big shot here, is plus 248 in third. Rudy Kazmakis plus 203, and he did jump out to a pretty sizable gap.
Pete's in fifth at plus 153. So Rudy did put a 50-pin gap between him and the fifth spot. Carl Williams, Eric Sachs tied for sixth at 151. And Jeremy Hunt, 137. Cody Aldrich, 133. Anything deeper than that's going to be pretty hard to chase. Riley Arnold's 10th with 114.
Yeah, and again, they're taking the top four. So
taking the top four. Exactly.
Rudy is your man right now. That's in fourth. He's got 50 pins.
He's got a big
over Pete. It's kind of like the main thing to be watching as far as who might end up with that final spot. Eric's in jail.
Eric's in jail right now. Right now, I mean, you know, Pete's picked up about 20 this game right now with some room to work, and he's on a string, and Rudy's working on spares. So, you know, he's probably cut 20 pins out of that 50-pin deficit already. What do we say, Jeremy Hunt? Jeremy Hunt, 137.
Yeah,
had a four-bagger over there. That's another one to keep an eye on. Oh, Pete pulled the crap out of that one. Wow. That is not the shot you expect Pete Weber to make. Carl Williams with a strike to get a double. Again, Carl's another one. He's been clean through four, and now he's got a double, so he's on 2-0. Jeremy Hunt's on 220-something right now. That's sort of that next level, but again, Rudy's had a bunch of pins on them. So he leaves a 10-pin.
At the same time, these lanes are still tough. A 160 can be looking right at you at any time.
It's not out of the question. I mean, you catch a split, get in your head a little bit, catch another open somewhere.
I told you lane 28 was hooking. Pete must have been on the left on lane 28.
Yeah.
That lane is fried.
Uh-huh. Could have also pulled it an arrow, but, you know.
Or that kid might have ran up on him again.
Oh. I think Cody Aldrich's day is pretty much relegated to just what position he can get to. He's working on about $170 this game. That's probably going to take him out of any top four contention.
And well, Larry Linkstein does the commentary and the league. Awesome club. I mean,
Eric looked like he moved out, actually. Yeah, he needs to get a break or two. He's got nothing on this pair.
Yeah. Oh, wow. He's got a big cushion, but Jeremy Zimmerly just missed a 3-pin.
Just took a finder's fee for the original ones that I looked the flip on. Walked away from it.
Probably a good business decision. I mean,
I'm sure Pete's asking himself right now what the hell happened on 28. Rudy's in front of the ball return.
Yeah, and doesn't have the ball speed he did years ago where he could overpower him. So it's going to be tough sledding moving forward.
Lofton at 6th arrow and right through the face.
Yeah.
This is getting interesting now.
And he got it right, and it just overhooked.
And again, that's the hooking lane. So, you know, he's losing count. He's realistically looking, exactly what you said earlier. He's
Jeremy
up
Hunt.
That $160.
There's Jeremy Hunt.
Yeah, so Jeremy was 66 pins behind Rudy going into this game. Rudy's now looking at, probably something in the 160s, and Jeremy's in the 220s, which is 60 pins. So, fourth place got interesting again, folks.
I think what I'm going to do is pick up a pair
once I get this house, have a big enough basement, and then I'll just put a bear in my home.
So obviously, Jen and her team try very hard to get us the scores as quickly as they can after these games. I'm going to try to, apologize for my math in advance, but I'm going to try to keep track of where people are, so we have a little better idea at the end of this. And give you
That's
folks
better.
a
You
good
got
update.
it off his hand. Well, it still didn't get to the
Still
full
hooked.
spot.
I think
So
some of
what's-
that just ball speed.
Pete's looking at 2-0.
That was the whole reason. But I tell you what, I was going to sit here in Salt Lake and 24 lanes and 82 seconds.
So yeah, Jeremy Hunt was 16 behind Pete. He's going to, as of right now, he's more than 16 ahead of Pete. So decent chance Jeremy Hunt might jump into 4th place in this thing. Nick with a 4.9 over on 26.
They're actually certified PBA and everything. So, I mean, they're better.
They are. Less energy. There's so many others.
Pete's got 2:01 left if he strikes.
Like saying you should buy
Oh, Nick slides the 4 in front of the 9.
Camaro because you get better gas mileage and it's safer.
There's a lot different.
Shea starts on a few strikes here. He could be making a little bit of a move back up towards the top of the leaderboard here, my friend.
Carl Williams is still in this thing too. He's working on 2-0. He's 2:01 for Pete.
More of a conversation piece. And then
I understand.
my big area would be visible so people can see that.
Let's see what Shea can do. He's got a strike up. And he's got 2:48 left.
And Jeremy Hunt may have got a little fast on that one, left to 5 pin. Didn't quite have any finish on
I
it.
got 2 other friends, close friends.
Obviously an extremely makeable spare, one you wouldn't expect him to have any issues with.
Well, you made the comment earlier about Nick having trouble in the right lane. He just 4-9'd on it. Shea just left a 9 pin. Yeah, these righties they're out of lane.
Yeah.
On the right lane, it's, the guys that stand in front of the ball return to do 3 steps or 4 steps, obviously you're not going to have ball speed.
No.
Honestly, old school being that I am, I wouldn't stand in front of the ball return. I just try to loft it more.
Yeah.
No Mark Roth lofted out to the arrows when they're fried.
Not sure who it is, but somebody down 31-2 still got 250 left. Whoever's about to finish on 32. Is that Blake Rieger? I can't quite see around this
Yeah, I can't either.
tower. Too lazy to stand up. Plus, I don't know if I can read that far anyway. Ready with a ball change and lead the 5-7.
That was on a fill ball, wasn't
it was.
Good time to try something out. That's, I guess, the NU not urethane ball.
165. Well, fortunately for Jeremy's interleague, he gave himself a big cushion with the last game. He's scuffling a bit this game. Got 191 left, but he needs a double intent to get to that. Needs to pick the 10 pin here first, then get the double. So.
Jeremy can throw high heat, but just like we were talking, he's not hitting the right lane. Probably can't, he's out of lane, so the lane he isn't striking on is the one he's got to finish on.
Yeah, so Blake Rieger down on 31-2 is going to finish with 248. He was 114. That's going to get him to 160. That's going to put him right in the middle of this little pack as well. Big game for him. Gets him back into this contention.
That's about where Rudy's going to be now, right?
Yeah.
The 160s. So
162.
There's going to be roughly a handful of guys that have a legit chance of taking the 4th spot.
Yeah, barring an open in the 10th, I think Jeremy Hunt's going to be the one who's going to be in 4th place after this game. Well, I shouldn't say that. Carl Williams got a double, so one of those two.
Still can't give it away.
No.
All right, Jeremy Zimmerly needs a strike here to pull a $190 out of this game. Which he just packed it, so way to dig that game out.
Yeah, I mean he's got the comfort of having a big cushion. Obviously, he's still got Nick and Shea sort of nipping at his heels a little bit more so Shea than Nick.
Well, I think Nick's got a legit chance of pulling 270. He's got to hit this right lane. He's just having trouble in the right lane. If he can find a way to throw a strike here, I like his chances. He struck on the other lane pretty much almost every time.
Yeah.
And again, he's out of lane.
But he just opened, so now he's got $1.80 at the most if he doubles.
Big shot for Jeremy.
Jeremy Hunt.
Found a way to flush it on, again, the lane he's had a little more trouble on. He's went high, he's went Brooklyn. Yeah, the righty's got to try to find a way to hit the right lanes on all the pairs they get to. But that was a big shot for him. Now he's got 248 left.
Yeah. So and Carl just went through the nose, left at 3-6. So I think Jeremy Hunt's going to be in 4th place going into this last game. As you said, 2-time winner?
Yeah,
previously?
the only one that's won it twice.
So don't rule him out yet, folks.
There he comes.
15 minutes of practice will begin.
What did I say, Chris? Here he comes.
Yep. Well, you said if Nick could strike on the right lane, but unfortunately for him,
He'll hit the left lane all day. He has been on that pair.
Shea goes light. I wonder if it was just that pair or if it's going to be all of them, because it'd be interesting to see what they have on 29 and 30.
Well, Jeremy found a way to pull 240 out, but he also left a stone 5. He had a Brooklyn on the right lane. I just left the bucket, so it's not like it's a walk on the park either.
No. 245. So yeah, Jeremy with 245 goes to plus 182. I'm just going to put him 4th. Finish for Shea. We'll get him to 256. 185 for Nick. 2. So most of the folks have finished up game 8, call it game 2 of the
of the cut round. Got a couple bowlers still left before we start game 9. Actually, I take that back. Game 9 for some has already started. 31 and 2 is already going. So keep in mind this is an unofficial count. This is done without any sort of math, any calculator. So, but on my unofficial leaderboard, I have Jeremy Zimmerly still leading at plus 280. Shea Bittenbender in second, plus 256. Nick Crummel in third at plus 242. And here's where it gets interesting. So Jeremy Hunt, with a 245 game last game, makes a big leap, goes from 8th to 4th at plus 182. Rudy Kazamakis goes from 4th to 5th. He's at plus 168. Blake Rieger with a big game, 248 game, jumps from 11th up to 7th. I take that back, yeah, 11th to 6th at 162. Carl Williams is at 161 and Pete Weber at 154. So right now the number is Jeremy Hunt at 182, but we do have 3 other bowlers within 30 pins of him. Looking down at the pair, it looks like Rudy started out with a double, and it looks like Pete opened but then caught a double of his own. So Rudy just left a 10 pin on 31. So, oh nope, I'm sorry, take that back. That was Eric Sachs who had the open and the double. Pete's actually working on a turkey. So don't sleep on Pete, folks. He's still very much in this. Yeah. Big spare here for Rudy. He makes it. Not a surprise there. So Steve, I was just telling everyone sort of my unofficial scores. It looks like the new numbers now. Jeremy Hunt at 182. Pete's already opened up with a turkey down on 31 and 2. So don't count don't count them out yet.
And, you know, you got to watch first and second as well. I mean, it's not outside the realm. Jeremy's got a little bit of a cush, but Shea's, what, about 24 behind him?
Yeah.
Nick Crummel's 38 behind. Anything can happen in one game.
Yeah, I got a feeling those 3 guys are really happy to get off 25 and 6. That pair looked pretty nasty. We'll see what they can do on 29 and 30.
I don't think 27 and 28 is a walk in the park either, to be honest with you.
No, I agree with you. Pete just left the 4 pin, went through the nose, got lucky, broke up the 4-6. Shea went high and hard and left the 5-7, so interesting start for him. Strike for Rudy. Oh, 4-9 for Nick.
That's at least the second one we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's had his issues with the right-hand lanes and stuff like that, but he's also been kind of cut up this last couple of games. I mean, he has not caught any breaks whatsoever. Nice conversion, 5-7 by Shea. So the other 2 interesting, guys that are in play right now, we mentioned Blake Rieger and Jeremy Hunt. They moved down to our far left. May try to see if we can get Tom. I don't know if you can do a split screen here where we can do the 2. That might be a little helpful.
Yeah, they're kind of out of range.
Yeah, but there's a camera down there, so. Can you split the screen so we can do the other camera? Too small. Okay. All right, that's fine.
Eric Sachs, who's played in all day, went to the ditch on the end pair. So the Lone Ranger left-hander.
Jeremy Zimmerly with the Greek Church.
Now this is when, now I'll get the entire bowling community mad at me. This is where you might consider getting out a urethane ball. I'm sorry, because you had a urethane ball, and if it's shiny, you're going to have holes that these guys, you don't have now.
Right.
Again, it ain't going to hit, but you're going to be at a much better angle. You'll be able to play farther right, play more like 20 instead of having to loft the gutter cap. You're going to have hold that's not there now, but at least if I was bowling competitive and bowling well, that would be a thought that would cross my mind at this point.
And that's an interesting thought, Steve. And if you're one of these guys that are, I mean, obviously, if you're one of the 3 or 4 guys that are competing for that 4th spot, it's probably not a great time to experiment. But if you're one of those top 3 guys right now, you're probably, I mean, the difference from Nick in 3rd and Jeremy Hunt in 4th is 60 pins. So, and you got another 20 pins between there and 5th, and 4th is obviously the cut line. I mean, I could certainly see where you maybe want to take a look and see, because I mean, at this point, exactly. I mean, and you know, quite honestly, if you're Nick, for example, you know, there's really no difference finishing 3rd and 4th. You're going to be in the first match of the step ladder anyway. You know, see if maybe you come up with a look and see what's there. You know,
there was no reason to use urethane at all early. Now you could justify maybe thinking about pulling it out.
Right.
But shiny urethane.
It's harder to do if you're Jeremy Zimmerly or if you're Shea, because right now they're in 1st and 2nd respectively. You know, dropping a spot may mean bowling an extra match, but you know, I think if I'm one of the people you know, if I'm Nick, I think I might actually take that look.
When Nick destroyed them and won like 2 Eagles a couple of years ago at the USBC, that was their team's game plan. He used urethane, got some push down lane. You know, obviously totally different situation than now. Now you're using it because you have no hold.
Right.
There you're trying to create some hold down lane. He's in front of the ball, you know, gutter cat, or in front of the ball return again.
Right. Well, and you won't be able to see him on the approach, but on lane 31 on the feed, Pete's about to step up. He got a strike in the 5th, so he is looking for a double, which would put him on the 220 pace. Obviously, a big shot here for Pete coming up.
Yep, and he ripped the 5.
And he strikes, so, and gives us a flex. So, I mean, again, just another example, and never count that guy out.
Yeah, he was on, 28 behind Jeremy going into this game?
Yep.
And we don't know what Jeremy's doing on the other end.
Jeremy and those guys just started. I think it looks like they're in maybe the 1st or 2nd frame down there. So we'll actually have coverage from down there, because
Pete's got a chance to post a game, though, and make him think about it, too.
He's got a chance to put the score up there.
Considering they're probably 4 or 5 frames ahead of him.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'm sure that information is making its way down to the other end. So.
Well, Pete will let him know if it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at Eric Sachs. Went outside to the ditch and caught a double.
It's a big shot here for Nick, just because he has struggled so much these last couple of games. He kind of needs to get something just to make him feel a little bit better about, you know, where he's at and what he's doing here. He's made some good shots, but he hasn't been rewarded for them.
No, his carry's been garbage.
There you go.
If I'm him, I'm still moving to the left the next time on that lane.
Yeah.
That thing was coming.
It was. And, I mean, on the left lane, he's obviously got room to do that, so.
Yeah, he can't on the other lane.
Yeah.
What's Pete got going this time? He's on the end lane. Let's see on lane 32.
Another strike.
Here he comes.
He's up to 230 now.
Here he comes.
Yep. Trying to keep an eye down at the other end. Really can't see that well. Carl Williams is up right now and just welded one. Unfortunately, I just can't. Yeah, it looks like Carl's on a string. Carl may be on 3 or 4 in a row. Carl was 161, so he's still very much in play too.
Is he the leadoff guy on the far end down there?
Yeah,
I think Jeremy's got a double on the
I was just
board,
saying, I'm pretty
too.
sure Jeremy's the other leadoff guy. He's on the approach now.
I think he's got spare double. He's going for a
Could be.
three-bagger. And went through the face for a big split.
Big split. So now it might be Pete and Carl, and Pete's only 7 behind Carl going into this game. So we hope we're going to be able to bring you something from that camera, but it looks like it may be having some issues, so we're going to have to stay down here. Did not notice, but apparently Rudy caught a big split. So I think Rudy is unfortunately falling out of contention for that 4th spot. Pete's about to step up on 31.
Yeah, I think if
that's a
Pete goes
huge
off
shot
the
for
sheet,
Pete.
Pete's going to be your 4 seed.
If he goes off the sheet, I think there's almost no doubt about that.
Well, I don't know what he left in the 4th frame, but clearly he's got a look on this pair, so.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's really nervous, so.
Yeah. It's a big time tournament. Oh, it was a little high, leaves the 9 pin. So not a horrible shot. Probably got a little bit more hook than he was hoping. And that's the thing now. I mean, we're at this stage of the tournament where even with only 3 or 4 people on a pair, you're almost moving like every couple of frames.
Nick caught a strike on that right lane.
Saw that.
Don't hold your breath on this guy. Let me tell you, he starts feeling it. You know, he's got 279 left.
Yeah.
Shay's lost carry. Jeremy's kind of out of lane. So if Nick can, I don't know, don't roll it out.
Still, I mean, he's 38 behind Jeremy. Only 14 behind Shay. So yeah, he's certainly still battling for stepladder spots.
Yeah, and Jeremy's angle, he's so deep. I mean,
Yeah.
his carry is going to be really difficult from where he's at. Lofting the cap like that, he gets it right, he still goes high.
Jeremy Hunt with a strike down on lane 20. Carl's stepping up. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but Carl might be on either the front 4 or 5.
He's
He left the 4 pin, yeah.
Shay just went through the beak and left a split a second ago, so he's on a $180.
Yeah, Shay might be falling down.
Yeah,
to
Nick
third
right
after
now
this one.
might be going,
Yeah.
Nick throws the next 2 or 3 in a row, he
Still
will
got
be
a shot
back in the lead.
Still got a shot to lead the whole thing, yeah. Considering how bad he was struggling his first 2 games, that'll be real. Again, it kind of goes back to the one, you build the big lead before the the third round, this round starts, and you hang on until you find it. Blake Rieger, we haven't said anything about him, but he was another one who had moved up there, and it looks like he is spare turkey. So Blake was 162, so very much right
Still
there
in
in the
play.
thick of that fourth spot. We got Pete getting ready to step up on lane 32. Pete's working on a spare after that 9 pin. Oh, we're getting the official numbers, so let's see how well I did, how the math worked out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pat myself on the back, but it looks like these numbers are all correct. So Pete just left, is that a 7
Threw the
pin?
5 in front of the 7 and didn't carry it, yeah. It was a pretty good shot.
So yeah, so the numbers I gave you earlier were correct. So we've got a battle here. A 4 pin for Nick.
Yeah, he threw it good.
Did he? Just
Yeah,
hooked on him again?
Just a hair look. Yep. He liked it. Rudy's out of lane. Rudy's
Yeah, Rudy's.
Rudy 20, 30 years ago would have been able to throw it 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Overcome this, but not.
Father Time is undefeated,
Yeah,
Steve.
doesn't quite have the ball speed needed now to get it down the lane.
I can't use that camera. People just keep bumping the face.
That's all right. This pair's not all that easy, the ones that the leaders are on right now. You can tell they're struggling to, hit the pocket. 29, 31 and 2 looks like it's actually probably a little more playable.
I mean, some of these guys have gotten so deep. I just watched Ryan Stubblefield throw a shot that literally he didn't quite loft it as far as he wanted to. It almost landed in the left gutter.
Well, like I said, now's the time. If you're going to pull a urethane ball out, I would say now's the time to do it. You're going to be able to go a lot straighter with it. It ain't going to hit, but right now, what's going to hit when you're lofting the gutter cap anyway?
Carl Williams is up on lane 20. It looks like he left a spare and converted it, so he's still.
I think Pete left another throw the 5 in front of the 7.
Did he?
So back-to-back 7. So he's going to shoot around 230 as long as he picks a spare. So that'll get him around 180 something over 190.
He can get to 190. It looks like if it's a 216. I think that's what that says. Or 236. I mean.
About time. Nick's left enough 4.9s the last couple of games. He was able to trip it out.
Either one. Pete up for the spare and converts it. So if he strikes, he gets to 236 and gets to 190, which would be. I mean, I'll say it's the new number again. Jeremy Hunt was 182, so he wouldn't need to shoot a whole lot to get to it.
Well, he's on 210 right now, Jeremy is. So if he stays, looks like he's got. So you basically need to stay clean.
Can you read the camera? I mean, you can't pull it up on the thing for some reason, but the camera's right there.
So people keep hitting it, so.
I mean, it's. No. Tell you what, right now with every pin counting, Pete Weber's not probably happy with that 8 count. So 234 for Pete. We'll put him at 188 over for the tournament. Oh, Carl Williams left a big split, so that does not help his chances. It looked like he might have went 6 out. So,
like literally, you could get your spare ball. You might as well play your spare ball between 3rd and 4th arrow. You'd have a better reaction in the pocket.
Thank you.
So unfortunately for Carl, I think his day might be ending as well. Jeremy Hunt up down on 20. Looks like he shredded the rack there. It's a nice shot.
Yeah, I think that gave him 3-bagger too, so he's probably in pretty good shape to.
Yeah.
It's a disaster here the last 3 frames. He looks like he's in good shape to be in 4th. All right, let's see if Nick Cromo can make a little run here. The 2 leaders are struggling this game. Nick's been in the pocket pretty much the whole game.
There's another one.
There you go. Here he comes. You never know, fellas.
Well, yeah, Nick's on 210. Jeremy's already down in the 170s, and Shea's in the 180s. So that would actually be enough to completely flip this thing on its head and have Nick jump both of them.
Right back where we started after 6 games. You'd be back on top.
Exactly.
Big shot for Shea here. Yeah, he's out of lane as well.
He's just he's lost it a little bit.
It's a chance for a double, and that's called taking the heads out of play.
If you loft it past the heads, he almost lofted that one past the arrows, Steve.
That's what Randy Peterson says so eloquently. The ball cannot hook in the air. So that was pretty. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. It's good, and the ball hit. So more power to him.
like you said, this struggle is consistently getting the ball to hit from there. Jeremy Hunt up on 19. Looks like he might have left a 10.
Jeremy can still hum it too, so he's got that advantage where he can rear back and fire 19, 20 miles an hour. Big shot from Nick Crummel here. Got a chance to make a run back at the leaderboard.
Rocks takes a 2 or 3 step approach and shreds the rack. So yeah, I would say right now your odds-on favorite to be the leader in the going to the step ladder is going to be Nick. And I'm sure he will not mind not having to bowl those other 2 games.
Being the leader is actually a disadvantage, so you hate sitting and waiting.
That's true, but
I wonder if they're going to flip pairs. I would, as far as the format.
You mean as opposed to bowling them all on the same pair?
Yeah, when they make it to the final.
So they're not all completely fried?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? All right, let's see how much hang time Jeremy gets on this one. I mean, last one worked. He's got to keep it in the air. Fire it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
So Blake Rieger, who was 20 behind Jeremy coming into this game, working on a strike down here on lanes 22. I mean, if he catches a couple strikes here, he can put some pressure on Jeremy. Big shot here. He really needs this hit coming out. And he got it. No, I think he may have left stone to 9 pin. Oh, yeah. Ouch. Well, unfortunately, bowling is not always a kind sport, folks. Could not have made that shot any better. Liked it off his hand, liked where it hit, liked the reaction.
All right, so if Jeremy Zimmerly wants to keep the lead, this is a huge shot right here. He's on a $180, but he's got a double, and he's lofting it about halfway down the lane.
Yeah, and Nick didn't strike his last shot. So.
Yeah, so Nick's back on 220. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
So yeah, you still got 2-0 if he goes out the sheet. If he gets to 2-0, Nick can't catch him. Nick's 38 behind him.
Poor Jeremy looks like he's starting the Bob Bowler lawnmower, trying to get that ball halfway down the lane in the air.
Yeah. Another strike for Jeremy Hunt down on the far end. Big shot here. Oh, wow.
Left 5.5.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. If it's off spot enough that the AMF fingers won't pick it up, it's been moved pretty far off spot. Shea did catch a double, so Shea's going to salvage a $190 here.
Wonder if second place is at stake with that one. He's going to drop 6 pins. Nick can pick up 36. What's the difference?
Yeah, Shea was only 14 ahead of Nick, so
Nick's going to end up probably being second.
I guess if Shea would have struck there and shot 2-0, he'd have forced Nick to mark. So 194 for Shea. Leaves him 250 even.
What's Mr. Hunt doing down there?
Yeah, his last shot he struck. Just unfortunately, I can't see the scoreboard from here.
Well, he needs, what, 208 to stay ahead of Pete, or 206, something like
207.
that.
207. I think he's on much more than that. He might need a mark.
I don't think he's on much more than that. I think he's
he might
on
be on
2-0.
2-10. Oh, is he on 2-0?
He opened in the first.
Okay.
It's going to be pretty close, actually. He might need the first hit, actually.
You want to walk down there and look?
Yeah. So he needs, what, 207?
207.
All right, I'll be right back.
So, big shot here for Nick. Nick needs Interestingly, if he strikes out, he and Jeremy finish tied. Oh, never mind. So the tournament leader is going to be Jeremy Zimmerly, who's 278 over.
If Jeremy needs 207 to stay in front of Pete, he's got to have the next one.
Okay.
He has 161 and a strike going into the 10th, so he needs the next hit and then decent count to stay in front of Pete. Otherwise, Pete might backdoor it and find a way to get in the top 4.
Okay, and it looks like Blake Rieger's still got 248 left. 248 would put him way up there. So,
so right now it's what? Jeremy Zimmerly leading, Nick Crummel moving in second.
Nick actually needed, if he had struck out, the two of them would have tied.
So Nick's second, Shay's third. So Jeremy Hunt's up. He's not on the live stream. He needs a strike here to hold off Pete. Otherwise, we'll know Pete went around him. And it looks like he struck.
Looks like he struck.
Now he just needs a decent count. He needs to avoid a disaster.
So yeah, your top 3 are going to be Jeremy Zimmerly at plus 278, Nick Crummel at plus 267, and Shea Bittenbender at plus 250. This 4th place spot's very much up for grabs here, and Blake Rieger's still very much in this. He's getting ready to step up here on lane 22 here in just a second. If he strikes here, it puts himself on 220 on a 228 pace, but with the possibility of 248. 248 would get him to plus 210.
And he packed it?
He packed it. So he might be right now in control of this thing.
Yeah, he looks like a number 4 seed. Big hit for Jeremy Hunt. Off screen, he carried a mixer.
Looks like he carried it. What did
He's got 221 left
221?
if he ends up striking on the fill.
So 221 would get him to 203. And Blake's got, he can get to plus 210. So yeah, Blake Rieger's going to need a double, it looks like, to get himself that 4th spot. Tell you what, regardless of what happens here, that's a heck of a surge for him. He was 11th after 7 games. And, was at that point, it was 90 pins out of the 4th spot. So,
Jeremy packs the last one, so he ends up with 221.
221.
That puts him, 203 over, you said?
Correct. So 203 is the number right now. And the only person who can get there is Blake Rieger. He's not going to be up for a few more bowlers. So
Zeke's going to possibly throw a little 279 right in front of us here. Not even paying attention to poor Zeke because
yeah,
he's paying attention to see who tries to make it in the top 4, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean it's gonna be a nice payoff if he can finish that, because that's going to jump him probably 10 to 12 spots in the standings. So whatever that's going to be worth cash-wise, probably fairly significant.
Shannon, no, there's 2. We have two females left, right?
We do. Shannon Payton and Amanda Warwick are both still competing.
Kudos to them. Shannon's in super deep. They have to be.
Yep.
So it's just caught a double to pull 2 out of this last game.
I think Amanda was actually. I saw her earlier. She was pretty deep on the lane in the first 6. So I'm sure she's still fairly deep in there, unless she's switched to urethane or something else.
All right. So what does Blake Rieger need?
He needs a double. He'll need a double and.
What's he need? 240.
He's got 248 left. 248 would get him to 210. So he needs 242. So he needs a double and 4. If we can get the double, I'll have a lot of confidence in his ability to get the 4. sure he stays behind the foul line.
Or doesn't foul.
We have one more fill ball to go on lane 21. And after that shot, then Blake will be stepping up for his turn.
You're really hard to recognize. I'll be right back. All right. There's a red, white, blue.
Well, some people like pressure. Some people don't. Wonder if this young man's the kind that would like to know, hey, pal, you need a double to make the top 4. Or rather not know and just let it go and see what
Yeah, my guess is, I don't know.
I'd rather not
I
know.
suspect he probably knows. I mean, I assume these standing sheets are making their way around, and he was right next to Jeremy, so my guess is he's got a pretty good idea of what he needs to.
All right, so he's off camera, and it's getting up right now. He needs a double. He's loft in the 5th arrow, and he just packed the first one. Need John Madden in the back, right?
Yeah.
That's Jeremy Hunt, brings John Madden in. All right, so off camera, Blake Rieger, if he strikes here, he will be your number 4 seed, and if he does not, it'll be Jeremy Hunt. I think he might have left a 10 pin. He left a 10 pin. I think Jeremy Hunt's going to sneak into the 4 spot.
Yep, it's a
bad break.
Damn good run by Blake, though. I mean,
yeah, and he made a good shot. Obviously, playing where he's at.
Yeah, I mean, 237 is going to get him to 199 if he converts this. I mean, he was 114 2 games ago, and the scores are not easy right now. I mean, he picked up 85 pins these last 2 games when scoring was at a premium. So
he's got a great backup ball too at the 10th pin. I'm very impressed.
Very impressive young man. I mean, really good run at it. Just came up a smidge short.
All right, well, now let's focus on Zeke and see if Zeke can pull 279 out of a rabbit out of a hat here right in front of us. Because they ain't very easy, folks. Look at that.
Yep.
Good place for that.
Yep. Still 267. I mean, for Zeke, who was plus 57 going into this, going to jump into the 120s. I mean, don't know what everybody was doing, but 120 would have put him 10th. I mean, he came into this game in 19th, so, you know, picking up potentially as many as 8-9 spots. Probably a fair amount of cash that he just put in his pocket with that big game.
Well, and he donated a ton of money for the tournament, so good for him.
Did he?
Yeah,
that's good. You know,
recoup some of that donation there.
You know, and hey, we all like finishing on a high note, right? 265 is a heck of a lot better score to finish on than 130. So.
So just to recap, we do have a couple of pairs that are still going, but the top four we're fairly confident has been set. Again, these are unofficial numbers. This is my math, but we believe the top six will be Jeremy Zimmerly at plus 278, Nick Crummel at plus 267, Shea Bittenbender at plus 250, Jeremy Hunt, two-time winner. Shea Bittenbender is a past winner also, but Jeremy Hunt, two-time winner at plus 203, Blake Rieger, fifth place at plus 199, and Pete Weber, sixth place at plus 188. Again, those are unofficial numbers, so don't hold me to them, but I'm fairly confident those are good. Somebody finished with 236 over here on 25 and 6 as well. Again, always good to finish high. Finish with a high game.
Jeremy Keneally on lane 25, but he's on the approach for lane 24.
Yeah, exactly.
I better get it over the gutter.
Yeah, he does.
That softer ball speed that was working good the first game right now
Not
is
so much.
not what you want right now.
Not so much right now. Well, Steve, you mentioned the, hoping that, what are they going to do as far as the pairs, as far as the step ladder. I agree with you that moving would be good, but it would also be good if they were somewhere close enough to where we can actually see them.
I would imagine they're going to be probably right in front of us.
I would think maybe 25-6, 27-8, 29-30.
That's Jen's call.
This is true. At least we know there's open play going on 1 and 2, so it's probably not going to be down there.
All right, Jeremy, which lane you on? 24 or 25? Woo! I did that once. I was lost in the cap on the holiday doubles, cut it a hair short, landed in the left gutter.
Oh, that's
Excuse
beautiful.
me.
Good. The always good one, though, is when you land it in the gutter like that and it bounces into somebody else's lane.
Thank you. You want to end, buddy? You want to take over? It's all yours.
Thank you.
It's all yours. You can be back.
Headed down to Raleigh.
All right, well, have a good time, man. Good to see you. If Jay Lynn wants back in, he can come hop back in here. We'll see if anybody else wants to take over for the...
Absolutely.
I think Jen ought to pop in. This is her show. Jeremy squeezing out a $1.95.
Jeremy's ready to go
Team
now.
USA, go do it. Is your grandpa still here or did he take off?
I'm out. Yeah, I'm off.
Saw your wife here. Get a
All
sitter?
right. Well, folks,
We're going to sitter?
We're going to sign off here, take a quick break, and we'll have the official numbers, and then we'll be back with the stepladder finals here soon.
Take her easy.
Good seeing you.
All right, take care, Tim.
Yeah, I'm good with whatever. I'll see if Jay
All right, we are back for the finals.
Everybody drive safe. We got our way and let you guys take over to start.
You are stuck with Jen Helferstay Mesky and Justin Lynn in the booth. Lord help us all.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, so we got the finals starting on 25-26.
So I see Jeremy back in the top 4 again.
Jeremy and Shay.
Yep. I know Jeremy struggled a little bit at the beginning and had a big game to get him back plus.
Yep. Yeah, he came on late and got in there. Not only secured a spot in the cut, but then made a big run at the end. So top 3 stayed pretty much the same. Nick, Jeremy, Shay, and then Jeremy here. And this should be a good match.
Yeah, Jeremy had a good 3 games that set. Pushed him into first.
And then for those playing at home, Shay, yes, is in front of the ball return here for bowling on the right-hand lane. Be interested to see, Jeremy also righty, see where he plays the right-hand lane. I don't know if he's in front of the ball return yet, but we'll see here in a couple seconds on where he tries to play.
How do you think these, I haven't really been watching the lane play much, but how do you think these broke down as far as, I mean, I watched the beginning part of the day, obviously, seeing a lot of people take 3 off the right, but how do you think they broke down? I saw a lot of people try to jump in early.
Talking to some people who said they did not jump left early enough. And then you had a bunch of people who said kind of, I should have chased it left sooner. I started too far right. Definitely saw a lot of people flag the head pin right and or left, depending on what side they were on. So I think fairly they broke down as expected. And I think your definitely cream kind of rose to the top towards the end there. And again, 6 games is a good amount. It's not a complete sprint.
Right.
But also enough to say, okay, who are the people that are locked in and can put their kind of foot on the throat and say, let's go. So
yes.
I'm not shocked by the top 4. I think this is a very good top 4. I think this is, if you were looking at the entries to start, you'd say, this is a 4 I'd expect if you were kind of playing at home and saying, where do we expect these people to fall?
Yeah, for sure. Jeremy Hunt definitely in the last year has made a big change with changing brands. With this Brunswick change, I've seen a lot of improvement in his game. He's had a lot of honor scores, winning Missouri State, all events and doubles last year. I've seen a lot of big scores from him with this new stuff. So I think his game has really improved also with making that change. So shout out to them and Jeremy with that.
Yep. And Shay, he's just doing his normal sucking thing and just showing up into a final.
Yeah, I mean, no big deal. Shay, just another day.
Just a normal Saturday and ready to go.
No big deal. Shay making top 5, 4,
So we're going to get started here again. Jeremy Hunt, Shay Bittenbender, 4-3 competing here on 25-26. Okay, well, that looked pretty good to start. I'm interested to see how both players play the right lane.
Thank you so much for having us. We didn't really meet. I'm Rudy.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We're on a good trip. Do it again next year, I'll come back.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you're down from?
I live in Mississippi. No, I live in Mississippi. Oh, shit's next door.
Shay in front of the ball return here. Good shot. Okay. So we'll see how Shay kind of moves from here, right? Being in front of the ball return. Tricky, slow, speed is important. And then also you have a lot less ability to kind of, get some speed behind the ball. And
Last time I bowled here, are you familiar with bowling? This is when Hammer made the Navy reactor ball. We bowled a 2 canal. We drilled all our
okay,
balls.
good spare. Shay will be up here on 25. which I think he's going to have a little more comfortability on, just having a little more room to maneuver and kind of move to the left and get the ball going.
Well, thank you so much. Have a great day. Great term.
Have fun. It was a blast.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Shea up on 25 here. Okay, little swisher. Yeah. So I think you know, both Shea and Jeremy are going to be fine on 25. I think they both have, you know, ultimate room to move as far left,
Yeah.
foot-wise, as they want to. And we'll see what Jeremy does here on 26. You know, Shea in front of the ball return. I'll be interested to see what Jeremy does here if he's not in front of the ball return, which does not look like he is. So
No.
maybe he's got, you know, I'm not going to say he has the advantage, but maybe he does. He doesn't have to.
He also throws it a lot harder
Yep.
than Shea, so
Yep.
he can
Yep.
air.
Yeah. So
He's got that ball speed.
Jeremy looks pretty locked in here. Definitely having the extra room, you know,
Right.
kind of get some momentum behind him. So it's going to be about shot making here. Again, back to your question about the pattern, right? I think it's about shot making, and you know, we're going to see. I think this is going to be a high scoring game
For sure.
and I think we'd expect that for the next 2 games as well too.
Yeah. And both of these guys, I mean, as far as who wants it more, I mean, both of these guys knew Gary, loved Gary. I mean, Jeremy has won this before, so has Shea. Oh, man, what a break.
Yep. Ringing 8.
Woo wee. That's never good.
So now we'll see if Shea can come back on the right-hand lane and figure it out in front of the ball return. Because Jeremy is clearly as locked in as you're going to get here.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
Okay, good spare.
What is Jeremy throwing?
Let's see if Shea does something different. Okay, he's not in front of the ball return here, so
Oh.
maybe a little flattening of the wrist and just get it down the lane.
No, it's inside.
All right,
Ooh, okay.
well, that much improved. So, okay, now it's a race.
Now we have a match.
We have a match. And Shea now with the advantage somewhat of bowling second. Now he got to see, and if he goes on a string here, could put himself in a good spot.
I always like to have my opponent start the match
Yeah.
because I want to finish first to put that pressure on somebody else.
Oh, sent the house, baby. Sent the house.
Woo!
Okay. Yes, Jake Gens is his stepladder now.
First match of stepladder,
First match.
Jacob.
You would think this was the final, but it's not. This is the first stepladder match. And interesting, Jeremy is moving. What's funny is he's not starting in front of the ball return, but he's kind of ending in front of it. So he's kind of
drifting a little.
But seems to be intentional and therefore, you know, making it work for him. Which
He might just not feel comfortable starting in front of it. Like some people just
yeah.
can't get that 3-step approach down,
Yep.
which is, you know,
Yep.
I don't think I could do it.
Yep. No, it's whatever works at this point. And
Yeah.
that seems to be working for him. So, you know, as long as he doesn't run into the big black box, I think he's probably okay. And Jeremy wasting no time. He seems to be ready to go.
Never known him to give that one the heater a little bit. There's still a bunch of people here, which is awesome.
Yeah, in case you guys at home can hear the noise in the background, it's getting louder. I think cocktails are setting in, but also the crowd behind us is pretty good.
Yeah.
Which is good. Again, we're doing this for a good cause, and
I want to support the bowling alley as much as possible, so I'm glad people are sticking around, having a few cocktails, and spending their money.
Doing this for a good guy and doing this for a good bowling alley, that's been great.
Yeah. Love Dan Beeman. He's a great proprietor. Glad to do it in one of his centers. That was a little soft.
Oh, and there's
grown folk.
Listen, you can't win without breaks like that. So
Ooh-wee.
that adds some good positive outcome. Not that Shea needs them. He seems to do okay by himself, but
had that
those always
voodoo
help.
roll.
That's how you win right there, right?
Yep.
Get a couple of breaks your way, and
They say it's what, 90% luck, 10% skill or something?
all right, Shea back on 25 again. Plenty of room for him to go left, so not concerned about this lane.
Man, at this point, Jeremy's thinking, is that 8-pin going to screw me?
Yeah. Okay. All right, Jeremy back up on 26 here. Again, he's looked good on this lane regardless of the ball return being in the way, so see if he can keep that up.
Yeah, it's definitely his good lane. Oh. This lane might be hooking a little bit more. I don't know. I thought Shea got a little slow on that one, but
I think that's what we noticed too, Jenny. You know, earlier you kind of asked how it broke down, and it was interesting that the right lane, especially on 27, 28, 28 was hooking vastly further more than 27.
Okay.
So I know the next group is going to go there. I'll be interested if they figure that out early.
Okay.
Like, has that changed since qualifying, or has it stayed the same?
So characteristically, the right lane has been hooking more?
It has.
Okay.
Yep. Now, there are 3 more games bowled, right? So does that change? But in qualifying, 28 was definitely more than 27.
Okay.
Dave Welch, good job on the compliment. Yes, great job to Jen
Oh,
and all the
thank
help.
you.
This is a big effort to put on. Year 8 already, crazy.
Yeah.
And more to come. Okay.
Oh.
So I think barring anything crazy here, that may do it for this match. But we'll see, right? That's why they finished all the frames and
Yeah, you never
bowled
know.
out.
Ooh. Yeah, Dave, I mean, I get a lot of credit for putting all of this on, but I really can't do it with all the support from everybody else. I mean, I don't know if everybody's seen the sponsor board, but I have so many people in my friend group that donate and do all kinds of things for me throughout the year to help make this run smoothly. The people behind the booth and behind the ticket sales and all of the Angry Gingers that donate money for the lottery board, and Tom O'Mara for donating his time this whole entire week for throwing this live stream together. And
Yeah, shout out to Tom for doing this.
I just can't even start to thank everybody. Dan Beeman for donating the lineage and his time and his center, and Denise Bennett for donating her time for running brackets, and I mean, it just, the list goes on and on for the people that donate things. It's incredible.
The amount of cameras, and I know you can't see it at home. I know you're just getting the quad box and stuff.
Yeah.
But the amount of cameras that are set up here is incredible.
I mean, I
for a bowling
literally,
tournament.
I literally messaged Tom on Tuesday. I go, hey, I know that, you know, this is probably last minute, but for next year, I'd like to, you know, possibly live stream this tournament. It's getting super big because we were full at 112 by that point. And I said, would you be willing to do that? And he goes, oh, I can do it this weekend. I'm like, what?
Incredible.
Like,
Incredible.
It's 4 or 5 days away. And he's like, no, we can do it. I'd love to. And I'm like, holy crap. It's just, it was so last minute, and he didn't get any sleep. And it's just been, incredible the amount of work he put into it to make this happen. And I'm so thankful. You have no idea. And it just means so much. I've been wanting to do this for years, and I just didn't have the money and the fund to, pay for somebody to come do it. And I just didn't want to. I didn't think anyone would be willing to donate their time and do it for free. So thank you so much. It just means so much, and I hope we can move forward and do it every year. And it's awesome.
And something we kind of plugged earlier, Jen, and I know you kind of did this on your own Facebook page. For those sitting at home that may not be able to bowl, right, who can't come up and can't be present or maybe scattered across the country, right, donations are always accepted, right? Any money is going to get put into the raffles, put into the buckets that are drawn, and all of this money goes to scholarships. Yes, you give out money for this tournament, and you give out money for, people that cash in this tournament, but ultimately this money all goes back to youth bowlers, and certainly in the name of a guy who's got a good cause behind it now. So certainly anybody sitting at home who's like, how can I get involved? How can I be involved from New York to Canada, wherever you may be? Certainly reach out. This isn't a one and done, right? This is building throughout the year, and certainly all in the name of a good person and a good place to spend the funds. And certainly this year, 106.
Yeah, 106 bowlers.
Is the most we've ever had.
Yep.
And we're going to continue to try to go from there. I know you had people at one point on a wait list and stuff. That's great. That's amazing and so cool to see.
Yeah. So for the first time we had a wait list. I didn't want to make it to where we were bowling until 8 o'clock at night.
Yep.
So I wanted to limit it to 7 people on a pair. We can obviously fit 8 people on a pair, but I didn't want to make it, that.
Yep.
We'd be here till forever.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I do want to limit it and make it to where it is, something that, it's a...
I think you're finding that balance between what bowlers want, a one-day tournament to get in, get out, say, hey, we had a good time in the name of Gary, and all the things that you're doing.
Right. I don't want people. I don't want to be like, oh, let's add another squad, and I don't want it to be holiday doubles where it's 15 squads and it's 3 days. No.
That's supposed to be the tough guy, right? So tough guy is one day. You just put your shoes on and
You're
go.
You're grinding all day long.
And certainly we had Rudy that was in from out of town, and.
Which lane? 27, 28. Okay.
One lane. Just move one pair.
Yeah, not that hard. So yeah, I want to limit it, and I want it to be like something that people are trying to get into.
Yep. And you had a good mix. Not only did you have a bunch of local people, you had out of town, you had women, you had junior bowlers, you had everybody that you could ask
for the first time ever, we had 14 junior bowlers.
That's amazing.
And I love that they come out and they support something that's supporting them. I don't know if it was the weekend this year that worked out, but it just was amazing.
Yep.
I had people from Memphis, from Mississippi, it just was, this year was just an anomaly.
And just for awareness, this tournament gets posted. You'll probably have the date already by Monday,
yeah,
right?
I will
You'll
make the event
know
probably tomorrow.
Tomorrow, right? So we know a year in advance.
Correct.
It's always around Gary's birthday, which is intentional, right? So we'll know tomorrow, Monday, call it, when you get everything settled and you get a day off tomorrow to break and collect yourselves. And so we'll have the date. So you at home who want to bowl should have no surprise on what the date is, and I think you've been pretty consistent about that.
Correct. It is the third weekend in January every year. That way it's consistent, and I don't conflict with any other tournaments. There's another big tournament, the 700 tournament, that they run down in Plaza every year, and I want to make sure that I don't conflict with them and whatever else is going around town. So I want to make sure that I'm clear that it is the third weekend in January and yada yada. So,
So again, you sitting at home, interested in bowling, there won't be any surprise on what the date is. If you don't follow Jen, follow the Gary Helferstay Memorial Scholarship on Facebook. You can keep up to date on everything that's happening.
Yeah. So I did end up making a Facebook page just for the Gary Helferstay Memorial Scholarship Fund separately so that I can post things about that. So it has its own Facebook page, and I can do updates on that by itself. It all kind of came into play because I was trying to make things for this YouTube page and the website for Tom for the live stream. So it kind of just came into play on all of that. So I have my own page for the scholarship fund now, as opposed to it being on my own social media. It has its own page, and that way it's separate. So that everything will go through that now instead of my personal page. That way people don't have to, friend me, per se, to see things or whatnot. So that works out that way.
And every year we're trying to get better, right?
Exactly.
So any suggestions you have at home, please reach out. Let us know if you want to get involved, and certainly follow Jen. Follow the Gary Helferstay page. We're always here. And again, if you want to donate, you're welcome to. Not required, certainly. We do this to give back to the community, give back in Gary's name, and give back to the youth bowlers.
Peach. Just do it.
Mango
Sorry,
cart.
we're thirsty.
I'll finish that, but can you get me another one? No way this come back properly from Tim. Okay, so again, back to our comment about in front of the ball return. Nick is in front of the ball return.
So Nick Kreml has an eagle or a few, right?
I would argue Nick, a physical specimen that probably can stand in front of the ball return.
Ooh-wee. Yes, he is a physical specimen.
Ooh-wee. It just got hot in this booth. It's not the lights that Tom has set up here.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, that man is a juicy human being. So we'll see what happens.
I think all the viewers just went up. The number of viewers just went up.
Yeah, Shay's still right at the ball return there. Okay, so we'll see if he sticks with that.
Why are there 4 people bowling on this pair?
They haven't erased the scores yet. They'll work it out.
Oh, we're still practicing.
Yeah.
Come on, Tim. We're thirsty. What are you doing?
Tim ball repping still.
Jesus.
Tim finished 128th and has to do a workout tomorrow, but it's still ball repping.
Because Shay can't make a ball choice.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine.
Everything's fine.
Tim is avoiding going to the bar is what happens. It's the Battle of National Champions here.
Ooh.
There we go here. UW Whitewater and Lindenwood.
He bowled for Whitewater?
Yeah.
He was national champion
Believe
there?
so,
yeah. We're talking like 10 years apart at least.
Yeah.
Oh, at least. 2006.
5.
What do you want?
5. Hey, boo.
Jason Davis in the house.
Jason Davis from Florida.
Said he was going to be super serious today and competitive and didn't do shit.
To the viewers at home, we have people that came from Florida,
Yes,
to come in and bowl this tournament. So
And I didn't compete very well.
No.
I shot a 138.
You gave it your all.
But I had a lot of fun. You know what I mean?
That's all that matters
This is
in
an
this
awesome
sport.
Tournament. If you're thinking about traveling, definitely do it.
Yep.
For a good cause.
It
I
is for a
look
good
like
cause.
I could bowl. Look at my shirt. I look like I was like good.
This guy has two grip
Did
companies
you get
on
your
his shirt.
shirt?
2 grip companies
No,
on
I
his
haven't
shirt.
got it from you yet.
He's repping every grip company
Look, I
possible.
got
He's got 2
Joe
grip
Bo and
companies,
Vice. I'm the
Vice
only
and
person in the world
Joe Bo's grips or whatever it
with
is.
both.
Joe Bose.
I don't know.
Joe
Joe
Bo's
Po's,
is,
Joe Po grip. 2 grip companies. He's repping
And
both
Vice
of
is
them.
the finger.
He's basically out for all the grip
I'm
companies.
kind of a whore, you know. If you want to put something on my shirt, I'm down with it. You know what I mean? So I got Shelly, the leaner, and my
That's
wife.
Peck.
Oh, Peck now, yeah.
For like a
She was the one
decade
that
at
could beat
least.
Gary in the tournaments. Let's just put that out
Yeah,
there.
she was prettier than him. That was how she beat him.
She was. And her boyfriend.
All right.
We're all gonna bowl next year.
Boyfriend.
we're all at-
Shay up on 27 here. Things are going off the rails with Jason Davis
So
in
we're all
the
gonna
booth
bowl
here.
next year, regardless. Shay
Okay.
Bittenbender. I'm calling Shea for the win.
It was kind of a bad.
So now,
I
still have
I
my
think back to what I said earlier, Jen,
fireball
we're going to see how they played 28 different than 27.
Oh, yeah, because we said it was hooking more.
Yeah, 28 was hooking probably, I would say, 5 at least.
Ooh.
Chris Taylor gave it a very graphic, big fat whale this much
Well,
different.
if Chris Taylor
so
said it's hooking 5 boards more, then it's probably hooking 15 more.
it was a lot. Oh, boy.
Oof.
Okay. So now let's see how Nick plays him. I know in practice he's in front of the ball return. Looks like he's cleaning in front of the ball return, which maybe there's something there that he's concerned about, but we'll see how he plays it. Okay.
Okay. He's way up there.
Okay, here we go. Let's get a hook.
Wowza.
Okay.
Didn't do much. I think I went a little bit further right than he wanted it to go.
Yeah. Which, again, I think the point of this tournament and something we've always named it is the tough guy tournament, right? This is not supposed to be walled up. This is not supposed to be perfectly easy. It's not supposed to be perfectly hittable. It's supposed to be tough, right?
Yeah.
Your best bowlers are supposed to show up when they need to, and I think, again, the top 4 have shown that.
Yep.
But even now, you're seeing that it's not walled.
No, I want you to shoot spares all game. That's what I want. That's the goal. There was a game under 100, though.
Okay.
There was a 92.
92, okay.
I'm pretty sure it was, or a 97, something like that. Love seeing that.
Yeah, I was interested sitting here game 6, and I didn't see as much violence as I expected. I saw one, ball turn get kicked, but I was actually expecting more in game 6 when people were just done and over it, and I thought there was going to be more aggression, but there.
I did see Scott Pierce slam a chair, but that's nothing normal. I mean, that happens in leagues sometimes.
There wasn't any flagrant screaming of the F word, which
No.
was interesting to me. I
No.
expected that.
Because I think at the end of the day, they go, oh, it's just, for a good cause.
Let's hope.
And they're
That's
like,
what it
"Eh."
should be about,
Yeah.
right? And that's, again, we have in the bottom right-hand corner here scholarship fundraiser. That is what we're doing.
Right.
People are trying to win, totally get it. But at the end of the day, I hope everybody understands the reasoning behind this.
Exactly.
Okay. So let's just call it what it is. Nobody is locked in.
Doesn't seem like it.
So let's see what Shea does on the right-hand lane.
Do you think he's going to make a move off that? I think he's going to stay the same because he's
going from that lane. He bowled in this lane earlier today, so
Ooh, I don't know.
he's already.
Did he change balls?
He's already bowled on this lane earlier. This is where he finished.
That kind of hit like a wet turd.
Yeah, it wasn't. Shea up to shoot the spare. Okay, muy better.
Muy bueno.
Okay. So now he left call it a swishing 7, not even really, just barely swishing 7. So let's see if he does something different here on lane 27.
Gracias. It's fair.
Thank you. K-Dog. Yes, good tournament, Jen. Still running smooth here. Okay, so I think it's fair to say Shea might be somewhat lost on this pair. I am not the expert by any means, but
he finished on this pair, you said.
He finished on this pair, but again, that was 4 games ago, right? So they had 3 games of.
So he didn't finish his 3 games on this pair?
No, he finished his 6 games on this pair. Yeah, he finished qualifying on this pair.
You know your dad's like one of the top 10 bowlers out there, right? But let me guess. You moving right?
Okay, Nick back up on 28. Oh, back in front of the ball return. Okay. So we'll see if anything is different, if you learn anything from the last time.
What you doing, young lady? You still keeping everybody alive?
Looks good. Ooh, a little kicker tan.
Nick wearing his yin and yang shirt, good for him. Hopefully that calms his nerves here. Tough to do when you got Shea coming at you from the pair over.
You think he gets nervous ever?
I don't know.
Crummel?
Oh.
I feel like he's a pretty calm dude. Pretty chill.
Maybe this isn't for 10 grand, so maybe he just.
I mean, he just won like what, $30,000 at Nationals. I think he's pretty.
Well, you don't know at the time you're winning 30,000. You kind of got to sweat it out a little bit.
Just got to wait it out, yeah.
Good shot though for Nick there in a ring and 10.
That was pretty good.
So again, Shea is not dead by any means here. Not over.
No.
You know, I think the first person to put a double together kind of puts the pressure on.
Oh, for sure.
On the other
I think
person.
he realizes now, like, oh, this lane's probably a little tighter. Probably should have moved. Get that ring.
It's easy sitting here saying that,
right.
And I hope they have been paying attention.
Because he barely got that 10 out on 28 too, though.
And again, certainly, I go back to Shea finished on this pair for his last qualifying. So I hope, there's some recollection, but.
I got the one that last year when you shot 300 and I was yelling 10.
Okay, Shea up on 28 here. Close.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't like
so
that
nobody's
ball
going to get the
choice.
10 out
I don't
at this
like that
point.
ball choice.
So I think for those sitting at home, this is where it's a little bit of a grind here. Nobody's dead locked in. Nobody is, putting a 5-bagger together. So now you got to find a double, right? That's key. Find a double and see what happens from there.
Yep. He better make a move here on this lane. What are your thoughts, Tim?
Okay, Shea up on
Back to this other one. Hopefully he keeps it online.
27.
That's it.
Different ball?
You got it. That'll get there.
Okay. All right, so that was much better for 27.
Telepathically told him?
Telepathically told him.
You telepathically told him?
Coach Tim in the background here, working it out. Shea's ball rep. Little clearing of the pin here on 28.
That's why Tim and Shea bowl so well together, because they just, I don't know. They read off each other. They're great doubles partners. They can tell each other where to play, what ball to throw. Even though they're on different teams now as far as brands, they still understand each other's games, and they just bowl together so long they know, what to tell each other, and they know each other's games so well. It's just so good.
Okay, Nick back in front of the ball return on 28 here. Okay.
Ooh. Got a little quick on that, maybe.
Again, I know we said this 38 times, but I think the first person to throw a double has.
And Shea has the possibility
Has the
here.
momentum.
Yeah. I mean, that could be huge for Shea, even
Yeah.
though he was, started with an open, but that first double.
Especially on the lane, I think he's probably the least comfortable
Yeah.
on, which is the right-hand lane, right? So
Going back to Shea and Tim bowling doubles and stuff together, and if you ever, are bowling tournaments with people and you find that person that you can just kind of jive with as far as, reading lane play together, ball motion, and you know each other's equipment. And it doesn't matter if you're on the same company with each other or not. You know each other's equipment. I mean, like myself and Jody, we now throw different brands, but if we know each other's equipment and we know each other's game so well, we've been bowling with each other for so long, and we know each other's game, we just kind of see things. Like one time we're bowling a tournament, and she's like, "Your first step is so long. Your timing is just so screwed up." And I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Shorten your first step." And it literally, that one little thing just made me bowl so much better. And just bowling with each other for so long, you notice things in each other's games. You can help each other by one little thing in someone's game. If you are bowling a tournament and you see something in somebody's game that you've bowled with for so long, it really makes a difference. So if you can find someone like that and bowl with them, it's really helpful.
Yeah, and I think people think bowling is an individual sport, and it is for the most part, but it's also, an opportunity to come together. And obviously, if you travel enough with the same people and you're bowling the same things and you're trying to do the same things successfully, then it's really important to have that person, right? We don't all have coaches that travel with us, right? So then you therefore have to rely on other people to say, something looks a little off, something looks a little different.
Yeah, and a lot of people are like, "Why are you guys always together?" It's like, man, we put up money and, we look out for each other. So, some people say things like we are a group of people. Yeah, we are a group of people. And there it is. There's our first turkey.
Yeah.
Not only a double, but a turkey. That's a big advantage there.
You don't want it to be clickbait, but you also want it to be a good group of people that you can rely on and tell you things like, hey, your first step is out of control, or your downswing is way faster than it normally is, or you're missing it at the bottom, right? You may not be able to feel those things, and certainly you should be able to, but maybe you don't, right?
Right. There's a lot of times you don't feel things at all, and people see things that you would never see or feel. And you're like, holy cow, that one little thing made a huge difference. And that's the things we see because we are with each other 30-something weeks of the year out of 52. And you're like, holy crap, that made a huge difference. And you saved me hundreds of dollars on this tournament. So that is really important, and that makes a huge difference. So that's
and that doesn't have to be just tournaments.
No.
That can be league.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You have a good group of guys or girls you bowl league with, and you kind of feed off each other, and you're all there for a common purpose, which, one, you're having fun, but also you want to do well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well, now.
Okay, here we go.
There we go. Nick just needed a little incentive.
Yeah. He's like, okay, Shea, I see you.
Okay, 117 for Nick in the sixth. Shea can kind of put a little pressure with another strike here and give him some of the business.
And Shea would say, what would you know about pressure? Little Ace Ventura reference there.
Shea wasting no time. Oh, ringing 5-pin. Ringing is half sarcasm. That was light as could be. I was talking earlier, Jen, with Chris, and I said that the most nervous spare I want to shoot as the head pin, because you flagged it on the first shot, and now you got to go back and try to figure out what the heck you did. 5-pin's right up there, because now it's like, well, I hit the head pin, but now I got to hit the one in the middle again. Okay, no Good thing all the hands were up in the back.
Yeah,
He would have had to pay a lot of shots.
It's kind of like shooting the 5-pin at the Peterson. That
Yeah.
is the hardest spare ever.
Back to a pretty even match here again.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
Ooh, little foundation frame here. Jay Davis giving out the massages from Florida.
That was the worst massage ever.
Yeah, wow.
His little ass hands. I mean, hands.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh. I'll take
All right, so Shea Max 214.
What's up now, bro?
Nick with a max
What's up now, bro? Huh?
237.
Huh? Oh, he's going down low.
Jay Davis now fighting with little kids in the background. We do not condone violence against little kids, but I hope that little kid beats the crap out of him.
He's about the same height.
Yeah, they're about the same height. Probably got the same hand size. It's Tim's kid. He's probably angry, so it's fine. Okay, Nick on a double here can put the throttle down with one more.
You know, sometimes when you have a double and you have the advantage, you get a little hyped and you get a little fast. So let's see.
And nobody has walked anything off. Nobody slapped anything out. It's been a pretty
No.
calm, cool, collected match.
This is the time to do it. I don't feel like that's his personality, though. Oh, man.
Okay.
Get a little hyped and you get a little fast.
You were just speaking about that.
Yep.
Sometimes the approach gets a little windy at
That's
times.
some crap I do, man. I get super excited. I'm like, man, I want this so bad. And I just go up there and I'm like, yeah. And then, boom. Just get hard.
You know, most,
and I'm like,
most of
"Ah."
the time people give it a tug. You know, this one was.
Yeah,
He gave it the.
Maybe he just didn't want. He wanted to make sure he didn't
Make
get
sure
it
it
in.
didn't go left.
Yep.
Yep. And on this conditions, you don't, right?
Right.
Because if you get that in, it's
Mhm.
gonna go left.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
It's gonna hook.
Ugh.
That was the one thing I saw earlier too. If you missed left, that thing was gone.
Yeah.
And you're gonna hope for a Brooklyn, hope for it to cross over.
I noticed that on his spare shot on one of those. It was like a 2-pin or something. He threw it, and I was like, holy cow, that hooked.
Yep. So Nick right now, max 202. Shea, max 214.
He may have just given this to Shea in a little package.
Little gift
nice,
wrap.
Nice little bow on the top.
And
Shea
Shea
does
should
something
probably go to
stupid.
church tomorrow, maybe.
It's normally what I call going and bowling a tournament on Sundays.
Okay, so now 192. Shea still has some work to do. It's not gift wrapped quite yet. And hopefully Shea doesn't face the 7-pin because he had some issues with that in frame 1.
Ask Jody about that spare. It's really tough.
It's a tough one on the left side.
It really is. I mean, especially on this. Never know.
Yeah, you can't hook at it. You're not going to hook at it. You're going to go right at it. Okay, good spare by Nick.
Right. Yeah, you never know. I mean, you got to make everything. It's crazy to say, but it's true.
Okay. So Nick finished with 192.
All right, Nikolai.
Shea has some work to do. There's a lot happening behind us. I think somebody's just got called out for some size of something.
That would be Jason's wife.
Okay.
All right.
And that's it. Okay. So Shea will move on to the finals, and we will have an all Lindenwood final.
Oh, man.
Decades apart, but we'll have an all Lindenwood
Yeah,
final.
decades apart for sure. Man, that makes me feel old. Come on. Can we get a uniform change? Get our old jerseys out there.
I think I still have my original Lindenwood polo somewhere.
Well, I
with
don't.
Holes in the armpit and.
Well, I do have my original jerseys. However, I don't have my Nationals jersey. Got to give that back because I had to borrow it because we had to bowl Central Florida. And we couldn't wear the same colors,
yes.
so we had to borrow the men's jerseys.
The Flames ones?
No, just the regular blue ones.
Oh, the blue ones, yeah.
And we had to give them back at the end. Ergo, we can't even have those anymore. So, yeah.
What a time
That's
to be alive.
unfortunate.
Did you guys win? Did you win? Did you win? Just making sure. I just want the people at home.
2006.
I just want the people at home to know if you won.
First women's team to win. Because of Jess Lesko in Brooklyn. Hell yeah.
Ask Valena. Brooklyn's win national championship.
That's right. They both win Brooklyn.
Anchor this.
Right.
All right, so the finals coming up. Shea Bittenbender, Jeremy Zimmerly on 29 and 30. Tom is doing his best work to get that up for you guys.
Love this.
Shout out to Tom for the 17th time for putting this on.
Yeah.
This is incredible. And
No one else would have been willing to do this.
no, this is great. Nor may have had the technology to do it. So now with a year's notice, who knows what he can do? He may have a drone flying through the lane.
Well, it's finally thinning out.
Well, behind us, I don't know what the bar looks like.
Right.
We might need to get Tom in there with a GoPro and just see what the heck's happening there.
I don't think I want to know.
We'll send Tom in the bar with the GoPro. Okay.
Lindenwood represent. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an advantage here. I know Jeremy finished really strong and
Yeah, he did. He had some humongous
just
games.
kept climbing and climbing and climbing. Made a push at the end there. So it'll be interesting to see, if there is an advantage. I don't know. Momentum, Shea, 2 wins though, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, but they weren't huge games. I mean, one was.
Tom has his headphones on again, so shout out to Tom for putting this on. Tom, we're thinking next year, do you have a drone that you could just send through the lanes? So we could just, get a live action, just follow the ball in there and.
Get a clear plastic ball.
There.
Yeah.
Put a GoPro in the center and just watch it roll. See the lane pattern break down. Yeah. We'll get somebody really good that can start from practice and then go into qualifying. Just throw one ball just to see how the lanes are playing. Everybody thinks the red and blue oil is it. No, the GoPro in the center of a bowling ball, just rolling down the lane and see how it goes. Yeah. We'll have to get a headset for Shea. He can wear a GoPro on his head and just watch him to the foul
Yeah, he's going to
line.
have to be mic'd up.
Yeah, mic'd up, yeah. Yeah, there'll be a subset of people we don't mic up, and then we'll put the subset of people we can mic up.
Correct. What do you think? What year did Jeremy graduate?
I think he was part of the 14 team. I think so. I think he was in that area. Yeah.
Oh man,
About a
championships
decade behind us.
against championships. As Big Cat would say, it's all about championships.
Do you want the trophy
No.
down there? They can come get it? Okay.
No, I'll take it down there.
Jen's going to take it down. Okay. Trophy presentation to come around the 9th or 10th frame, depending on how dramatic this may be.
So I gotta go down there and take pictures.
I think Jen's going to go skate out on a hoverboard and bring it over.
Not that dramatic.
Oh, no, we're definitely not giving you the headset.
Not Joe Blow's grips.
wish Tom had a mic. We could figure out how he's feeling about today.
I have 4 headsets, and I could only find 2. I spent like 2 hours just looking for headsets.
This poor guy.
Yeah, he's a champ though.
I know.
It's
I
great.
feel so bad for him.
Yeah.
He has spent hours. He quit doing it. He came out of retirement for this. Has all this equipment just for this.
It's great.
He did?
Okay. Shea with an early strike.
I was so excited because I had enough to do a top 10 list.
Aww.
Right? That was my first break into bowling.
Aww. That's awesome.
All right, so Jeremy's going to start on 30. He lets Shea go first.
See, that's strategic, in my opinion. I always want to be the one that finishes.
Yep.
Puts the pressure.
As a woman, that makes perfect sense. Yep. You definitely want to be the one that finishes.
You're a dick.
All right, Jeremy with a...
I mean, duh.
Ringing pin.
3-pin.
Ringing 3-pin. And I would say Shea has some hand, but Jeremy really gets at it at the bottom.
Yeah. Oh my. That was not a good attempt.
Okay. So I know we saw this with Shea last game where he went 9 out to start.
Yeah.
And then...
But that's the frame you want to do it in my opinion, right?
Yeah, get it over with, get the nerves out, shake it off, and, again.
So apparently Steve Orff and Chris had a discussion on who has drank the most beers in this establishment.
Yep, I was part of some of that, yes.
Okay. So do you agree that Kevin Bruning is the winner of that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
for sure.
Yeah. I would say, there's probably 4 people that I can think of off the top of my head. Kevin Bruning. I throw Gary up there. Sean North, Eddie. Or my next 4.
Carol.
Carol. Yep.
Randy.
Carol, Randy. Yep.
I think because Kevin's been in this bowling alley since he's probably been
Yeah. Kevin worked here for forever, right?
14, and he basically was here till he passed away.
Yep. Yeah,
I would think he
for sure.
consumed the most beer.
For sure.
Oh.
Yeah, it was,
Goodbye. Bye.
Bye, G. Thanks for coming.
Chris had asked me, earlier we were talking, and, I said there was a good core group when I got here, and you as well, too, of guys that were, call it early, mid-30s that were kind of the cornerstones of this place, right? Gary, Eddie, Sean, Kevin, the Bruning brothers, right, and a bunch of other people that really, bowled up here, a couple nights a week and bowled all those good leagues, the Major City League and Monday night, what was it, M&S
The
Vending back in
trio,
the day,
yeah.
right? So, you really, when we got here, had a good group of people that really made this kind of their home, and we're kind of the people that, at least I looked up to somewhat bowling-wise, right? They were the people that bowled here and made this their home. And for the most part, were welcoming and accepting, and you always had your rubs and things of that sort. But also Gary was Gary, right? He always had a good one-liner. You're a tough guy, huh? You want to take this outside? And always had one of those to just kind of get you off your game, right? He's, trying to pick a fight, and Gary would just say something off the wall. You'd be like, what are you doing here? And but it always worked. He always had one of those. And that was the great part about Gary, and the reason we do this is to keep that guy's memory alive for all the things he had. And he wasn't one to fight, but he always just would step in and just say something off the wall just to get you kind of like, what?
No.
And you just have to look at yourself and be like, does this guy want to fight? Gary's like, well, yeah, you tough guy. What do you want to do? don't want to do anything
I
now.
couldn't imagine him ever getting in a fight.
No.
If anything, he was like stepping in to like
He's always
break you out of a fight.
He was always cutting the edge with like a knife. And he's just some humor he would say, and you just have to look at everybody and be like, what is happening here? But it was great. He just had that line.
Oh gosh.
All right, spares are
man.
tricky, but
Spares
Jeremy
are
got that
very
one.
tricky.
Pretty even match here again.
So that 5-7 is very tricky. I have shot at it a lot. With me having a lot of speed, no revs, and no hand, I've left it a lot over my time. But I also have made it a lot over my time. But I have missed it also. So, I understand.
Jeremy is lining up.
Ooh.
Okay. Okay.
Slay that 5.
Something we've definitely consistently seen as they move further left, right? You kind of bring that 5-7
Oh yeah, I mean,
swisher into play, right? If you can't get that perfect angle.
I mean, it's not even about the angle right at this point. It's the angle and the ball speed. So, like, to get that carry, you can get that angle, but you have to have the ball speed to match up with that angle. Oh, see, that was a little slow. And you didn't get it far enough right, maybe? Is that your to-do list?
Okay, Shea back up on 29.
Man, this is like
It's gonna be a slugfest to the end here.
this is like a race to 170.
We're gonna go back to what we said last game. First to a double, right? Kinda,
Yeah, for sure.
Is gonna be the head guy.
Push.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't bad.
Good shot, Shea.
It's pretty good.
And Shea, as a previous winner, wants this again.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, so Shea, 56 in the fourth on the spare. Jeremy working on a strike here. Gonna keep reiterating the double thing, right? Jeremy
Yeah.
doubles here. That's
I mean, that's a big advantage
be,
there.
big thing.
What?
Oh, Tom's got the
so
live. Tom's got the
technical.
live action. Tom's got 17 cameras on his phone by itself.
Really, I mean, he's so
Ooh.
impressive.
All right.
Oh, trick
That-
4.
That is what we're talking about, a little bit of the extra hand that he has to just kind of set it out there, and that was a good shot.
It's the goods.
Those watching at home saying that's unorthodox. Yeah, but it works. That's, not everybody throws it like Pete. Okay,
No.
so
And you know
that
what?
doesn't mean it doesn't work.
He didn't make the cut, so
He was here, he was in person, but listen,
yeah.
even the best of all time sometimes can't make cuts. So.
Correct. It's not always their day. This pattern was tough, and that's what I like.
Yep.
I want to make it hard.
Yep.
I don't want, the best to always make the money. So,
Well, it's supposed to be the tough guy, right?
yep,
And
it's tough. I want you to grind, make
intentional.
spares. That's what it's all about. That is a triple. That's the advantage there, man.
Not to talk about what you and I grew up on, but it wasn't,
Huh.
230 wasn't the average.
In Pennsylvania, in New York, where you're from, dude, it was so hard. There was so much more oil than it is here.
Old wood?
I play straight because that's what I grew up on.
Yeah.
Like, I had to play straight. Like, it did not hook where I was from.
Yep.
Okay, so I played straight, and that's what I knew.
Yep.
And I guess that's how I bowl. That's why I bowl the way I
Yep.
bowl.
Yep. And everybody grows up at different places and has a different style
Yeah.
and a way of approaching the lanes. And some of those things work out and some of those things don't, right? It just depends on the day. And
I mean, Shay's from Pennsylvania too. He grew up 3.5 hours northwest of me, or northeast of me, but he grew up bowling at Chacos, which is known as for a center that hooks a lot and is high scoring. But that doesn't mean that's why his style is the way it is. His style is literally, people call it the voodoo roll. I mean, he throws the ball like no one in the world. It is very unique and amazing, and it just is what it is. He can score on anything, and he is like some freak of nature. Like Shay is just Shay. Like no one else in the universe. So
yeah, and instead of Shay posting 300s, you should post the time he shoots 110s because that would be more interesting than the time he shoots 300s.
Correct. Shay is just an anomaly, and he's just amazing. And I am a straight up the boards player, and that's just how I grew up bowling, and that's just me. And I'm also from Pennsylvania. Justin is, he hooks the ball a little bit, but he's pretty much straight up the boards also, and he's from New York. So I mean, it's just the way we grew up, and we grew up on a lot more oil. And when we came here, we were like, holy crap, this place hooks. We just weren't used to it, and it's just different. And when we needed to learn to like move in and learn to play different parts of the lane, and when we went to college in Lindenwood and we needed to learn how to move and do things
Ball
and
different patterns and
it was just weird and things we weren't comfortable with, and it's just a learning curve. But that's the whole part of going to college and learning to bowl on different things, and that is the whole experience of college bowling, and that is why all these junior bowlers that go out of state and learn to bowl in different places, I think that's awesome. I mean, I think that's why if you ever go to bowl for a college, you should go out of state and definitely live somewhere out of state and live that whole experience, because you should definitely go away from where you grew up. Just to have that whole life experience and get away from your hometown and have that whole thing, because you get to meet people from all over the world even. I mean, from out of the country. I mean, I met people from Panama and, Colombia and, I mean, different cultures, and it was awesome.
Yeah, we've been fortunate enough here at Lindenwood to get people all over the globe that came here. Laura from Colombia, people from Mexico, and everywhere. And yes, Fahaj, this is the finals. This is the finals. Shay and Jeremy are bowling the finals.
I mean, back when Lindenwood used to give scholarships for sports. That was generalize that.
Academics.
Back for when they actually used to give scholarships. When they were awesome and had $20 million a year from Anheuser-Busch. Back before it was InBev. And they gave money. And sports were awesome there.
Shay's not dead here, by the way.
No,
this has turned pretty quickly here. So Jeremy 166 in the 8th on an open. Shay has a chance to.
Oh shit, Shay has a
match that with a couple.
This is a big turn here, folks. I'll stop blabbering about sports in college.
No, I love it. That's all I want to talk about is college sports.
I know you're like a dedicated Lindenwood alumni, and I love that. I'm so not. Push. Ooh, such a good shot, but it wasn't great.
We could talk about underwater basket weaving if there was a team for that, if they had it.
I'm just saying that it went to crap. Kinda.
Which part?
Lindenwood's like scholarships and stuff. Like it was so good, and then it just went to
part of that was college bowling changed, where you could only limit the amount of people that you had on your team, and they went to that whole JV
when the NCAA
varsity
crap.
model. No, like the JV varsity model in the bowling, because you could only have so many people on your varsity team, so you couldn't stack teams anymore.
We couldn't have like the D team anymore.
Yeah. So you didn't get 87 guys that all good that would come here, right? Because then you limited the amount of people. So, that whole model changed. Chance to tie if they both strike. Never mind. Garrett, aren't you here?
But I also
Garrett, weren't you in the building?
Kind of crap. I feel like the recruiting isn't.
Well, that would require people to recruit.
I don't want to talk about that on here.
There would have to be recruiting.
I don't want to talk about that on here.
They would have to do that whole effort thing. Get Phil.
It's the. Yeah.
But hey, come to Lindenwood.
Yeah, it really is a great school. It's tiny.
Should come.
I was going to go to Penn State, and it ended up being like a 2-mile wide radius, and I was like,
I left.
I went to
for Springfield.
Lindenwood.
Oh, okay, jolly. All right, Garrett. Making the rounds.
Got to bowl another tournament tomorrow morning.
So must be in the car.
Oh,
okay,
you're
drive
such
safe.
a big deal.
Drive safe, man.
Apparently, there's a tournament in Rolla tomorrow that no one asked me to bowl. Kind of butthurt about that.
Okay, so Jeremy, 166 in the ninth, can max out 216. Shay can max out 205.
205. I can't math real
It's
quick.
all right, I got you. It's
Thanks.
been a long day for you. I can
It's
work
been
out
a
that
long
for you.
week.
Yeah. Close to the end here, folks. Thank you for hanging tough on the stream.
44 watching.
We've been floating. We've been 53.
Yeah.
Got to 44.
I'm starving.
We should probably eat after this.
I haven't eaten anything all day.
That makes perfect sense. Okay, so now Max, Jeremy 204. Shay, Max.
This is a
205.
match, folks.
205. Okay. So I don't want to be the jinx guy, but Jeremy has not looked good on spares.
Oh, boy.
So he needs to
Oh, boy.
buckle down here.
What did he whiff in the 8th frame? Was I talking about college bowling and missed it?
It was the 3-pin, wasn't it?
3-pin?
It
No,
was
that
one
was
he
in the first
tried to-
frame.
Tried to back it up.
That was the first frame. Where have you been?
Okay. Pretty sure it was 3-pin.
Again?
Oh, maybe it was a 10. It was a 10 that time.
Oh.
Thanks, Tim. Weren't you here earlier, too? Good grief. Where's everybody go?
Seriously, you get home that fast?
Good for you guys.
Phew.
Shout out to you guys that go home. I'm proud of y'all. It's effort right there.
7-pin. Oh, thanks, Fahaj. 7-pin. Those
All
are
right.
really hard spares. Just ask Jody.
204. Okay. Now.
Now it is
the
on
drama.
like Donkey Kong.
The drama. Just like Tom drew it up with all the cameras. He said,
I
"I'm
can't
coming."
do a drum
He said,
roll.
"I'm coming up for this because it's going to go down to the last ball."
Oh my God, this is a 1-pin match. Holy crap-a-mole.
Tom said, "I'm only showing up because there's going to be drama at the end."
Drama. Drama.
I hope he hits the first one so then we could actually draw out some drama.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Okay. The champ.
that's the end of it.
Jen, you going for trophy
Oh, I'm
presentation?
going to trophy presentation.
Okay.
I don't know what button to push.
Your
Turn me off.
8th annual 2024 Gary Helferstay Tough Guy Tournament winner, Jeremy Zimmerly. Congrats to Jeremy. Tom's going to go live stream here and bring over for the trophy presentation. Jen wearing the shirt. Little hug from Denise, who ran all brackets today. Congrats to Jeremy. Thank you all for watching at home. I appreciate it. As always, if you want to get involved, please figure out how. If you can't bowl, donate, show up, have a good time. We appreciate you all. Ooh, little trophy and money. Love it. Thank you all for tuning in at home. Appreciate the 49 people that are watching, and hope to see y'all next year on the 9th annual Gary Helferstay Tough Guy Tournament.
Okay. I get a picture. Yeah. Come with you. Right up that. All right, gotcha. 1, 2, 3. Set up.